It's Flesh and Blood Day. It's a Saturday, of course, in Riverside, California. Top Deck Keep is the place that houses all AGE hopeful competitors here for the April edition of the AGE Open Series. Bryce Platt's here with, of course, Michael Monogamous Murray. How goes the engagement, my friend?
Oh, it's going. Yeah, things are falling into place. Looking forward to it. October 2nd's the wedding date. Yeah, we're just getting more and more excited.
Wow, you guys are moving fast. That's less than a year engagement, right?
Yeah, it was, I think, like a 10-month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations. When you know what you want, you got to get there as fast as you can. Just like all of the players behind us. It is the 4th Open of the year, which means that our Players' Championship race is getting ever closer, ever tighter, ever more competitive.
And I got to say, I am looking so forward to watching the Classic Constructed meta evolve. There have been some really cool heroes coming out and showing up that I never expected.
You must, of course, be talking about Pro Tour Yokohama, which happens pretty much as we speak, folks, but the time zone shift does make it so that we are going to be live long before they wake up and the top 8 competitors make their way to the competition. We are going to be talking about spoilers here, so if you don't want to hear it, go ahead and put some cotton in your ears and just watch Michael and I flab our beautiful mouths. Michael, so far, what is the most exciting thing you've seen at Pro Tour?
It's got to be Reinar. I think that's my favorite storyline. Eugene C. making it into top 8 on Reinar with no mandible claws.
And exactly right after he, on Twitter, begged Brian Gottlieb not to take Mandible Claw away right before KOLL. But nevertheless, that is the way the system works. So in a way, the Mandible Claws went. But turns out Eugene never needed them in the first place. Instead, it's a Savage Claw and a Ball Breaker and a Dream that Eugene needed. And now he's found himself at his first ever Pro Tour top 8.
I'm really looking forward to seeing more camera time on that deck. I think I saw one game.
You don't think we give it enough? I feel like he's on stream every single event.
That's fair. But I need to know how he's doing it.
Yeah.
I want to know, is he rolling scabs every turn? Is he conservative with it? I did see in the one game he rolled scabs one time and got a very clean 3-card 15. And then he had another opportunity to do exactly that again, and he didn't roll scabs. So maybe he just has this future sight where he knows what the die will say and will determine whether he rolls them or not, depending on that vibe.
Sometimes I would agree with you. I've also seen Eugene make some insane plays to his detriment. He is chaos incarnate, whether he's doing well or whether he's doing poorly, but always does he have a smile on his face. So salute to Eugene. We've also got to call out our own boy wonder. Colin Erickson very narrowly misses the top 8. His final round of Swiss, which he needed to win, ended in a draw. It was a Gravy Bones mirror, and unfortunately, that means the boy wonder doesn't have what he needs to make his first Pro Tour top 8. Nevertheless, we are immensely proud of Colin Erickson. He is up there on the leaderboard, and he's only here in spirit, but all of our spirits and our hearts are with him in Yokohama, which is exactly why I've ditched the Snazzy Blazer today. Instead, it's just the black and gold in solidarity for both him, the rest of the AGE Pro Team competitors that are now qualified for the calling, and of course, anyone from Southern California that has made their way there to compete on the greatest stage Flesh and Blood has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, he finished 12th place even after that draw. What an amazing achievement. I'm sure it's bittersweet. The feeling of drawing in this game, I've done it a few times, and it has literally gotten me off of decks. I remember playing Oldham, really enjoying him, and then playing the Oldham Mirror and just being like, I can't do this anymore. I don't like going to time. I don't know if it was a draw because of time or if it was a draw because of an equal end game where neither could progress the state. Usually it's because of time. But yeah, just the feeling of accumulating that draw because you're playing a slow control deck against another slow control deck and you just both can't play your cards fast enough. It really hurts.
And to make matters even worse, his opponent was friend of the show and Team Sigil member Felipe Lima Cardoso, who I will be casting Calling Sao Paulo with in just a month now, and who helped cast our holiday show match, which is up on our YouTube channel if you didn't get a chance to see that. Felipe is nothing but an awesome guy and a very, very strong competitor. So I have the highest esteem for both of those players in whatever situation they ended in a draw. I'm sure they were both trying to figure out the correct conclusion to that game. It's just
absolutely.
sometimes that's the way it goes.
It is, and it's a shame that we now have to disown Felipe because of it.
It is. But nevertheless, he is banished. And now we have Team AG has a real rival in Team Sigil. Before it was tongue-in-cheek.
Tell me about it.
Now we mean business, Felipe, so we're coming for you next time. Okay, Pro Tour Yokohama. I guess we have to mention, after talking about Reinar for about 5 minutes, we should probably mention the boost Teklo that made its way into top 8.
So cool.
Holy free holies. That is so sweet to me, not just because it is a fringe hero that is making waves, but also because we just published an article by Evan Bridges, the Teklo Vossen master, after his top 8 at calling Memphis recently, in which he says, control Teklo is the only way to play. Boost is a trap. And gosh, anytime Evan has to eat his words is a happy day in Bryceland.
Yeah, I think it must be a switchboard, because one of the main powers that this Teklo deck brings is just the way that it eats Guardians for breakfast. But then what do you do against other aggro decks? It's a very difficult matchup. Well, it turns out Teklo's got legs, and he's got answers. And the way that the players are developing this deck as it comes to light, as all of the new compendium cards get learned about and figured out and slotted in and tested, it's so cool to see the different archetypes of this deck unfold and see a new hero rise from the depths, really. I mean, he was Arachne tier until Arachne became great. He was Betsy tier, still waiting on that weapon. He was, but it's so, I love watching a deck grow and evolve and get new cards and get new identities and show up on the world stage. It's so cool.
And so that's something that LSS is very good about. Speaking of Easter, which just has passed, they are very good at dropping those Easter eggs in early and then letting them kind of come to their full fruition later on in the game's history. If you want to see the dichotomy between the two playstyles of Shannon Puttery's Teklo deck, I encourage you to check out the Sam Sutherland game, in which he brings in a ton of Dash.io tech and outboosts the Boost Master. And then you can check out his match against Damian Riggins, where he, let's just say he resolves a singularity with 30 cards underneath the Mecropotent.
It's 15 attacks?
What's that?
That's 15 attacks that you can get off,
That's 15 attacks, that's correct.
That's probably enough to end a game.
That's 15 attacks and 15 cards discarded by
it's probably
Damian
enough
Riggins.
to end a game.
Moving on now, Michael. We have something on the horizon, and it is Omens of the Third Age. I guess we're in the second age of Flesh and Blood, but we're about to be in the third, and the Lightning Heroes of Wraith have something to say about it. They're all aligning themselves against possibly the return of the old ones, is I think how the lore shakes out.
Yeah, no, it seems like they've got some darkness to battle. The theme of it is very lightning-y, but then there's the shadow, and there's a lot of speculation about where that shadow comes in the set, if we're even going to see it at all, or if it's just looming. I think the idea that it's the omen of the Third Age, right? So it might be the thing that happens before the Third Age, whatever that Third Age is.
So they're attempting to do the equivalent of maintenance on their car. They're trying to do the oil change on Aria before things get too bad.
Exactly, right. Omens of the failed transmission.
Oh, no. I hope their engine block's okay.
Yeah,
that's the main concern.
We're very concerned about the future of Wraith, but we have 3 Lightning Heroes that have something to say about it.
Some of them, of course, old, and some of them new, although every single one of them have received a facelift. And we now have a little bit of a glimpse into the way the developers are going into these Omens of the Third Age, because we have a hefty list of cards that are not even going to make it to competitive play with the advent of the new set. That's Channel Lightning Valley, Volzar, the Lightning Rod, Electromagnetic Somersault, just to name a few.
Yeah, no, it's going to really change the way that the Lightning Wizard class plays with the banning of those cards. Obviously, I think the previous version of Aurora was extremely powerful, so trimming a little bit off the top of that as well with the banning of cards like Electromagnetic Somersault and the Channel Lightning Valley. But the thing that I'm just really excited for, the way that I see this evolving, is I'm starting to see this control wizard start to form. It doesn't feel like a bursty aggro. You know, we've got like the Lightning Kano in, obviously not exactly the same. They play very differently, but Oscilio is a very aggressive deck. You can do high value blocking plays with things like the electromagnetic
but they're
somersault.
few and far between.
Yeah, but that's just when it lines up, and only when you like you can't convert the hand on offense. Time to block. You got a few 3 blocks to work with. This one kind of feels like it's not Icelander control. It's like defense chip control.
Right. Cosmic Suture makes us think like the very clean play line that it has with the new Volzar, where you end up sending 2 arcane damage at the end of all things.
It's starting to feel like maybe what I kind of wished
Verdance
was, exactly. But of course, you're a wizard. You play the high value, and then you end the game with Storm Striders. You don't really need to lean too far into Arcane. So seeing what I'm hoping is a return to a pure Arcane wizard with defense tools. One of my favorite cards in this game is Absorbent Aether. And you see that in Silver Age. Love that that's a played card in Silver Age. But to maybe see things like that appear in CC again, I love that card. And Sigil of Parapets, I don't know if that'll ever be good, but it's one of my favorite wizard cards. I love the idea of putting a D-React and then doing wizard things, doing damage, and pumping up that defense. If that card becomes meta, I'm going to play Oscilio for
Well, the difference is just some enlarged biceps and pecs. That's all we've needed for the wizard class, and then we could have exactly that. So Swolio is on the horizon along with the rest of the heroes from Omens of the Third Age. We got to talk about Ziggy, though, real quick. I think Aurora is going to be a fairly known quantity as far as what we can expect from her kit. Her weapon in this case is much more of a chain ender than anything, as opposed to Starfall. But Ziggy looks like he can do some nasty stuff.
Yeah. I'm already scared.
Yeah, me too.
Illusionist has been typically, as far as the history of Flesh and Blood has gone, quite a strong class.
Without a doubt.
When you staple arcane damage onto that and all of the reaction speed, instant speed stuff that Ziggy is doing, this seems to be a powerhouse in the making.
And you know, Omens of the Third Age is going to be an incredibly popular set, folks. If you don't believe me, look back at things like High Seas. When new iterations of classes and talents come to the fore, people like to buy it up. And you also have the benefit of being able to play with your sealed product in the form of limited. It's not a supplemental set like Compendium of Wraith. You can have fun just by cracking the box and playing with your friends with what you find there. Which brings me to a very important point, Michael. We got to talk about our sponsor. Fab Foundry is going to be the place to pick up your boxes of Omens of the Third Age. Definitely get on over to their website, fabfoundry.co, and use our discount code AGELA10 at checkout in order to get a cheeky little 10% off. Support them to support us. Fab Foundry is supplying the prize pool for the players sitting behind us, which means that we get to bring you ad-free content on YouTube all day long, and that is all, once again, thanks to Fab Foundry. Continuing on with weekend stories, it wasn't just Omens of the Third Age that we got a little bit better of a peek at. We now know what the next Mastery Pack is going to be, and boy, is it a big one. Already, Mastery Pack Warrior looks like it is going to be a couple degrees more exciting than Mastery Pack Guardian.
I like Guardians, but
fair enough.
I really like what they're doing with the class. Already what we've seen with Hala, the sharpen mechanic, and oh my goodness, that sword.
Golden Grail?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Or are you talking about Zenith Blade?
Oh, I was talking about Golden Grail.
Okay, cool.
I think that hey, we got to pay off for gold, right?
Yep.
We've been dreaming of this for a long time for Olympia.
Drowning in gold.
Yeah, just what do you do with it? Draw cards, I guess. No, it's very cool to see what is potentially a 0 for 4.
Yep.
Putting, I mean, that's going to be the most powerful weapon in the game when you have gold. It's insane.
And, you know, it may be a little bit too tall of an ask, but perhaps if Olympia can take advantage of some of these sharpen effects that allow you to attack multiple times with a weapon in a turn, that could be a really fearsome archetype as well. Bottom line, I think already, just with Olympia having a signature weapon, there is so much to explore with that hero now.
Oh, yeah. No,
and you pair it with the full golden wardrobe that came out in Super Slam, it's a really exciting time to be an Olympia fan.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that they were able to spoil that for us early so that we can dream and think about how to build Olympia moving forward. I know a couple people who have really, really enjoyed that hero and just haven't really been able to play him because he doesn't quite make it into the tier lists of Flesh and Blood at the moment.
No, indeed, he does not, but I think that is going to be changing in a matter of months. We've also got a little bit more support, it would seem, for Dorinthea Quicksilver Prodigy, who is a young hero only available in Classic Battles. Reinhardt has had a stint in Blitz, but as of yet, oh my gosh, I don't know if she's legal in Silver Age. Is she?
They down-rared her.
They down-rared her.
In this set, she will be rare along with her weapon.
Yes. So that is another exciting thing that is coming out of Mastery Pack Warriors. Stay tuned for more on that. Besides that, we also have updates to AGE Premium. In case you haven't heard us shouting from the rooftops, AGE Premium is an exclusive content service that we have started on our brand new facelifted website. But folks, I want you to focus on this. We are a grassroots Flesh and Blood organization, the one independent tournament circuit that has stood the test of time. We are in our 4th year, and we are stronger than ever. Ultimately, we are the public broadcasting of Flesh and Blood, and if you think that's valuable and you want us to stick around, I hope you'll consider subscribing to AG Premium. It's this kind of stuff that is allowing us to fuel better broadcasts and expansion projects across the United States. And ultimately, this is something we would like to see get a lot bigger. One of the ways you can help us do that, again, is to subscribe to AG Premium. We are also making a couple updates to the system. First and foremost, and I am so excited to announce this, if you are a competitor that goes to AGE Opens every single month. Previously, we've been offering a 10% discount on all of your tickets. That 10% discount is going up to $10. So do the math, my EV friends, my min-maxers across the world of Wraith. Yes, that means that if you attend AGE Opens, you get premium for free. That's right, $10 off at a $10 cost per month for AGE Premium means that you don't pay for it if you are going to AGE Opens. And the reason for this is we are finally really happy with the amount of content that we have on our site, and we just need more eyes on it. So the more the merrier. Get in there and see if we can help you level up your game at AGE Premium. And besides that, the one other thing I want to mention that we're not fully ready to divulge yet is that we are going to be looking for content creator partners to help us spread the good word. And the upshot of all of that is that we are going to be providing equitable economic incentives for content creators that bring AG Premium to the masses. Every time somebody signs up, you will get a cut of that. So we don't have 100% lockdown details, but if you want to hear more and join the discussion, maybe tell us what you want that kind of a structure to look like, content creators. Go ahead and hit us up at info@arcanegamesandevents.com. Once again, that email is info@arcanegamesandevents.com. AG Premium is going places just like the AG Open Series, Michael, which means it's about time for us to go to our first match of Flesh and Blood. Are you hyped or what?
Oh, yeah. The chatter has just picked up. The players sound like they're rearing and ready to go.
Just like us. And, Michael, I got to say, man, I missed you a lot last month.
Yeah.
I did take a little bit of a mental health break, screwed off to Hawaii with the wife and kid, but I am so glad to be back right now.
Hawaii is a great reset.
Yes, 100%.
Even when there's a tsunami?
Yeah, it wasn't a tsunami. It was
all I knew
storm.
is my friends were like, you need to text Bryce. There's something going on. I was like, what are you talking about right now? So, yeah.
We were safe except for the fact that we didn't get to go in the ocean every day.
Okay.
Turns out that when you have torrential rains, record-breaking, mind you, it flushes a lot of gross stuff into the ocean, which then doesn't allow you to enjoy it quite in the same way. Nevertheless, we were still in Hawaii. We were still having a great time and getting a much-needed respite. We are going to take a short much-needed respite, and then we'll be back with, of course, some Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. AGE Open Series starts right now. It's going to be Bala Boostin Patrick R versus a harpoonin Garrett Johnson for our first round here at the AG Open Series April edition in Los Angeles. The titles for these events have gotten so long now that we have 3 separate circuits and one for every month.
No, it's a little tongue twister every time we talk about it.
100%, which is good because I have got my reps on Fox and Sox. Let me tell you, a 2-year-old gives you a lot of tongue work.
Tee it up. Wait.
I can't believe I just said that, though.
Don't say that.
That was really weird.
Fox on socks on box on
bricks and blocks.
There we go.
Okay, so first, we got to talk about our player in the Player 2 seat. That's going to be Patrick R. from Southern California, part of the AGE Pro team. Also, one of the qualifiers for the Players' Championship in 2025. Nevertheless, being a really strong player, has had a rough go of it this season. Only 3 total points accumulated. And if you know how our point system works, that means he's shown up at every single event and scrubbed out.
Ouch.
Youch. Yes, you get 1 point just for participating in an AG Open, which can be super relevant, especially towards the end of a season. But for Patrick, he needs a big win in order to insert himself into the top 16 race. He also is making a joke in this beaches or mountains question that I don't understand. He said, beaches in a landslide, get it? Do you get it? I got nothing.
Is that like a lyric?
Maybe like Landslide the song by... I'm trying to say REO Speedwagon, but what is that other band?
I don't know. I don't know names, remember?
You don't know names?
At all, period.
What do you mean
Proper
remember?
nouns? Can't do them.
Really?
Yep.
Huh.
It's my weakness.
Okay, well, do you know who Wesley Dong or Alex Vore are?
Fine. I know a few.
Okay, fair.
Those ones I couldn't forget.
If Patrick was locked in a room for a week with any player at AG, it'd be either Moises, he likes to say Moises, and Anthony Pham, because they talk all week about soccer, and that is because every time Patrick has an opportunity to come hang out with us after hours, he says, I got to go play soccer. And we are pretty damn sure this guy doesn't play soccer.
he just goes home.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
100%. His opponent is Garret Johnson, who we don't have a player profile for, but nevertheless, he is notorious for being such a stellar guy. He's one of our locals that you just love to see because he's got the biggest smile on his face. In this case, he is playing Marlynn, Treasure Hunter, and will he have the opportunity to take Patrick down before he gets any more than that 1 participation point here in April? Time will tell, and Garret is tatted up to the 9s, ready to show us why he's got sleeves and plays for days.
You know, with a last name like R, you'd really think the heroes would swap.
You would think.
You'd want Pirate R. Patrick R, the Pirate. Yeah.
Ooh, and Garret is presenting some old school tech for Marlynn Treasure Hunter. It's the Skull Bone Cross Wrap, which I haven't seen deployed in a match of Flesh and Blood in a heck of a lot of time. Patrick clearly hasn't seen it either because he's got to take a second to read it.
White border?
100%. But if you haven't dealt with it in a while, folks, that was an Azalea mainstay. Once per turn, Garret will be able to flip a face-down card in his arsenal face up. He'll get the opportunity to opt 1. It's also got built-in Arcane Barrier, which is not going to be relevant here. Really, he just wants to be able to fix draws, I would say, off of gold, off of things like Big Game Trophy Shot, further on down the line.
Yeah, being able to see what card you draw is so powerful in a deck that's drawing every single turn.
And probably even more spicy than that is the Trench of Sunken Depths, Michael. This is a brand new card out of Compendium of Wraith. It's a pirate equipment. When it defends, Garret will be allowed to pitch a card from his graveyard, likely going to be a blue, and I would think he's going to sink it directly into the quiver of Rustling Leaves.
No.
What is it?
Quick Dodge Flexors.
Fair enough.
That is a 7 block play.
Fair enough. Really, really juicy from Garret Johnson, especially when Patrick is going to be throwing a heck of a lot of physical damage his way. Looks like he's found an item on top in this turn 0 play. Is that a blue boom grenade?
Yes,
I didn't know Patrick ran them.
I like blue in Dio. I like the ability to crank, and if you add that plus the 2 from the gun, it's still a 4 value play.
Fair enough. Quiver of Rustling Leaves activation for Garret Johnson doesn't find an arrow on top. Instead, it's a 3 of a kind, which he knows he's going to be drawing into now. So perhaps extra confident that he will be able to find some form of attack on this next turn.
Yeah, starting the game off with a 3 of a kind when you don't have that gold is actually really, really important. One of the reasons that most Marlyns bring the Crown of Dominion is because getting stuck without a way to load is a surefire way to fall behind early. So it's a bit of a risk to bring that Skullbone cross trap. But here we see Garret dodging that potential risk, getting the start that he needs.
And furthermore, one of the things you want to pair with Three of a Kind is, of course, any sort of buff, because he won't be able to play them after Three of a Kind resolves, because, of course, you are only allowed to play cards from Arsenal at that point. Garret does find himself one of those red Majestic Harpoons, and it is King Kraken Harpoon. Going to be looking to fish for non-attack action cards, which, even though Patrick is playing an aggro deck, does run a hefty amount of non-attack action cards.
Yeah, this is a really good start from Garret. Exactly what he wants to see. Disruption, loading, and front end pumps, getting this all the way up to 12 damage overpower.
12 overpower here, but no hook
14?
activation.
13?
Looks like it's 13 because, yeah, it's going to be 6 up to 10 plus 3 from Gold the
It's
Tip.
a yellow. I assumed it's 2. Gold the Tip is 3.
Which is why Gold the Tip is so dang good. Marlynn does have access to a lot of these off-color and also above rate for their color pump spells.
Yeah, one of the things that Ranger does very well is they put the value in some places and take it away from others.
And in this case, it's 13 overpower in the arena for Garret Johnson. A curious choice not to activate the gold-baited hook. Do you really think that Patrick can circumvent 13 overpower?
It's probably just not worth the risk. He's getting he's getting a gold off of this for sure. But, you know, it could have been a way to edge a little bit of an advantage here. Getting 2 gold is likely. Let's see. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Patrick could block that if he gave all the armor.
Patrick, very lucky in this case to be able to cycle away a non-attack action card in the form of that Teklo Pounder in order to play a yellow boom grenade off the top of the deck. So, no, it's not a hyper-efficient play for Patrick, but it does insulate him from the Go Fish effect, thereby denying Garret Johnson all-important gold.
I'll go ahead and Arsenal and pass you.
And it's an Arsenal and pass. Now, Patrick, even though he was able to dodge the disruption in a way, does get his life total chunked all the way down to 23 to Garret Johnson's 40.
Yeah, that's a big hit when you start at 36.
But, you know, Patrick probably didn't need that redundant blue on this turn because, of course, the first of 2 steam counters does coalesce into the wind for Teklo Core, leaving behind 2 resources in the pitch zone.
2 boom grenades and 3 cards to work with is a pretty darn good place to be. We'll see if Garret Johnson decides to take a defensive stance trying to stop those, or if he's willing to play the race game.
And it is a redundant blue, as I mentioned before, because there's a Teklo Trebuchet 2000, and yikes, it's all colors of boom grenades in the arena now. Patrick cranks that one with reckless abandon. 2 action points at the ready and 3 attacks in the hand, all of which can be paid for just by that Teklo core at the beginning of the turn.
I highly recommend you try to block this one, Garret, but this is scary. I don't know if he can. He has the tech to do it, right? He has those quick dodge flexors, but that's face up. Patrick knows what is about to come if he decides to go that direction.
And also, Garret Johnson, speaking of that really nice Trench of Sunken Depths play, doesn't have a blue in the graveyard as of yet.
So he doesn't have access to that. Excuse me, and that's a great point.
He has a gold the tip, so it's still...
No, I don't think it can pitch non-blues.
It has to be a blue. You're so right. You're so right. So yeah, no cheeky little chess piece quick dodge flexors play here for Garret Johnson. Might have to block this triple boom grenade turn out the old-fashioned way. And here he goes, trying to do just that. Big game trophy shot and gold-baited hook get in the way, covering up all of this damage from the 0 to 60.
He broke the chain. Oh no, if Garret Johnson had blocked with a blue there, he could have found a way to get that blue in the graveyard. Didn't do it though.
Instead, it was yet another yellow. Patrick R. activates Teklo Foundry Heart, not looking for items on the top of the deck anymore because Dash.io has, of course, been activated to get the red boom grenade into the arena. Perhaps the Arsenal card is one that is a little more resource intensive. He's still got a zipper hit in the hand, and now a Teklo Trebuchet 2000 on the combat chain, which is a sticky wicket for Garret because he's just blocked with his easy one-block equipment.
Yeah, that's a tough breakpoint. This new card from Compendium, a 0 for 3 effectively in the blue, and not only that, it offers 2 really difficult to block breakpoints, 1 into whatever you play pumped up.
And this is 9 damage on hit, Michael.
Yeah.
This is 9 damage on hit.
Yeah, this is effectively a 0 for 10 boosting at him right now. Only need to block 1. But I'm starting to wonder if maybe Garret needs to play the quick dodge the old-fashioned way and get that chain extended value. There are 3 more cards that Patrick can play, and if he pitches a blue here, he can put the quick dodge in front of every card coming. He says no blocks.
No blocks it is. Teklo Trebuchet 2000 just causing too much of an issue here. And yes, that 0 for 10 play does connect. Garret Johnson chunked down to 30 life. And now, I believe Patrick has himself a follow-up. Oh, instead, it's a Symbiosis shot.
Does have the action point.
Does have the action point, but perhaps not thinking about boosting both of these attacks. I do think there is another zipper hit or another 1-cost boost in the arsenal at this point based on the way he used Teklo Foundry Heart. And Garret could have been thinking at that point, after not ditching the blue into the graveyard, like, there's literally no hope of me blocking this out.
Yeah.
After a Teklo Trebuchet comes down, and I know that my opponent still has 2 cards.
I mean, this breakpoint here, I don't even know if he had made that read, if he could still stop this. There's so much damage being presented in weird breakpoints.
It's a Codex of Inertia for Garret Johnson. I am told that is a bit of spicy tech for Marlins. And yes, it is another 1-cost boost attack. This time, though, it's a Pulse Wave Harpoon. So it's just about as disruptive as Dash.io can get. Garret Johnson forced to reveal 2 cards here, thanks to the fact that Patrick has boosted 3 times this combat chain. And one of those 2 blues for Garret Johnson does hit the block on Pulse Wave Harpoon, which means that Garret is now unable to simply do the Marlyn thing of pay into Hammerhead, send the Harpoon in the arsenal. So this very well could be an IP penalty.
That was a 20 damage 4-card hand. Of course, the boom grenades got stapled on top of it, but
still
pretty
gross.
darn good when there's disruption that you just got hit with.
Still gross. 20 plays 23 now. The script of this story has completely been flipped, and yes, Garret Johnson stranded with that last card in hand. Patrick just sequenced that turn so perfectly. And it does look like a copy of Penetration script has been picked up for Patrick.
Oh.
Oh, producer's joking with us. Ignore that card reader, folks.
I was like, I haven't seen that card.
Somebody's
in
having
a
fun
long
at work
time.
today. Heist, 5 go again here. Coming in with a relevant on hit. We have seen a backup protocol red hit the banish zone just that last turn.
Yeah, a deck like Marlyn just... Okay, she can block and take defensive postures, but it depends a lot on the texture of your hand. When you can send it, you really don't want to block. And so these on hits, these things that, I mean, the 9 damage on hit, it's something that you just saw Garret last turn kind of decide to take in hopes of being able to send what looked to me like a crossbow into 2 cost that he ended up just passing on instead. So once again, faced with an on hit, we'll see how he decides to defend or not against
Here
this.
we go. Looks like Hook plus Trench of Sunken Depths. Finally, we get to see the tech come out to play, but when the damage has already ultimately been done. So a Redfin Harpoon blocked with last turn on the Pulse Wave Harpoon is pitched from the graveyard, pays immediately for that quick dodge flexors. And Patrick now giving a thumbs up. I get the tech now. I get it.
It's a bit weird until you see it played out, and then you go, oh, you have 4 block on one of your equipment pieces and 3 on the other. That seems pretty good.
Pretty sick. It's a Teklo Foundry Heart activation for Patrick. Ditches a Spark of Genius and yet another red zipper hit. I think all of which are spent. 1 was played, and I think 2 were boosted. So now 4 resources floating for the Mechanologist, which makes a lot of sense because he's got a Throttle in the hand. A very resource-hungry card, but an incredibly above-rate one once you attach Go Again to it. 6 Go Again here.
And this is a spot where I feel like every time I play quick dodge flexors as a Guardian, but really just any time I resolve that card, my opponent figures out a way to not let me get value out of it. And obviously, we're seeing the blocking come through here, but it would not surprise me to see Patrick pass at this moment. No gun, no further attacks, just Arsenal pass.
Which, you know, that is still damage being done ultimately.
Yeah.
If you force your opponent to not deploy your cards, especially when you are a disruptive deck like Marlynn, you are winning in the end. Quick Dodge Flexors gets its last little bit of value. 2 more damage leaks through from Symbiosis Shot, bringing the whole life total for this turn to Garret Johnson now at 15. Does have 2 cards in hand and 1 in arsenal, and he was really telegraphing like he had a harpoon, so these 2 blues are surely going to do some work. He needs a King Shark here to start rolling his way through, and no, it is a Codex of Frailty instead. Still not bad, but the best harpoon he's got in the graveyard right now is King Kraken, which is not one that is 100% going to get value against Patrick R. Especially when he has the opportunity to discard away a non-attack action card like the Teklo core in his hand to pay for the cost of Codex of Frailty.
Yep, so not really offering any on hits once again. Patrick still has all his armor, so gold-baited hook is a bit of a risk. And this Marlynn still hasn't made any gold yet this game.
Not a single piece to be found. It's Skullbone Crosswrap instead of Queen Marlynn, the choice for Garret Johnson in terms of headpieces.
Discarded Teklo core though, right?
Garret says, discarded Teklo core, right? I just out-disrupted myself, didn't I, with that
yeah,
Codex?
he seemed a little disappointed. But of course, you know, getting any amount of disruption, the frailties matter. The ability to tear hands apart, getting rid of the blue.
You pick first.
And you know, getting rid of Patrick's blue is super important here because it was the only one that he had in the hand.
Pick your card first from your graveyard, and then you'll have to discard.
Gotcha. Okay.
So,
In that case, I'm going to keep the Teklo core.
Ah, Patrick now thinking about keeping it.
Sorry. I'm going back
Patrick asking if there's an order to, do I have to discard first or do I have to get the card first? Ultimately, it doesn't matter too much except for the fact that you couldn't put the Teklo core in and then grab it back out.
Oh, yeah.
Not that you would be able to anyway because it's not an attack, but
Sure.
That's
that
the
would
only-
be silly, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Discard, put it in your arsenal.
10 overpower does find home. Patrick R now down to 13, revealing no non-attack actions. Would have been different if that Teklo core still remained there, but as it has been shaken out, Garret not buying any gold or disruption there. Couldn't quite spot that Ponder card. There are some dead ones for Marlynn, so it at least wasn't a sunken treasure.
Yeah, he wouldn't have put that in the arsenal, I would imagine.
Second Spark of Genius for Patrick R goes into the Banish Zone to pay for 0 to 60's boost cost. 4 go again now. 13 plays 15.
Yeah, Garrett's in a tough spot here. His armor has been chewed up, whereas Patrick R is sitting on a fresh suite. Actively has 9 extra health, I think, than what you see here on the screen with the amount of block he has remaining.
Even more considering that Teklo Foundry Heart can block
Right,
twice.
10, yep. So really this is a 23 to 15 with tempo on the side of Patrick R. The chips are certainly stacked against Garret Johnson at this point in the game.
But you know, based on the way he's blocking, I wonder if he found yet another relevant harpoon to stick in the arsenal. As long as he can hold on to 2-card plays and keep those harpoons rolling in the arsenal, he can consistently go Hammerhead, send Overpower.
Yeah, if he got that King Shark, that would be exactly what he needs.
I almost wonder if at this point, now that Patrick has got him on the back, has got Garret on the back foot, and has just established a Cerebellum processor off the top of the deck, I wonder if Garret just needs to activate Gold-Baited Hook in order to force some blocks out of Patrick.
Yeah, and I think that is also what Patrick has been waiting for. Has had the opportunity to fully block out a harpoon if he wanted to. Forewent that option so far in this game.
The follow-up to 0 to 60 and the Cerebellum processor is, of course, Fast and Furious. Does have the +1 buff because, of course, Cerebellum processor was cranked earlier in the turn. 4 go again now. And Garret thumbing 3 blues in the hand, 2 Redfin harpoons and a Yellowfin harpoon as well. And even though Dash.io does run yellows, it is the reds you want to be hitting, which makes sense for this block. Cerebellum processor activated here. Patrick likes the top of the deck. Looks like it was a BIOS update with a red boom grenade on top. Ooh. But Dash.io has already been activated, so unable to do a cheeky combat trick with that explosive.
Yeah, but you can just develop it. I am not upset about that in the slightest.
Well, he's got to be boosting it away, ultimate. Oh,
yeah,
because of BIOS
update.
update,
Yeah,
100%,
exactly.
yeah.
So it is
Gosh,
live
that's
to explode.
so good.
And you just put the counter on it because there's still a potential to block this out, even though it's coming in for 7.
Yeah.
Garret has 6+1 if he's ready to get rid of that headpiece. But either way you slice it, Patrick's got all the tempo.
Yeah, Garret is really feeling the hurt here. Can block this out as long as he devotes his Skullbone cross wrap, and can feel fairly confident there's not going to be another attack action card coming afterwards. It will be a Symbiosis shot, which does not trigger Boom Grenade on connection. But that does mean Garret is relegating himself to blocking out next turn, potentially, on that red Boom Grenade without any armor left.
If he says no blocks here, he goes to 1. So reaches for those cards astutely.
Shoot Symbiosis for 1.
I'll take 1.
And it's just 1 from Symbiosis shot, thanks to the Frailty token from the Codex.
Forgot about that in my previous math.
And so now, even though life total is at exact parity, it's definitely Patrick's deck that is drawing way better. And I do wonder if we think back to that initial blocking decision for Garret, if he had had the foresight to throw the blue down on blocks. Granted, those are the only 2 blues in his hand, so he's basically saying, I am not going to attack you on my next turn.
It was the combination of that with the Pulse Wave Harpoon.
Yeah.
He made a gamble and he said, look, I can't block this out. I'm not going to use my equipment yet. What I'm going to do instead is try to send a Harpoon, but he got hit with a Harpoon instead, and it tore his hand apart.
And, you know, ultimately he's right. In these situations, as the Marlynn player, you need to be actively disrupting Dash.io. You can't sit on your laurels and block, block, block. That is just not Marlynn's game. The equipment is not there. Teklo Trebuchet 2000 coming in for the second time here for Patrick R. It's only 1 go again on its face, but the build comes at the end. It'll be a +2 buff for whatever comes next.
This card is so frustrating with a Boom Grenade on the field.
Gosh. Exactly why it is so powerful. And Garret looking like he knows what he has to do, but knowing that there's no real way out here.
Yeah, he has to fold it all again. I mean, there's a Cerebellum processor on the board. There's a Boom Grenade, and you're starting the chain with a Teklo Trebuchet. All he has is 4 cards with 3 at the bottom to block with.
Well, this one had 2, so at least he's not losing as much value by sticking this 3 of a kind in front of the Teklo Trebuchet. Fender Bender follows up, beefed up by an additional 2. Basically won't allow Garret to block with armor, not that he has any left. So instead, it's just going to be 2 cards that get in the way. Yet another Fender Bender coming in at the 4 break point, which means that even if Garret has 1 more 3 block, the Boom Grenade is going to leak through and blow up right in Garrett's face.
I was hoping it wouldn't be a 4.
And he gets another counter on that Cerebellum processor.
And there it is, Garret, much like so many people before him, hoping it wouldn't be a 4, but as it is, Patrick is not just doing that. He's adding insult to injury and sneaking through with the gun. 1 more bullet riddled into Garret Johnson's ribcage.
Yeah, and we see another turn with Patrick starting out with that Cerebellum processor still live.
13 plays 6, and yes, that Cerebellum processor, your eyes aren't deceiving you, folks. It did get a steam counter back, and that was because Fast and Furious was boosted away on that last Fender Bender. Talk about insult to injury. Yellow Boom Grenade from hand, while it seems kind of scary, is not the worst thing that could be happening to Garret. You would much rather the Dash.io be playing those from hand rather than top of the deck. Fast and Furious comes out afterwards. This is the last copy, if I'm not mistaken. Gets the +1 buff because Yellow Boom Grenade was cranked before.
So what's Garrett's out here? Is it just block until the dash bricks up?
I don't know.
I think that is honestly. That's it, right?
I mean, you're forced to block out this Boom Grenade one more time because any connection here, even by 1, would then reduce you down to 2, and then Symbiosis Shot cleans things up. So you might as well put those 2 cards in front of Pulse Wave Harpoon even though you're losing a little bit of value.
Blue shard.
Yeah.
Once that yellow boom grenade is gone, like maybe we can talk about not blocking as much, but it will take a stumble from Patrick.
Yeah, no, I think Garrett's just crossing his fingers for an all-blue hand, something with all items, just some form of clunk. It happens in Dash.io. It is a possibility, but the decks these days are consistent. There's a lot of streamlined, a lot of thought, a lot of intention behind these card choices, and Garrett's going to need to get very lucky if he wants Patrick to fail at the monumental level he needs him to.
Yeah, and that is exactly why the game plan into Dash.io, much like it is into other combo decks like Wizards, keep the life total as high as possible so that when they pop off, you can take whatever they dish out and send something back and then start that disruptive train, the tempo rolling into turn cycle to turn cycle over and over again. That's really your only hope.
And look at this, Patrick found a boom grenade on top, cranked it for the action point just because Garret has no cards in hand to block, decides he wants the 2 symbiosis shots.
He's looking for any attack here.
Oh, that's
Cerebellum
true.
Processor still hasn't been activated.
Yeah,
and
and he
it's 0 to
finds it.
60.
There
And
it
that's
is.
it. Boom grenades go off in Garrett's face, and man, it was an explosive start for Patrick R there. The deck could not have lined up better. All those flavors of boom grenade, even in the blue, much like Sam Sutherland at Pro Tour Yokohama, surely paid off there.
The Rainbow Boom.
Rainbow Boom is Patrick R's new nickname.
That's what the R stands for. Rainbow Boom.
Rainbow Boom.
Patrick Rainbow Boom.
Shouldn't it be RBB then?
Yeah, but it isn't.
Okay, cool. Patrick likes to save syllables whenever he can, much like us. No, I'm just kidding. I'm a syllable simp.
Yeah,
I get paid
no.
by the syllable.
That's true. That's what we do. We talk and we talk and we talk until you're sick of us.
100%. And what you're not going to be sick of, though, is the fact that our sponsor, the people putting up the prize pool today, Fabtcg, is now been named the official tournament organizer of U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. We are incredibly excited to hear about this. I personally am, as somebody who is casting the event, because, man, does Travis and team make events run smoothly. I come speaking from personal experience at Calling Columbus. They had an incredible digital voucher transfer system so that you could sell them easily to other people on site. Not saying that's going to be on display at U.S. Nationals, but bottom line, Travis is trying to innovate the way these events run, which makes them the best suited partner to save us from, people that didn't care as much in the past. That's all I'll say.
Catastrophes.
That's fabfoundry.com. You can go to their website now. It's actually a separate website. It's fabfoundryevents.com, where you can purchase early bird packages, which are on sale today, ladies and gentlemen, fresh off the presses. That's fabfoundryevents.com. What do you get for an early bird package, you might ask? Well, it's just a small matter of an extra bronze voucher, which is suitable to redeem for one of our lower tiered side events that happen at LSS official sanctioned events. It's usually around a $20 value, 10-ish if you can find somebody to buy it from you. So don't leave any money on the table. Get to fabfoundryevents.com and get your early bird package for U.S. Nationals today.
Because it will go away at the end of the weekend.
It will go away at the end of the weekend.
Don't sit on it. If you want it, go get it today. Or tomorrow, but don't put it off. Just get it today. Don't be that guy that's running into class in the last minute. Take my paper.
Yeah,
get it today.
They're not going to take it because that Browns voucher will be gone. And we're going to be gone for just a moment before we come back with a winner interview. That is Patrick RBB, Rainbow Boom Grenade himself, is going to be in the booth and flapping his yap about how he secured a victory against Garret Johnson today. All that, and of course, more Flesh and Blood coming up after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with Patrick R. in the booth for a different reason than last month, winning your first round here at AGE Open in April.
Yeah, feels good. Been a tough season for me overall.
Yeah, we were joshing on you a little bit, but you've got another shot at coming back.
Yeah, I mean, my other one started with me two of them started with me 3-0 and then just torpedoing. So hopefully that isn't how this goes. I mean, it'd be great to go 3-0. But yeah, good game. Garrett's a local over at Odyssey Games. So always tough to get paired in your locals round one. But great guy, so I knew it'd be a good game, even if I didn't run hot, which I definitely did.
Garrett's actually my current rival in the game of Flesh and Blood. I've been playing Puffin, and every time I sit in front of him, he's on Slippy. And I think he's won 3 games now, and I've won 0. So I have to beat him.
I thought it was because of the hair color match, maybe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be, like, nicest guy in the room. Huge rivalry between me and him.
He's a sweetheart, yeah. So it's tough to, look, you know, you'd rather find your boom grenades against your enemies than the sweethearts, but I'll take it either way.
Definitely. Well, can you talk to us a little bit about your choice to bring the deck and if how you built it up?
Yeah, I think, so my 2 favorite decks are traditionally Dio and Fang. I think Fang's in a tough spot meta-wise. Oscilio is a brutal matchup. Mario's not a great matchup. You're really just hoping to see Gravy Bones amongst the top decks. That's sort of how I felt. I almost played Fang anyway, but I think this meta specifically is maybe a little bit more difficult. You know, that being said, there are a lot of Victor, you know, people who love Victor in this scene, so I felt some trepidation about playing Dio, but you know, at the end of the day, the season hasn't been going well for me, so I just thought I'm going to go out there and try to play the deck that is most fun for me right now, which is currently Dio, and I'm on the Sam Sutherland sort of BIOS update build, which Sam was just doing really well, and I think was near the top, didn't top 8, but near the top at Yokohama.
Did we see if he faced any Victors and how those matches went?
Not in Yokohama.
Okay.
He definitely was on stream at the calling that was before Yokohama.
I think he took one down, which I remember talking to you about and being like, look, he can win.
Totally.
Dio can win.
Yeah, it's definitely not hopeless.
Yeah.
I just think Victor is...
it's tough.
Against, the ability to block 4 and draw a card is just insane, as you know, because you've destroyed me on Victor.
I've been destroying you on Victor. That's why you're not my rival.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it was mostly just a fun choice for me, and it's not like Dio is poorly situated, all the Victors in the rooms aside.
Yeah. You know, I'm kind of curious because you have been a Fang enjoyer for a long time, and we now have some spoilers coming out of Mastery Pack Warrior. I think Fang is maybe the most forgotten about Warrior. At least in my own mind, I was thinking about, oh, Dorinthea's coming up, Bolton's coming up, Olympia's coming up. I sort of forgot to think about Fang. Do you think that this will affect Fang?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to... I don't think... So before the Mastery Pack Guardian spoilers, we had the Hala Armory deck.
Yeah.
I don't think there was anything for Fang in there. You could talk me into it.
So the flurry tokens aren't really like something he cares that much about?
I think in a box, I think the ones that are potentially the best are specify that it has to be a sword as opposed to a dagger, so they won't work for Fang.
Interesting.
Mastery Pack Warrior, I have some cautious optimism about. I know a lot of local Guardian mains who weren't pleased about the development of Mastery Pack Guardian.
Yeah,
so
I think Jarl didn't get very much. In general, there were a few cards. You know, we saw Fault Line come in. But that being said, I think we're already seeing, at the very least, a completely new archetype for Olympia. So that's a huge, huge difference compared to Mastery Pack Guardian.
Yeah.
Although they did come out with a new class for Sage, which was pretty cool. And that one's doing well. Bravo Flattering Showman, of course, is who I'm referring to. Not a new class, excuse me. A new hero.
I was like, oh, dang, I missed that.
Yeah, Guardian 2, no.
Fatigue Guardian, I guess.
Yeah, new archetype. They can block again. Cool.
Yeah, so I got the sense looking at them. I do think there's going to be some really powerful stuff to push Dorinthea over. I mean, I think the Hala stuff's going to push Dorinthea over the edge, and was, I think, careening towards being the first warrior to Living Legend.
Yeah.
But Kasai is also already in a good spot, so it does feel. I had to guess. I would guess those 2 decks are going to get significant buffs. Olympia will become a deck, as you suggested, a fun deck too. Fun fatigue, but and that Fang and Bolton will largely be ignored. That's going to be my prediction.
The problem is when you're introducing a class archetype on a hero that needs talent cards, they don't usually get to eat as much. They're not invited to the table, so to say. with the need to have, say, draconic attack actions. You can't
Right.
really fit that into a mastery pack.
For Fang, you might wait until whatever brings Dromai back that we're being promised next year. So I'll be there. But I'm also just really excited about the set we've got coming up. Omens.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I've said before on stream that really into Ziggy. I'm one of the group, the many that are going to be.
No, I think
finding
people are really cooking, and the people who like Illusionist are very excited, and the people who hate Illusionist are getting prepared, emotionally preparing themselves for another meta. But of course, we have to wait and see. I know that in the past, yes, Illusionist has had a reputation for being very strong, but also Illusionist has had a reputation for taking some time to figure out at the very least. So we'll have to see out the gates if Ziggy really is what people think he's going to be.
Yeah, and the Illusionists all play a little differently. I think it's probably a good idea that they. I mean, obviously we haven't seen all the cards, but
Yeah.
it's probably a good idea they banned Channel Lightning Valley because it seemed like Ziggy was going to be able to do some abusable stuff.
Yeah.
I don't want to be guilty of what a teammate Evan Bridges does, where he commits fully to a deck during spoiler
He did
season.
that with Marlyn.
He did
and
that
then
with
just
Marlyn?
completely abandoned it.
He's done it. He did it with original Arachne. He's done
Yeah.
it with Teklo, but he came back. He's great with Teklo
Yeah,
now.
he's doing great.
He's probably playing Teklo today. But I don't want to do the thing where I commit and then I wean because the deck isn't good enough. I think I'm just going to give Ziggy a try regardless, just because it seems different than my usual playstyle. I think so.
Yeah,
Excited for that.
that's fun. I have a similar feeling, and I think if Oscilio wasn't coming out with that defensive-looking style, this would be the first Illusionist I would play.
Yeah.
But Oscilio looks like he's going to scratch the itch that I've been wanting to scratch for a long time in this game, which is like a mid-range control wizard, a wizard that plays like a guardian.
Yeah.
So
And I definitely understand the sort of trepidation people might have about this being a set focused around 3 classes that people have a lot of are very polarized about how they feel about, and I'm totally with that. But I think I'm just too into the lightning talent sort of.
yeah, no, I'm very excited about it. I have no trepidation whatsoever. I love all 3 classes, and I may be an outlier, but I even like Illusionist. I think it's so cool to fill your board up with stuff, and when there are strategies that can contend with it, it's very cool. I think maybe one of the things that was difficult was having a lack of interaction. So my hope is that LSS continues to print interaction, and that way we can have fun interactive games with Illusionist where they fill the board up and then we knock it down. We just have to be able to knock the board down,
Yeah, absolutely. And all of our excitement, this isn't an LSS stream. This is independent, so you can't accuse us of being shills.
That's true. That's true. We could be very upset here if we wanted to be, but no, I'm very excited.
Yeah. And just quickly, last thing about the game that I was just playing there against Garret. I thought he had a really interesting Marlyn build.
Right,
I've
yeah,
seen
he
some
had
pieces
that headpiece.
I had to read a bunch of cards on stream.
Yeah.
And I think Marlyn is a really exciting hero, and I'm waiting for. I mean, it's sort of cool that Teklo has sort of rising, at least locally, and then Marlyn just hard counters Teklo.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping, there's in addition to Garret, I'm expecting at least 2 other Marlyns in the room. So I'm hoping, besides myself, who I always hope to as well, I'm hoping one of them is able to sneak into the top 8 today.
Yeah, that'd be very cool. And the thing that right now, this feels like the era of build diversity in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Not only are we seeing hero diversity, but we're seeing Teklo boosting. We're seeing Marlyn show up with 3 different headpieces. I saw a new Horizon build earlier, not today, but at a different tournament. Obviously, we've got the Crown of Dominion version. We're just seeing so many different ways to play all of these heroes on top of a diverse field. It's a very exciting time to watch and engage with competitive Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, and I think Classic Constructor, we've been in this meta for a long time. Hello will be the first shakeup we've really had, besides these sort of bannings that have been occasional. And so I think some folks maybe you can view that as a stagnation, or you could view that it is so wide open, it feels like. And I think that is sort of a good breeding ground for people to come up with different ways of attacking the meta, including that one where I was not sure what. I mean, I think there was an opportunity, you and I were talking before this, for Garret to have played a little bit more optimally with the trench to get a blue in graveyard sooner. That's not a line I'm even thinking of because I'm not used to playing against trench Marlynn. So it's just, you definitely can exploit the sort of ignorance factor on the other side.
Yep. But if you're going to play it, you also got to know the lines yourself. And whether he thought of it or not, it might have been a decision. It might have been a mistake. But either way, it is in the past, and we will be looking towards round 2 very soon. So thank you for joining me here. And we're going to take a little break as we get round 2 queued up for you coming up next.
It was a double rainbow in the first round, not of refracted light, but instead of explosive boom grenades. Patrick R takes that one down in the face of rolling disruption from Garret Johnson. But now we proceed into round 2, which, Michael, lock in, buddy, because it is going to be a screamer. Not very quickly, mind you, because we have a Super Slam reviled, revered brute off. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 2 X and O brutes of very off-kilter flavor. It's John Kim on Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster versus, of course, Steven Suh on KO, underhanded cheat. Do you have any idea who's going to win this one, Michael?
I actually want to give it to Tuffnut.
Yeah?
Yeah. Very badly. That's who I want to win. No, I've been watching some Tuffnut gameplay, YouTube content creators, and he's looking pretty good in the mid-range slot, which is exactly the place that KO Underhanded Cheat likes to play. They're both very good at mid-range, though, so it's definitely going to come down to the wire, I think. But they're both well positioned, and you gotta believe the Revered is gonna take it in the end.
And honestly, it's weird because they have parallel game plans,
Yeah.
right? If
Cheering
Tuffnut
and
is
booing.
lower in life, then he gets his cheers. If KO is over in life, he gets his boos.
Yeah.
And then vice versa, if Tuffnut is ahead, all of a sudden the dynamic is completely messed up. So
Yeah.
really interested to see all of the intricacies of this particular matchup, because this is not one I have seen on stream.
Yeah,
as
I don't
of
think
yet.
I've seen this exact matchup yet in Classic Constructed.
It is getting spicy, ladies and gentlemen, and we're also going to get these standings spiced up by the end of this day. It's a really exciting time at the AG Open Series. We do like to plan one of these events in the midst of a big Tier 4 because, for example, we've got, I believe it is 6 of our top 16 over in Yokohama right now, which means that a lot of our hometown heroes, the people that we love to see at locals, get the chance to rise to the top and catapult themselves into this top 16 leaderboard, one of which is on the board already. Steven Suh will be in our feature match, and he's got 21 points at the 12th seed.
Yeah, this is a big tournament for him, seeing that Luke is out, Colin is out, Moises, Anthony.
Moises is here, but Anthony is out.
Excuse me. Didn't see him yet.
Bottom line, when the killers are away, the hometown heroes shall play. And play they shall for your entertainment. And here we go down to the match floor because, as I mentioned before, John Kim 1-0 on Tuffnut, Bumbling Hulkster. Steven Suh coming in trying to eat his lunch with a fearsome grimace.
And only one arm.
One arm indeed.
It's going to be eating sloppy.
And I do love the fact that ultimately, the flavor of these heroes is alive. I don't think there's a single person sitting at home that is cheering for KO in this matchup. Everybody wants Tuffnut to win, myself included, and it's not because Steven's a bad guy. Ultimately, he is a paragon of the community. He is a store owner, Turn Zero Games, which you have probably seen on a lot of players' sleeves throughout AG events abound, is owned by Steven Suh, and he does really well for us when it comes to prize support and all that kind of stuff.
That's really awesome.
In this case, he's coming in hot with a swing big. And also, have to mention in the weapon slot for Steven is a Savage Claw, KO Underhanded Cheat's signature weapon, but not his preferred one. Ultimately, he would much rather be sporting a Mandible Claw, but is just unable to do so anymore.
This is a really interesting way to start the game. I'm a little curious as to the reasoning giving up that Quicken token for what is effectively no damage to start things out.
It does require, it seems, though, John Kim to block with his scab skin leathers, though. So a little bit of equity bought for Steven Suh. Unfortunately, John draws up a thick hide hunter, which is exactly why these gentlemen are laughing. When John blocks with it, would be forced to discard a card. So decides to just clear the hand out instead. And yeah, just make sure he doesn't have to do that, which is curious.
Did he need
At
the
that point,
skins?
yeah, why would he have to block with the scab skins?
I'm not entirely sure.
Curious indeed.
Huh. Already off to a curious start.
Indeed. Agility token generated, though, so John Kim will be able to go too wide. If he can find the resources, Tuffnut, of course, will be allowed to kind of circumvent his low intellect, his low IQ scores, by activating himself, pitching off the top of the deck, and if he hits a 6 power or greater card, then the crowd will also cheer him and generate a toughness token.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a wild ride first for John Kim. Draw a card and discard a card. Agility token basically donated to charity here if John Kim is able to hit a 6 power. In this case, it is yet another thick hide hunter. Wild Ride will gain go again, but no might token. KO is not in the format anymore.
No might, but the good old-fashioned double go again, going real fast in that Wild Ride.
Now, I think the way John would really like to follow up this Wild Ride is with an activation of Rock. It is a 7-power weapon that only costs 3. Bonkers numbers in Flesh and Blood, but the caveat is that you cannot have any cards in hand when you activate it. And of course, the order of things in Flesh and Blood is activate or play your card, then pay cost, which means that if you have a card in hand, say a blue that you would like to pay for Rock, it just doesn't work, which is why it's found at home in Tuffnut. He can pitch resources off the top of the deck. But in this case, John is able to circumvent that because he activates Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex first, and here comes Rock out of seemingly nowhere. 8 unpreventable damage.
Yeah, and this is the kind of more aggressively slanted Tuffnut that I have seen being played recently. One of the difficult things about this deck is converting full hands, so you really need to have a lot of go again in order to not get stuck if your opponent just decides to block and pass.
So for now, it's 40 plays 40. Neither player has the edge in the life gain or detriment race. In this case, Steven is blocking with Apex Bonebreaker and Swing Big. Going to generate a Might token on defense here, because Apex Bonebreaker did defend with a card with 6 or more power. Let's hope that Steven remembers that trigger. I'm not seeing a Might token generated yet. Steven also has a copy of Pummel here. Not quite the requisite number of resources, which is exactly why he's posturing it into the arsenal, because Fiandel Spring Tunic is about to be up, which means a 2-cost attack plus the Fiandel Spring Tunic and a blue equals a really nasty pummel play.
I just want to go back to that block with the scab skins. In hindsight, I think he was playing around pummel because I can't think of any other reason to do that play.
Especially with a thick hide hunter there,
Yeah.
he figures he might as well play around the pummel. John Kim going for that soul read, just 1 turn cycle too early.
Yeah.
Unexpected backhand gets in the way. Does convert that toughness token into an extra point of block, so only 2 damage finds home. John now down to 38. Both players still at life parity. Neither can get a cheer or a boo, unless, of course, Tuffnut is activated here, finds a 6-power attack, finds Tough Smash Up in this case in the yellow, and is then able to get the cheer, a toughness token, and also send Steven packing. There's the pummel laid bare for all to see.
No roll of the scab skins here, so had the wouldn't have had the resources to send Rock regardless. So,
and a curious thing about Tuffnut, Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex is activatable in a lot of situations where other brutes are unable to, because Tuffnut can pitch cards off the top of the deck without paying costs. Oftentimes when he's going 1 chain link wide, he can still leverage that powerful arm piece. So
Yeah,
send packing coming in for 7 here, forcing Steven to block with that last piece of defense on Apex Bonebreaker.
yeah, that card is an all-star in Tuffnut. I've seen some KO underhanded sheets bring it, but recently it seems like the meta is that Bonebreaker.
Oh my goodness, it's another thick hide hunter when Steven is presenting the pummel here completely face up because John now knows about it.
Yeah, he can just overblock this if he wants to.
He would be blocking ultimately for 12, which would completely block out the pummel and prevent Steven from deploying it in the first place, which is also not a situation you want to be in anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, it'd be 13 with that toughness token.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable way to play this, fold the hand. You could still even hit a blue off the top and swing
send rock,
rock.
yeah.
Or even a yellow. He's got the tunic counter coming up.
Very
so
good point, Michael.
The one thing I will say is there may be a world where you actually want to leave a little bit of leak just to get the pummel out of the hand. But no, John Kim decides to fold the whole hand, say you can arsenal that one for later.
You got all 3 of them already.
And Steven does point out all 3 thick-hide hunters are gone, which is a true thing. John Kim checks his graveyard just in case.
Are you sure? Oh, yeah, look at that.
So no discard off of the thick-hide hunter. Fyendal Spring Tunic ticks up, and
No activation?
John is not going for the
Did he-
Tuffnut active. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold
Yep.
on.
John says, take a breath. I got to figure this out. Tough
Yeah.
smash up goes into the pitch zone, plus Fyendal Spring Tunic equals a toughness token, but more importantly, a swing of rock coming in now for 7. Once again, unpreventable. Just a huge one-card play that is accessible pretty much only to Tuffnut.
Yeah, this is the reason Tuffnut likes folding the hand right here.
And so here it is, a pummel in Arsenal, and then another one found in hand for Steven Suh. But in this case, blocks out this rock perfectly with a Fiddler's Green, another pummel, and a Fate Foreseen. So not only is no damage conveyed here, it's going to be 3 life gain for Steven Suh when the combat chain closes. Oh, make that 6 because I've got a Sigil of Solace as well. So all of a sudden, boos and cheers are turned on very equilaterally for both of these players.
And importantly, we are no longer at life parity. That's what you just said.
We're pretty far from it. But you said it in different words, and that is also important, Michael.
Ooh.
Buck Wild out of the hand for John Kim with 2 resources left over. So after a Tuffnut activation, he's probably not only going to be able to swing rock, but also activate Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex.
Yeah, those gloves just getting so much value. Smooths out the pitch curve so well. It gives you the pitch outlet you need to get a card out of your hand if you're stuck with one to play the rock. Just an all-star.
Because one of the rubs for Tuffnut ultimately, especially in contrast to KO Armed and Dangerous, is that you don't have the deck fixing ability that KO just had stapled onto his hero. Instead, you have to rely on a lot more yellows to find your 6s ultimately. And so things like Fyendal Spring Tunic and also Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex just allow you to eke out extra bits of value here and there. And look at this, a perfectly pitched out hand and a rock for 8.
Yeah. I think this is what I'll call a 4-card 8 plus 6, right? So we're looking at 14. Really clean. And the most important thing, look at how many cards are going back into deck.
And you can see exactly why, even though Tuffnut has 3 intellect, he often, as long as you build your deck right, plays like a 4 intellect hero.
Yeah. KO Underhanded Cheat is really good at fatiguing other heroes. It's one of his main game plans, fatigue through damage. I think Tuffnut does that better. I think the weapon is just so much value, deck damage value throughout the game.
It will be curious to see here. John baits out the block of Scowling Fleshbag. So even though John has been going 2 chain links wide several times this game, Steven is not going to be able to stuff one of those turns later on. And that's probably because John has been just so good at clearing out his entire 3-card hand to do it.
Yeah, Steven missing that window, maybe would have rather seen that on the go again attack earlier, but either way, using that to make sure he stays at 39.
So that this Mocking Blow will generate a boo on play. So now Mocking Blow comes in for a whopping 5, and if Steven is holding back a blue, that plus Fyendal Spring Tunic means an activation of KO Underhanded Cheat, pushing this one all the way up to, that's going to be an additional 5, 10.
Yeah.
Also the small matter of a Vigor token for later. A Scowling Fleshbag activation here, but the KO Underhanded Cheat ability is instant speed. So ultimately, yeah, John eating his words a little bit there.
I've done that before. Not on Tuffnut, but I've tried to get it out of hand through some other tricky effects, and no, you can just respond.
Exactly. It's a shake of the head for John because that was definitely a misplay in this situation, but a valuable lesson has been learned.
Silver Lining, he is behind, and he is revered, and we are cheering for him now as the underdog in this spot.
The underdog swinging yet another Buck Wild, posturing the exact same play as last time. This Buck Wild, however, is in the red variety, so it's going to be 7 likely into 8. Whopping 15 damage out of this realistically 4-card hand.
Yeah, no, it's important to not discount the fact that the Tuffnut ability is effectively a card, so when we're doing our math, he's not coming out here doing 3-card 16s all the time. It's really 4 cards, but it's still 4-card 16 consistently is really good.
Especially when you add in the extra value if John is to decide to block. Those toughness tokens haven't really been paying dividends up until this point, but there's a world where that incremental value just climbs and climbs, and just like Valiant Dynamos before it, steals a game by inches at a time.
Yeah, the recursive value of that toughness token, being able to stop breakpoints and just ultimately giving you more value on defense.
1 damage leaks through on that Buck Wild, and yet again, Tuffnut finds a yellow 6 on the top. So these 4 resources get sunk into Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex and Rock. Steven saying, send me the bill, down to life parity once again. Cheers and boos are off. And I think that definitely favors Tuffnut.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, I'm sure that John is sporting several copies of Jaws of Victory and other attacks that care about cheering. But in this case, it's definitely Steven who needs the booze more because he can't just get it on his hero ability.
Yeah, the cheers really just come from that pitching of a 6 power, so not as important. Oh, do we know the pummels in Arsenal still?
We do because, yeah, Steven never deployed it.
Yeah. With the Vigor token here, doesn't even need that tunic. So John Kim staring down the barrel of exactly the CNC pummel.
And, you know, you could always just block out again. In this case, I do think I see 3 blocks, one of which will be converted to 4 by the toughness token.
Yeah, the Buck Wild's a 2 block.
So ultimately it is 10 on what would be 10. So yes, you could do a full block, but in that case, no, the pummel wouldn't be played, and Steven would just roll it into another turn. John says it's time to just pay the piper, take the 10 damage, go down to 20, and discard a pack call. Once again, not getting value on that toughness token.
Yeah, I like the play here because he's on Tunic. It allows him to hit either a red or a yellow. Doesn't need that last card in hand, and he can still do the infamous 7 into 7 or 8 if it's a blue.
Gosh, he's just been doing it turn cycle after turn cycle, but Steven, in his own right, that extra intellect has allowed him to constantly do this 2-card block, 2-card play. In this case, he is definitely in an off turn. He hasn't had the opportunity to set up. His tunic is not nearly powered up enough, but last time this was the case, we saw Steven do exactly this, block with a Fiddler's Green and then play a Sigil of Solace. So the dirtiest things that players can do in Flesh and Blood aren't just on offense. Sometimes it's defense, and in this case, Steven blocks out that Buck Wild entirely and now has to face Rock only for 7 this time. Shelter from the Storm gets in the way, and 3 damage comes through, but the 3 life gain from Fiddler's Green leaves Steven exactly where he started.
Looks like John Kim may have forgotten the toughness. We'll see if that's something that...
I don't think it's going to be relevant here because Steven is simply going to be drawing up and passing.
You saw he touched it, decided, you know, whoops, missed trigger, and they move on.
And no love lost between these players as well. John realized that he forgot to take up his tunic, and Steven said, go right ahead. Scabskin Leather's roll here, the first of potentially many for John Kim, doesn't go his way. Oh, it's a 1 rolled, so he must just Arsenal and pass, which maybe is okay, but I don't like any of these cards for the Arsenal for John Kim.
Yeah. It's not uncommon for Tuffnut to just not Arsenal a card. It's probably...
Oh, wait, never mind. That was no hero left behind.
Oh.
That's an ambush card.
Yeah, that's really good for the Arsenal.
Never mind. We are A-okay, ladies and gentlemen.
I actually really like the timing on that Scabskins roll. He had a lot of things he could do, even if he hit the 1. Really unfortunate he didn't want to, but you know, as far as the detriment of hitting the 1 goes, he had things that he could do there.
I hate giving my hand because I know this is going to go to fatigue.
John says, I hate giving my hand because I know this is going to go to fatigue. Steven, in this case, first we have to clash for no hero. Wait, is it left behind? No. Stands alone. No hero stands alone here. Going to force a clash on victory, which John finds. He will reduce the block value of a card on the combat chain. One of those cards that can be so good, but can also be so bad if you lose that clash.
Yeah. In this case, he won it, right? So increased his own block value.
Exactly right. So it's an entire hand folded for John, which does leave him behind in the deck damage race. Vigor token pops for him here. 1 resource floating. Plus, yes, crowd favorite equals a toughness token and another swing of rock for 7.
So efficient.
And you know, even though John has folded a couple hands here, the offensive value that he's getting is almost entirely from the weapon. So I would still put, ultimately, the race in John Kim's favor as long as both these players presented a similar amount of cards.
I completely agree with that take. I'm really curious to see how the game wraps up, though. I mean, if it really does go to fatigue, as John Kim is predicting, seeing 2 decks that are really well postured to play that game plan going head to head, it'll be interesting to see which one takes it in the end.
And it's an ambush that Steven walks into here. No hero stands alone, plus tough smash up. John deciding which of these clashes he wants to resolve first. There is, of course, a toughness token to deal with. Pat Call does beat Ripple away. So another toughness token generated for next turn. One of them tapped here to show that it is relevant. So tough smash up, getting that extra beef from toughness token. So blocking 4 plus, it's just 3 ultimately for no hero stands alone, right? Or is it ultimately 6?
Yeah, what happens if
No,
you,
it's
if
6
you win?
because
Yeah, I think
it has a standard. It has a standard 2 actually. Can we pull that up, Justin? No hero stands alone. I just want to take a look at that
we got to
card
read
real
this.
quick.
It's not a common one that I see in the booth.
No, indeed. It is 0.
Okay.
So, it's that
It
a
gives
card gets
-3.
-3.
I see. Okay, so effectively blocks 6.
But no, it's also at 3 because
Yes.
John has controlled the toughness token. So a massive block
Yeah.
and defense swing on no hero stands alone. And now John, doing his bread and butter play, finds that pack call, which he knew was there thanks to the clashes. And Wild Ride coming in for 6, go again. And after a Tuffnut activation, John could even be swinging in for 8 if he wants to cash in the Fiendel Spring Tunic as well.
Gosh, and he just blocked out what was effectively a 5-card hand, took no damage, and is sending back 13, possibly even more, depending on the hit off the top.
Even the dummies in Flesh and Blood do really cool things from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
Dummies but lovelies. I am a Tuffnut enjoyer as much as any of them. Activation of Tuffnut finds a blue in this case. Doesn't even need to use the Fiendel Spring Tunic in order to get value on Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex. So it's a close of the combat chain, an extra point of value on Rock, and here it comes. 8 big ones. Steven only putting 3, never mind 7, in the mix. No sync on that sync below. 29 now is where Steven remains. Vigor token is popping here at the beginning of his turn. Still 9 life points separate these 2 players, but the incidental life gain is running out. John Kim knows that this game is going long and finds himself his first copy of Remembrance. But Steven is on the affirmative here. Big bully out on the combat chain. Looks like it's going to be buying 2 cards from John Kim here.
I'm really curious to see what he decides to try to get back into his deck with that Remembrance. I don't know that he'll play it. Probably wants to pitch it this turn.
Maybe it's no hero stands alone, ultimately? Oh, I love this, though.
Yeah.
It's an activation of Tuffnut. Finds Tough Smash Up. No, it's not a 6, but it is 3 resources with which to send Rock. Now John can clear out his hand and make it so that Rock is activatable. Oh, Song of Sinew is in the graveyard. That is definitely a good pickup here.
So just trying to find his best offensive pieces, and Song of Sinew, Buck Wild, and then a blue 6 to go along with it. One of the most valuable pitch cards, just to keep the ratios even, is what I would imagine.
Yeah, Wrecker Rump, definitely not a card that you want to be attacking with because it does require you to discard a random card out of your hand as an additional cost. So it's not even like you can clear out your hand and then send it for 6. It is a requirement. And Tuffnut just doesn't get anything incidental, no value out of discarding cards, usually unless it's something like a Wild Ride. And here comes Rock. Like it has so many times before, 4-7. Can't be beefed up to 8 by the Fiendel Spring Tunic, no, because Tough Smash Up is the card in the pitch zone, and it's only 5 power.
You know, I really like to imagine Tuffnut actually wielding this weapon, just visualize in my mind what it looks like to see him go on a tear on the battlefield, holding both of those handles and just smashing people with it. Such a cool looking weapon.
Dude, honestly, it is a surprise to me that Tuffnut can't wield this with one hand.
You know,
look at that guy.
I'm sure he has a few moments where he lets it go like a fridge door and he just slams someone in the head and then catches it again.
And still with a smile on his face, too.
Of course. Yeah, he's out there loving it. He doesn't have the intelligence to understand what's going on.
I think Tuffnut is an HR nightmare, ultimately, because he does a lot of off-color things, but he just doesn't understand. So what are you going to say to the guy?
We love him.
Yeah,
he's a
everybody loves
Hulkster.
him. And a brand new card in the hand for John Kim from Compendium of Wraith that seems so at home in Tuffnut. But first, Steven gets his say. Ultimately, Insult to Injury coming in here. One of those brand new cards from Compendium of Wraith. Blocked out by Battlefront Bastion. 1 prevention floating. The follow-up is Rowdy Locals. Of course, Insult to Injury had Go Again because Steven has more life than his opponent. And it is No Hero Stands Alone plus Rockyard Rumble. Clash won by John Kim. Power reduced on Rowdy Locals, so Steven doesn't even have the opportunity to discard a card here. Not that he would want to, because John cleared his own out.
Yeah, and it looks like John has really stabilized the game. Took a little bit of an unfortunate hit from that CNC pummel, not realizing the Scowling Flesh Bag could be responded to. But since then, he's only lost 1 life to Steven's 4, and it also seems like he's had the tempo, which is so important when you are playing to fatigue, being able to swing rock every single turn.
And you see how clean John's deck is built. I mean, pretty much every time he is activating Tuffnut, he already knows the card on top based on the clashes that came before. And honestly, even if he was doing it randomly, he could feel pretty confident about swinging rock because there's just not that many misses.
Yeah, I haven't really been tracking so far, but I think it's only been Buck Wild and then...
Wild Ride.
Oh, no, so then there's Wild Ride and then the it gains Go Again if you've been cheered. Which is that?
Jaws of Victory.
Jaws of Victory.
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay. So
honestly, I would think that's one of the red threads.
Right, but it could be. You know, the more consistent your deck plays, the better you feel. The more reds you have, you really can miss, and a miss hurts so much in this deck. So there's an argument. As a Victor player, I know all about these ratios, how important it is to minimize your misses. And unlike Victor, Tuffnut can't go again if he hits that miss. You got to live with it.
5 on 7 are the blocks for Steven Suh, so 2 damage leaks over. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. 2 cards out of deck for none for John Kim. So I really think that Tuffnut is ahead in the deck damage race. This is probably Steven's game to close out. And part of that strategy is definitely going to be resolving every single one of his pummels when they rear their head. Already had to block with 1. It's a clash here, and there it is, Jaws of Victory on top of the deck. It's a win for John Kim here. Does want to put that Jaws of Victory on the bottom of the deck, though. Another really powerful part of Vigorous Smash Up in the way that John has built this 80. Ultimately, if he puts Jaws of Victory on the bottom of the deck, he can almost ensure that Rock is going to be swingable.
Yeah, he just saved himself a potential 7 value, although he's thinking about, he has the Vigor, so maybe he just keeps it on top anyway. If that's a blue or a yellow in hand, he's fine. He can activate the...
Could be thinking that the guaranteed toughness generation is more valuable. Because ultimately, the card goes to the bottom of the deck either way.
Right.
Whether he activates Tuffnut with it.
It's just whether he wants to guarantee that 6, as you mentioned. And it looks like he does want to do that. There are some non-attack actions or really anything that says less than 6 on it that wouldn't fulfill that. So has the resources in hand, has the resources to deal with it as is. So just goes ahead and... Ooh, Scabskin.
It is a Scabskin Leathers roll. This time paying dividends for John Kim. 2 action points generated here and 1 resource. So it's an activation of Tuffnut going up to 2 resources. Now 3 total if you count the Fiendal Spring Tunic. It's a Crowd Goes Wild.
Oh. If you've been cheered, it costs 3 less.
Okay,
so
and there you
instead of
go.
a rock, he just sends his attack.
Well, he sends his attack and then sends rock, thanks to the fact that he rolled a 4 on that Scabskin.
Wow, that was a big roll for him.
John definitely going for the maximum that he could on that turn cycle.
Now, this one we can legitimately call a 2-card 13. Wow. And
really,
let's
huge.
throw the toughness in there and just bring it up to 14.
Why not?
Huge value.
All facilitated by the vigorous smash up on the previous turn cycle. Otherwise, the requisite resources are not there. Granted, John could have cycled away that Jaws of Victory and gone for something a little bit higher in terms of resources, but this makes a lot of sense. He didn't want to get rid of the 6 on top because he needed to be cheered in order for Crowd Goes Wild to cost 0.
I don't think I've ever seen a situation where Tuffnut is like happy to see the red on top. Usually that ends the turn on the spot. This facilitated everything.
And granted, he's not happy. He would much rather not be cashing in the
I
tunic.
think he's pretty happy.
But
He lost 1 value on the
yeah.
gauntlets, and that's it.
And ultimately, his tunic has been sitting at 3 energy counters for a
that's
long
what it's
time.
here for.
And here comes Rock.
Yeesh.
2 card 13, baby, looking really nasty. And also buying John a lot closer to eclipsing Steven Suh in life. 19 plays 21 now. Steven clapping back with a looking for a scrap paid for by Fiendal's Spring Tunic, exactly the way KO wants to draw it up. And it is a insult to injury sent to the banished zone in order to pay for the additional cost of looking for a scrap. 5 go again on the combat chain now.
Steven Suh still has that life lead, importantly, something that he has been holding on to for the majority of this game. Very important for KO Underhanded Cheat to have that in order to keep up the value pace with a deck like Tuffnut.
Does have the life lead for now, but ultimately, John does have 4 block left in the equipment if he ever needs it. So effectively, 1 life point ahead, if you think about it that way. It's another vigorous smash up, blocking this looking for a scrap. With the toughness token, only 1 damage going to leak through. No attack found for John Kim, but same goes for Steven. It's the the second copy of Sigil of Solace on top of his. John sends his to the bottom, wants to find something that'll generate a toughness token in conjunction with Rock here. 1 damage does leak through. Down to 18 goes John Kim, taking his first life loss in a while. Yet another clash going to be happening here. Unexpected backhand plus tough smash up are the blocks. Finally, John finds the 6 on top of the deck. The problem, though...
It's a yellow.
It's a yellow.
Oh, he got a
put it
toughness.
to the bottom.
It wasn't a vigor from that one, excuse me.
Exactly, yeah.
So that's a big deal.
So gonna have to go fishing, needs to find the blue. No, it's Jaws of Victory, so toughness token generated, but this is the first time John is forced to pass, and this all comes back to not having Fiendal's Spring Tunic up.
Yeah, if he had that, he would be able to send the yellow, rather keep the yellow on top.
But these 4 cards in the hand of Steven Suh is forcing his first scab skin leathers of the game, and it's a 1! 2 1s have been rolled, 1 by the revered, 1 by the reviled, but Steven still has a play. Sigil of Solace brings him up to 24 life points to John Kim's 18. It's just an arsenal and pass. Can John capitalize?
Steven Suh, such a nice guy, says, wow, you missed your turn. I think I'll do the same.
And there is a little bit of extra juice in John's hand. There's a non-attack action that can juice this turn. Rip off the top. He's going to pitch a card off the top of the deck. But nevertheless, John is rolling scab skins. It's a 5. 2 action points. And no waiting for John Kim. Going to be a heck of a lot of damage coming out this turn, at least for a mid-range hero. Rip off the top, still going to be deployed here, pitching a blue. Another card pitched off the top randomly. It's going to be either a blue or a yellow here.
The Scabskins rolling is starting to get exciting.
Yes, indeed. And that's just the way it goes ultimately. When you got 2 mid-range Titans going up against each other. Hulk up in doubles now. In the pitch zone here, 6 resources floating for John. 8 resources floating for John Kim.
What's he going to do with 8 resources?
He's going to send Battlefront Bastion into Rock, baby.
And he didn't hit. Oh, he did? Sorry, did he hit? Does he get in the +3 here?
Yeah, Hulk up. Hulk up is a 6.
The
rub on it is that a 4 cost 6, which has its cost reduced if you've been cheered.
Something that was traditionally reserved only for Guardians now here, available in the revered talent as well.
It's an activation of Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex for this Battlefront Bastion, which is an interesting choice here. I do wonder if John wants to... It's better to wait for the Rock, because at least if Steven is packing prevention effects, you circumvent that a little bit better. Maybe it's a moot point, because Steven could always just deploy it here.
I think the double break point is just a little bit
Okay,
cleaner.
fair enough. Because Rip Off the Top is going to give +2, if I'm not mistaken, to this Battlefront Bastion.
Oh, steals the toughness.
So now up to 8. Toughness stolen, but not going to be activated until John's next turn. Fate Foreseen blocks out what it can on Rock. 3 damage leaks through. Down to 20 goes Steven Suh. And John Kim, every time Steven is able to buy a little bit of extra life from something like a Sigil of Solace or Fiddler's Green, Rock rips it away.
John Kim doing his best Eugene C impression. I got to imagine they're rolling similar on those scabs.
For the first time this game, Toughness token pops for Steven Suh on John's turn, and it's a Song of Sinew in the hand. One of those all-important turn extenders, ultimately, for John Kim, and it is 1, 2, 3 6s found on top of the deck, so +3 for the next attack this turn.
It's a very good hit.
And folks, that is any attack. Doesn't even need to be Brute. Doesn't need to be an attack action card. So Song of Sinew showing exactly why it is a Tuffnut card first and foremost.
And really importantly, he gets to reorder the top of his deck, so he knows exactly what he's going to hit off of that Tuffnut activation.
Huge here. Does have to plan for his next turn. And honestly, Wild Ride and Rip Off the Top are not really cards, I think, that play too nicely together. Yes, it's extra offensive overlap for John Kim, but ultimately, I think you want to see them kind of one after another. I could be wrong based on what comes next, but for now, with an activation of Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex after Pack Call is the pitch off the top of the deck. Crowd Goes Wild is the additional card to pay for Send Packing. And it looks like it's Reckless Arithmetic in the arsenal for Steven Suh. Really huge here.
Coming in for 10, that's a rough break point. He's asking for the entire hand or the Tunic. No, he has the toughness, so that's important. It saves him an entire card.
Yet another Steel Victory coming out here. Okay, it's another Toughness stolen here by Steel Victory. Ultimately, it was a block of 4 on Overcrowded if you apply the Toughness to it. And yes, 18 plays 20 still. Here we go. Reckless Arithmetic gets to be resolved here. It's a 4-rolled. The really cool thing about this is that Reckless Arithmetic is getting +4 power from that roll, not getting it added to its base. So Steven still able to activate KO Underhand and Cheat, of course, if he had the requisite resources, which he does not.
That's what makes this card so good. If you happen to roll a 6, this thing goes, what, to 11?
Ultimately 11.
1 resource 11 in blue, mind you. Such a
Okay.
good card when it rolls well.
Got to shout out Steven's deck is looking rather thin here, Michael. And on the other side of the board, John's looking pretty dang healthy.
Yeah.
Rip Off the Top played here. Random card pitch. It is not a 6 or more power, so no extra beef conferred to the next attack. But it will be a Gauntlets activation into Rock. Still not bad. 8 damage, unpreventable.
You know, we've been talking about how important it is to swing Rock over and over and over to get cards out of deck for Steven. But the other side of that equation is that Tuffnut only draws 3 cards per turn. So he churns through the deck 20% slower. Or is that 25% slower?
I mean, that is as long as he's not activating his ability and pitching, because we can still count that as a 4th card, but you are right, it goes back into the deck.
Yeah, just in terms of the, even if he wanted to fold every hand, he still is only getting rid of 3 cards per turn. You can't get rid of more than that.
But is not accelerated through his pitch stack is really what I'm
still sees
driving
that. That's a good point. He's not seeing cards slower, but he is limited in the amount of cards that he can even feed into the blender of defense.
But speaking of blenders, Steven is definitely in it. This blender's name is Rock and John Kim. Got to hand it to these players, though. Both of them knew the way this game was going to go, that it was going to be a bit of a grind fest, and have been playing at a quick clip. We're getting close to the end of this game, ultimately. Steven Suh with 6 cards left in deck, about to add another 3 thanks to this Remembrance. But ultimately, we still have 17 minutes left on the clock. That means this pace of play has been kept at a really solid pace.
And John has only taken 2 damage since that CNC
Crazy,
pummel.
right?
He's just been walled up, sending Rock with the tempo, and Steven has just been on the back foot, fighting to keep that life lead, and then just not really being able to convert it. It seems like every turn he does, John just does a huge rock play anyway with no cards in hand.
And you could see what I was talking about in terms of Steven having to resolve all of his pummels. The last time that John took an immense amount of damage, it was on that CNC pummel, which chunked him for 10. That's the only way Steven is really getting any meaningful damage through.
Yeah, and we've only seen one resolved.
One resolved, 2 now blocked with, one of which was yellow and just happened right then and there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a window here for Steven to close things out. Maybe he could get lucky with John not drawing the right block cards, but he's in trouble.
So it's 10 total cards in the deck for Steven if you count what is left in his hand. 11 if you count the arsenal. But here comes John Kim doing the Buck Wild thing once again. He does have a card left over in hand, though. But the genius of this deck is that he can always just pitch it into Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex and then send the rock with whatever comes off the top of the deck.
Yeah, Tuffnut has become so much more consistent. I'm sure it's off of the back of some of these cards from Compendium of Wraith, but just in general, his weakness seems to have been shored up so much with the amount of go again.
And so many resources left in the pitch. Toughness token generated as well, and Rock comes in for a whopping 8, already covered preemptively by a Shelter from the Storm. Steven takes 4 down to 9. All of a sudden, this game has been flipped on its head. And not only is it the deck damage race that John Kim is winning, it's also now the life lead.
Yeah, Steven is in a position here where he needs to do 18 damage while still... Well, sorry, 18 damage while being at the lower life, which is very difficult for KO underhanded cheat. But you just pointed at the screen at something very important. What is that in the pitch?
That is last-ditch effort. It's a flex strength on the combat chain, but my eyes are drawn to Steven's pitch zone because that could be, as the card mentions, a last-ditch effort. As long as it's played when you have no cards in your deck, it gains +4 and go again. So John, seeing that, must know that he has to keep his life total at least a little bit in check so that he can survive that last straw from Steven Suh.
Can I tell you something here?
Yeah.
I have never seen a last-ditch effort resolved in the game of Flesh and Blood.
I actually haven't
Period.
either. Yeah.
If that happens this game, I will be excited.
I've had it in my own deck before. Yeah. I've never gotten to resolve it or see it.
I've never played one. I've never seen someone play one.
I've heard tell of it.
Yeah. It's hard to get off. Actually, you have to have no cards in deck. One does not meet the condition, so you do still have to line it up. But man, 3 for 8 go again is quite a powerful game ender if you get into that position.
But even so, Steven has a pretty insurmountable mountain to climb because there's nothing stopping John from folding the majority of his hand every single turn, activating Tuffnut and sending Rock.
If John was at like 5 life, I would say this looks like a game plan. As it stands, he still has 18.
Got to give the edge to John in this situation, especially knowing how the decks are stacked. And I don't think Steven has any more copies of Remembrance. 2 have been resolved so far. I don't think we've seen them in the pitch stack in the dregs of what he has left. There is a Buck Wild in the hand for John Kim, and I think that's why he is tanking on this block decision.
Yeah, I like this, though. We just talked about how important it is for him to have that higher life. When it finally comes to the last turn of the game, if you let yourself get low just to push some damage here, you could be in trouble when that last-ditch effort comes out.
And ultimately, it's an activation of KO Underhanded Cheat, which doesn't just push Flex Strength up to 6. It also gets extra juice once its power becomes 6, which is why it is at home in the Underhanded Cheat pool. But after all that, thanks to the Toughness token and the block value in John Kim's deck, it's just 1 damage that leaks through. And wouldn't you know it, we find a yellow 6 on top, Toughness generated, Vandal Spring Tunic activation, Rock.
And this is the other reason I like him blocking out. Clear the cards from the hand, opens you up for a very clean Rock play.
And to make matters worse, Steven has now found extra insulation from fatigue But the problem is you got to stick these cards in front of your opponent's damage when they're coming in for 7 every single turn. It's, I think, 2 copies of Give and Take that I spied in Steven's hand, which is so useful in anti-fatigue strategies. Give and Take does allow you to buy extra action cards back from your graveyard if your opponent blocks. And John is definitely in the business of blocking when he knows that there's a last-ditch effort in the pitch stack.
Yeah, that's kind of a tricky spot to be in when that one comes at you in a fatigue scenario. And Steven lines himself up. I do like this. I mean, you need to push damage and tempo right now.
So first, Give and Take, coming in for 3 go again. If John blocks with an action card, we'll give Steven an action back from his graveyard. John says, no, indeed. I will be taking 3 here. Oh, what about the second Give and Take?
And now you can see the reason to not block starts to become a little bit of a tougher decision when you're sitting at a lower life.
And
but
John
he takes it.
Priced in once again to taking 3 damage, now down to 11. All of a sudden, last-ditch effort looks like a much more fearsome proposition, and here's the coup de grace. Looking for a scrap, banishes Reckless Arithmetic, now coming in for 5 go again. Likely not going to be a follow-up here for Steven Suh, and now John is fully ready to get value on this toughness token.
It's a Clash card as well, which is
Vigorous
really
smash
important.
up too. So Vigorous Smash Up going to be blocking for 4 here, possibly going to generate a Vigor token. Yes, it does! And it also finds a blue 6 on top of the deck. John is going to be able to go Buck Wild into Rock. This is a scary proposition for Steven.
Yeah, and Steven doesn't have a follow-up. The Arsenal card, not a 0-cost attack, presumably.
Buck Wild in the red, casts for the 3rd, probably actually 4th time this game, because I think 1 was bought back by Remembrance. Hulk up. Paying for it here, leaving 1 left over because, of course, a Vigor token was generated by the Vigorous Smash Up on the previous turn cycle. 7 go again here, assuredly into 8 from Rock.
Yep.
It's 2 cards bought, 1 damage leaks through. Steven only at 1. Looks like it's going to be it. Yes, the fist bump is extended. Last-ditch effort not able to be resolved. Instead, blocked with here, and the bumbling Hulkster takes down the Brute off, and also the Revered Reviled off.
Wow, what a game.
I feel like we were watching exactly the way that the developers wanted Super Slam CC matches to play out ultimately.
Absolutely.
I mean, how can you not be rooting for Tuffnut in this situation? Even though KO is also kind of an off-kilter hero and one that you love to see in the feature match area, Tuffnut has been down and out, probably even more than Olympia at this point. Maybe that's not true. Maybe that's not true.
Yeah, no, it's not true, but it's close. It's close.
It is close. But nevertheless, John Kim, 2-0 Tuffnut here at the AG Open Series in April, Los Angeles. Yeah. And that is an exciting thing.
Oh, yeah. Very happy about that.
You know what else is exciting, Michael, is not just the fact that our sponsor, Fabtcg, is going to be running U.S. Nationals, but also that they are going to be running the next Pro Tour on U.S. soil. That's right, Pro Tour Las Vegas is going to be handled by Fabtcg, our savior from all the tournament organizers that have shafted Flesh and Blood in the past. I'm not saying there are a lot of them, but I'm saying that they're there, and we're very thankful to be saved by Travis and friends.
Yeah, they are such fantastic tournament organizers. Even if you were a good tournament organizer in the past, these guys do it so well. It's tough competition.
Tough nut and tough competition in the TO space. Fabtcg comes up ahead of all of them, certainly revered in my heart and in yours. If you want to support Fabtcg and the AGE Open Series, you can go to fabtcg.co and you can input that discount code AGELA10 at checkout. Use that QR code at the top of your screen to navigate yourselves to fabtcg.co, and then once again, input our discount code at checkout. That'll help us out. That'll help them out. It'll keep you coming back for more grassroots Flesh and Blood streams month after month. Michael, we are going to have to go to a very quick winner interview. If might not even be that. I'm looking at the time. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock, so it might be straight into the next round of high-octane Flesh and Blood action. Bottom line, it could be a Tuffnut in the top 8, so don't go anywhere, folks. More Flesh and Blood after this. Rise and shine and smell the flesh and blood, ladies and gentlemen. We are inoculating you while you wait for the Pro Tour coverage to come back. It's the AGE Open Series April edition in Los Angeles. Bryce Platt's back with Michael Murray, and boy, did we just see a heck of a match. It was a brute off. Tuffnut versus KO underhanded cheat, and we proceed into more class warfare, not in the traditional sense. In this case, it's going to be the mech off, Dash.io versus Teklo, a matchup that we saw play out at the Pro Tour in a very fascinating way.
You know, now that you mention it, I do feel like this has class warfare feeling to it.
You're right.
Teklo, the capitalist genius, against Dash.io, the common inventor.
Champion of the people.
Throwing grenades. She doesn't have money for entire suits of machinery.
Boom grenades is very like a French Revolution kind of tactic, isn't it?
She's throwing Molotov cocktails at the bourgeoisie.
All right, now we're talking, Michael. This is a story that I can get behind. So maybe it's much more like V for Vendetta than we had originally anticipated. More on that in just a second, but we got to show you what the players brought to this event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4 Oscilio Constella Intelligence, 3 Arachne Marionette, 3 Dash IO, 3 Marlynn Treasure Hunter, 3 Victor Goldmane High and Mighty that round out our top decks. Besides that, it's a whole host of other heroes that are not often seen. So I think it's not just that the killers have left the room, also the meta decks have left the room entirely.
You know, this looks a lot like, I mean, okay, let's take out Marlynn and Dorinthea, but this looks a lot like the Pro Tour
That's
right
fair.
now.
That's fair.
And that just goes to show how diverse the meta is in general across the world in Flesh and Blood.
And, you know, ultimately, these 2 Teklo and Esteemed Magnates are much more standard nowadays than they have been ever before, because holy free holies have we seen a lot of Teklo and top 8s lately.
Yeah, he really came out of nowhere, took the Flesh and Blood scene by storm. That was a tongue twister.
There's so many S's.
Yeah, that was a lot. and it's really cool to see him evolve.
100%. And we are going to see if this one at the feature match has evolved enough to take on his mechanologist counterpart. It is class warfare, both in metaphor and in reality. Teklo Esteemed Magnate in the hands of Benjamin Freedman versus Anthony Camacho's Dash IO. And now we really need to know what flavor of Teklo Benjamin has brought here, because if it's anything like Shannon Putteries that we saw at the Pro Tour, it could have a lot of Dash IO hate.
I got to say, though, the turnaround time, if Benjamin happened to watch that one last night to sleeving up today,
Sure.
would be very quick. So we'll see if the word has spread yet about that sweet tech. And if not, we might see a more traditional Fabtcg style, which is not as good, I would have to imagine, of a matchup for Teklo.
Yeah, it's an interesting sticking point. I definitely think that Shannon found a very unique way to deal with Dash IO in his list, the switchboard that we were talking about before with things like Demolition Protocol and Evo Magneto. But, you know, Dash IO is not completely insulated from Fabtcg, and Teklo is going to do that better than anybody. And I think our answer is already laid bare for us. Ben has produced 3 copies of Adaptive Dissolver and Synapse Spark Cap. The real tell, at least in the Pro Tour, for Shannon Puttery was the fact that he presented Teklo Foundry Heart. That told Sam Sutherland that there was a very different flavor of Teklo going on. And here we go. Heart of Fiendal is in the pitch zone on turn 1. Already not generating value. Hopefully the next go-around it will. But starting off with an Evo Soul Steel Memory is pretty darn huge for Teklo.
And as you mentioned, looks like this could go to Fabtcg, already postured with 4 block in the arsenal and 3 on the headpiece.
So it's all known information now at equipment presentation for Anthony Camacho, hoping that he brought in his anti-Fabtcg strategies and also a heck of a lot of cards. His deck does look rather thick, if I do say so myself.
You quadruple sleeve that?
Honestly, look at that stack,
That's a
baby.
tower.
So Anthony may have understood what he was up against before it even showed itself. Cerebellum Processor comes off the top after 0 to 60, is blocked out by a sink below from Ben. Anthony thinking on the crank, as is his right, has the opportunity to check the top of the deck before making that decision. Crank is resolved here, 2 action points floating. It is... What was the draw there? I think that was from activating Cerebellum Processor right away. I think Anthony was just doing a little bit of shortcutting.
Yeah, it looked like he just pitched the top of his deck.
Yeah, he's doing some Tuffnut cosplay
Drew
here.
pitched. I got confused there for a second, but
So I'm going to assume that's the way that was intended. It's a block of Evo Soul Steel Memory and Fate Foreseen, blocking out all of this 6 damage on the throttle, which does have go again after being boosted. Symbiosis Shot is the follow-up after Ben left a card on top of the deck. Gosh, he's got so many defense reactions. There's another sink below in the hand, Michael.
yeah, and this is really the way you want to draw it up as Teklo. And sometimes you can see the Evos early and the defense reactions late. It's very helpful to get those defense reactions in play early so that you can get just a little bit of a window to get your Evos online first. And this is a great example.
It is so clean. Evo, Beta, Base, Chest goes into the chest slot, eats the action point, but that's fine for Ben because he gets to park yet another sink below in the arsenal, and he gestures right away to yet another sink below in the hand. Perhaps a little bit miffed that they're not coming up after Anthony has established something like, I don't know, Rainbow Boom Grenade.
Yeah, you definitely need those defensive pieces to align with the burst damage that Anthony Camacho might present. But of course, getting online and then getting tempo is another way to fatigue. If you can do that, it can reduce the offensive output simply through disruption.
36 plays 40, which is the starting life total for both of these players. Dash.io wields such impressive power that she does need to be taxed a little bit in her starting life total.
36 makes a lot of sense for someone that has a Kano hero power that costs 1.
Glare is making this hand a little bit hard to read for Anthony Camacho, but it is
all
red. Oh, one of which is a maximum velocity, and then there's a maximum velocity in the arsenal too.
Rough draw of it.
Really rough go for Anthony Camacho. Has the opportunity to sink some of these cards into the backup protocol red if he chooses to deploy it. Perhaps hoping for a bailout off the top of the deck if he's able to play out an item, generate an extra action point, and then use the Cerebellum processor to draw up a blue. But in this case, doesn't seem like he's found it.
Yeah, there's not a great way to play an all-red hand that has pitch costs in it. It seems to me like the best way to go forward is to set up as much as possible and dump the non-key reds back into the deck through pitching. However, he can find a way to do that.
Shout out to Sleepy Connor, who still seems pretty darn alert for this time of day, letting our players know that they need to mic up so we can hear the inner workings of their thoughts.
Yeah. We have to know what's going inside of the noggin of these players.
My lookout immediately disappeared.
Because we know there's going to be a lot of flavorful commentary here. Ben is definitely a talker when he plays the game.
Yeah.
So we want to catch every bit of drama. Oh, and there it is. The all-red hand shown to Benjamin Freedman. All of a sudden, a 3-card 0-60 found for Anthony Camacho.
Yeah.
You know, at least this isn't a turn where Anthony has a lot of items that will expire on the next turn cycle. This is definitely something you don't want to see when you have something like even 1 or 2 boom grenades on the board.
Chooses no boost here, conserving his deck and getting some power cards back on the bottom of it.
You know, boom grenade and maximum velocity are not cards that you really want to pair in the pitch stack.
No, but he will have opportunities to shuffle later on.
Spark of Genius, definitely one of those cards like Remembrance that makes it so you don't have to worry about pitch stacking nearly as much. Dash.io, one of those decks that is really relevant when it comes to pitch stacking, but in the latter stages of the game, to put together that one last big turn to push yourself into a victory. Ghost Protocol deployed for Benjamin Freedman here. Comes in for 3 instead of its base 1 because of the number of Evos Ben has equipped. In this case, it's 2. 0-60, banishing a Pulse Wave Harpoon for Anthony Camacho. A lot of reds flying into that banish zone, which he has to be cognizant of based on how long this game is want to go. Sync below gets in the way. No sync for Ben Freedman. Spark of Genius closes the chain here. And Anthony already going to be able to cycle away that gnarly pitch stack that he just established. The deck will need to be shuffled after backup protocol red is found here. Now, remember, we've got a maximum velocity in the arsenal for Anthony here, which he may be trying to put together.
Make sure they never go under the table.
Yeah, broke the chain, but importantly, not important for the max velocity text. Only cares about the number of boost cards played this turn. So 1 has already checked that box.
Right, you are, Michael. 0-60 is the first boost. This card drawn for Anthony Camacho is from the resolution of Spark of Genius, because he has, of course, boosted this turn. Backup Protocol Red also providing an action point refresh, because Spark of Genius, of course, doesn't have Go Again stapled onto it. I'm a Flesh and Blood boomer in certain respects. I remember the days where -IE was all too happy to resolve this card for an induction chamber and pass.
Yeah. It used to just be the end of your turn. Not so these days.
Throttle, 6 Go Again, the second boost this combat chain, this turn. Second of 3 that are required in order to send maximum velocity in the arsenal. So that last card in hand must be a 0-cost boost attack. Teklo Foundry Heart plus that will equal a maximum velocity turn.
I think we know that he held back a 0-60. Was that what he opened the turn with?
That's what he opened the turn with. So I think this last card is unknown to us. It could even be a blue for an activation of the backup protocol red, get a 0 cost back. And then
That
you've got
works.
the perfect resources for Max V. And you don't have to burn extra cards out of your deck with Teklo Foundry Heart, which is a plus in this situation.
The way he's hesitating makes me think that it is a costed red boost card. Or some other non-boost card. He's not going for it, so something's...
Of course.
Teklo
Not
Foundry
so
Heart is
obvious.
the choice. Teklo Core plus Teklo Pounder off the top.
Setup isn't a thing. Don't believe in it.
Benjamin doesn't believe in setup, even though he's playing the SETI-uppiest deck in the game. It's an activation of Backup Protocol Red here. Both those two resources in the pitch zone are going to be gone once resolution happens.
Notably did not play that Teklo Foundry Heart off the top.
Could have.
Maybe looking for something more impactful like a boom grenade.
Was that a BIOS update I spied?
Oh, it could be. Wait, if it was...
Why did we find Backup Protocol Red then? Maybe it was just he was hoping for a resource card off the top of Spark of Genius and didn't get it?
Could be. I mean, no, because it was blues that he banished off of the Teklo Foundry Heart. Or, yeah, I guess, yeah, he must not have gotten the blue off the... I see what you said.
Yes, it is a BIOS update in the hand alongside 0 to 60. Doesn't want to deploy it here, though, because he hasn't found an item on the top. Although, gosh, I do wonder if it's right to IP that BIOS update.
Hold on, I have a sync below.
Yeah, so Anthony just showing us that he is willing to IP in order to set up a bigger turn. I think when he didn't find the boom grenade, decided to pull back a little bit, but in as a result, Benjamin has taken no damage once again.
Back to you.
Which is all well and good and something that you need to be doing into a fatigue Teklovasen, but I do wonder about the efficacy of it because you've got a Max V in Arsenal, and BIOS Update is one of those cards that, while potent, doesn't help you get Max V off.
Yeah, and also, we've got a CNC on its way.
Retro Spaghettio, Michael. Command and Conquer, definitely the threatener of maximum velocity. The hand for Anthony is not super cooperative either. It's 2 items that don't block, and then 2 reds that do. Would have the opportunity, however, to just block out and then establish a Teklo Pounder if he so chose. In this case, decides to play a Teklo Core off the top first, though.
Is it this one?
Yeah, I'm surprised earlier to have not seen him establish that other Teklo core, instead opting to banish it with the Teklo Foundry Heart. That's one of the premier setup pieces that Dash.io has available, allowing you to have the resources to start your turn and then convert more cards in your hand into damage.
So still has the opportunity to do the play I was talking about, but instead cashes in Crown of Providence. Maximum velocity for the second time this game goes to the bottom of the deck. Card drawn, survey says. Anthony's not going to
Survey
show
does
us.
not
That's
say.
okay. Survey doesn't say, but we're going to find out soon enough. Anthony takes a whopping 4 damage down to 29. Benjamin Freedman has still only leaked 2 points of damage this game. That will change entirely if Anthony is able to realize the setup he's trying to do turn after turn. And there it is, Convection Amplifier, another one of those tools that helps insulate you from fatigue, not necessarily because it keeps cards in deck, but instead ensures that damage leaks through.
And importantly, BIOS update employed here. Anthony Camacho likely found an item he wants to see.
There it is.
Yes.
Oh, and Teklo Pounder is a big one right here, folks. BIOS update will put an item into play once it's banished, no matter what. Doesn't matter about the cost, like most Dash.io effects do. Pulsewave Harpoon going to buy an Evo Soul Steel processor and a Fate Foreseen out of the hand of Benjamin
It's coming in for 7
Freedman.
right now.
This Teklo Pounder is going to give an extra boost of power to the next boost attack that comes this turn, if it comes, because it is, of course, a once-per-turn effect that doesn't require it to be the first time you've boosted this turn. In this case, Convection Amplifier comes out of the hand and is established at the cost of the last action point, and all of a sudden, Anthony has a fearsome board state for Benjamin to contend with. The last missing piece is, of course, a boom grenade. But yet again, Command and Conquer coming in and making Anthony's day just a little bit harder.
Yeah, the timing on that one is really annoying. Anthony just spent his Crown of Providence and has a really good setup. Was hoping to be able to play the 5-card hand this turn. Does not get that chance.
So, Michael, I'm seeing 3 red cards in the hand, and then yellow zipper hit.
So he's got a great hand. I don't recall the arsenal.
I want to say it is a 0-cost boost attack. I'm not 100% sure either, though. Based on the way he blocks, I think he's going to tell us exactly how much he cares.
He does have the option to block with armor here completely. The Cogwork Tinker Rings synergize very well with those adaptive platings, allowing you to block 3 by destroying the cog instead of one of your important items. But Anthony decides to save that for later, thinks he can get a better hand in the future, and wants to save those for that opportunity.
You know, it has been a little bit rough in terms of the draws for Anthony Camacho, but Ben's game plan is not being accelerated whatsoever. Yes, he established 2 Evos very early on, but seems to be having difficulty finding them now. He does have some in the graveyard, so if he can find something like a scrap trader, a scrap harvester, he'll be able to put them into Banish where they are playable based on Teklo's base hero text.
Yeah, he is being very dirtily, and I think this is a perfect example of how a really good Dash.io player can punish this, even though he's doing a fatigue plan.
Definitely being dirtily because he's wearing a turtleneck. Dirtily the turtle. Sorry, I had to get it out.
Good call.
I don't think it's even a turtleneck. It looks like it's a standard collared shirt.
Isn't that? Oh, you're
no. No, it is a turtleneck. Okay, joke stands, ladies and gentlemen.
Jarvis, enhance.
We don't have that technology.
He does. He's basically Iron Man.
He does. We don't.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll pipe it into his headset.
He has
tell him we need to zoom in on his turtleneck.
He has robbed the means of
optical monocle, exactly.
The means of production, as capitalist magnates are known to do. Looks like there's a message from Benjamin Freedman. Chosen card for Null Time Zone is Shelter from the Storm.
Oh, interesting. I don't know that I've really seen a defense reaction chosen with this card, but that makes a lot of sense.
It does, especially when you are the beatdown, or at least you want to be.
Yeah.
I don't believe Ben has deployed one yet, so it's either a very astute choice from Anthony or it's doomed to fail because Ben might just not have them in the deck. But it's another setup turn, second Teklo Pounder in as many turns for Anthony Camacho. And a convection amplifier activation? Why? Why convection amplifier activation? Not sure here. We're going to listen in on that player audio.
Turn it off. Turn it off.
No, that's fine. No.
Interesting. Sounds like a mistake. He's not very happy with his decision, but it seems like an odd mistake to make in this spot.
And surely since he just did it, that's an easy rollback. But
yeah. Well, one of the things I've noticed about our tournament is players really hold themselves accountable.
They do.
We saw that with Anthony Pham, John Kim last game.
Yes.
Just really stand-up players that like to hold themselves accountable, want to make sure that they are playing the best flesh and blood that they can, and when they make a mistake, they say, hey, I made a mistake.
We are ultimately an independent circuit, so competitive rules enforcement don't apply quite in the same way that they do at a tier 3, but you're right. These players, just like everyone in the world of Wraith, are trying to play the best flesh and blood that they can, and ultimately, we are a feeding ground to the Pro Tour. If you don't believe me, talk to Colin Erickson.
Benjamin just sending that Teklo leveler.
This shot finds home from the gun. This gun is not a pistol, though.
It's not.
No ifs and or buts about it.
It's 9 pistols in a trench coat is what it is.
Anthony Camacho, 27 plays 36, and a heck of a lot of setup. 1 convection amplifier, 2 Teklo Pounders, and a zipper hit comes in. Finally, we're ready to cash in some of this board state value here. This zipper hit in the red now coming in for a whopping 9 go again. Can Anthony find the boom grenade on top, though? Not a single one has been established this game so far.
Yeah, he needs to hit those right now, but his setup is impeccable.
And this is what you need to do as Dash.io. in order to beat fatigue slanted strategies, you need to assemble Exodia, and you have to make sure that Teklo can't get himself into singularity mode before you're ready.
I haven't seen Teklo establish a singularity against an aggro deck in my history in Flesh and Blood. Not saying it won't happen, but it's a very difficult thing to do to get everything online and to get that expensive piece when you're trying to block out.
And you are right, Michael. The more important piece of that puzzle is getting 4 Evos and then sending things like Terminator tanks turn after turn. That's when it gets really sticky. And ultimately, that's what you need to buy the space in order to find Singularity and resolve it.
Anthony Camacho using that Teklo Foundry Heart up to 2 resources.
So technically you could block 1, but that'd be a bad idea. This can block 0.
Anthony just confirming how much block value is in the equipment suite for Benjamin Freedman. What he is holding, though, is a copy of Evo Magneto. If that is established in the arm slot on top of Evo Soul Steel Controller, every time it blocks, Benjamin will be able to steal an item with cost 0 or 1 that the attacking hero controls. No, that's not going to rip a Teklo Pounder, but it could be really relevant in terms of that null time zone, a boom grenade that comes later, or even that convection amplifier, which only costs 0.
I think it makes a lot of sense to just hold on to it for the boom grenade.
After that turn from Anthony, while beefed up a lot by those Teklo Pounders, still fairly innocuous as far as Ben is concerned. Ben now down to 29.
Play beta base head.
Establishing a Evo beta base head.
But it will put me to 5 total intelligence. I will arsenal and draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Figured I'd let Ben cast that one because he knows his stuff. Yes, Evo Beta Base Head comes on top of Evo Soul Steel Memory, and now that it has transformed into an Evo with a different name, Ben is at 5 Intellect for 1 turn cycle. And finally now, Anthony activating Convection Amplifier to actually give an attack Dominate. But Convection Amplifier goes away. Ah, yes, and Heist coming in hot.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness, says Benjamin Freedman, because this is 9 Dominate Go again. And there is definitely a relevant on-hit here. We've been playing long enough for Anthony surely to have banished. Banished an item here on out. And Anthony,
no.
just boosted and revealed the top card of his deck, which is a boom grenade. So Ben knows about it now if he was paying attention.
So he just showed that? Did he actually boost it or no? He
No,
boosted
okay,
it
okay.
away. But then I think he's kicking himself
Because
for
he wanted
doing that.
yeah.
Oh, he wanted to play that for sure.
And, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If he hadn't have paid the boost cost yet, he still had a window while Heist was on the stack in order to play out Boom Grenade, right?
I think so. He could have also just
it's instant
played it
speed.
first.
No, 100%.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, like, you can do the Oscilio thing where you're like, oh my gosh, I played my instant without activating Old Knocker and Lightning
Is boost
Greaves.
a cost?
You're right, boost is an additional cost.
Yeah.
But no, what I'm saying is, like, when Heist is on the table, and you could say, oh, it still hasn't resolved yet.
Okay.
I will activate at instant speed
I'd be
-IO's
curious
ability.
to look into that. You're probably right, but that is an interesting interaction. If you can bail yourself out of a mistake at the last minute.
You say, I haven't paid the cost for boost yet. I will play out my Boom Grenade.
But
and then
I mean,
pay the
you
cost.
would have paid the cost of the card already, right? The pitch. So if boost is part of the cost.
Well, I'm
you
saying
don't-
in the layer step, Heist still hasn't resolved.
Yeah,
I
but
guess
if
you're
it's
right.
part
I
of the
guess you're
cost,
right.
it's too late. It just depends on how that roll
Maybe
goes.
so.
But right now, we are in the block step, and wouldn't you know it, Shelter from the Storm right after the null time zone left. So good timing.
Unfortunate for Anthony. Does look like Chad is correcting me. He can't do that.
Okay.
Would have had to play it first if he wanted to establish it. Exactly why the head went to the hands.
Yeah. Bit of a mistake there, but we play on.
You cannot overstate how stressful it is to be playing on stream. Even if it is at a 33-person tournament in Riverside, California, the stakes are high, and when the eyes of the Flesh and Blood world are on you, it becomes that much harder to not make mistakes.
I just want to point out real quick, it looks like he's blocking with the, Singularity, importantly, but the arm piece here has 2 counters. When this combat chain closes, it will get destroyed unless there is some kind of a combat trick. Oh, Fabricate, excuse me. Already played.
Fabtcg is out there, so giving +1 defense to all of these Evos, and thereby allowing them to skirt temper once more.
I was expecting him to play that Evo Magneto. But without a good target, no reason to do that, especially with the Fabtcg in the field.
3 go again here, accepted readily by Benjamin. Down to 26 he goes. Finally, Anthony has bought himself a life lead in this race. But man, it's going to be hard not to be tilted after that boom grenade misplay from Mr. Camacho. Nevertheless, he's got a smile on his face.
Yeah, he's going to have to lock in here if he wants to win it. Benjamin, though, with a life deficit, not exactly where you want to be while there's 2 Teklo pounders on the field. But once those are gone, he can breathe a little bit easier.
Reset everything. Oh, you're good. You're good. Okay.
24 plays 27 as Benjamin moves his equipment slowly back to the equipment zone. 1 card in hand. I think it's a scrap trader.
Okay.
Could be huge here. Yes, it's a scrap trader.
Just pitches it.
Pitches it for the Teklo leveler. Now coming in for 3 go again because the critical 4 Evo stack has been accomplished. And then the follow-up can be the Evo Beta base arms, which allows Benjamin to go ahead and find an attack action card and place it 5th from the top.
Very important, which means not next turn, but the turn after, he will very likely have access to a disruptive piece. I'm not seeing any tanks in there.
No tanks, unfortunately. So instead, Command and Conquer is the choice. Did have an opportunity to take Pulse Wave Protocol, which is basically a Pulse Wave Harpoon on steroids.
CNC, though, the choice.
24 plays 24. Ben still in a pretty happy place, although the majority of the defense on his Evos has been expended. He's relegated all to Beta base at this point. No Soul Steel in sight. 2 measly steam counters left on this pair of Teklo pounders for Anthony Camacho. And the Plasma mainline coming in just a little bit too late to save that convection amplifier. Plasma mainline can transfer steam counters to items as they come into play, but it must be as they come into play.
Comes in with 5 counters on it, which is a whole boatload of extra steam counters. Really useful for putting onto items, especially items like Teklo Pounder. But as you mentioned, it is too late for those, as they will leave the field.
We just haven't seen we've seen a lot of setup from Anthony, but it's been coming here, there, and these resources are being expended on turn cycles where it's not completely optimal.
Yeah, it's been a clunky setup for sure, but Benjamin really hasn't been punishing the amount of the slow pace at which Anthony is setting up.
Exactly, because these Evo upgrade attacks are just not flowing, particularly for his deck.
The fact that he hasn't really resolved a boom grenade yet this game means I think there's a lot of gas still left in the tank. All he needs to do is get a couple of cooperative hands, and he once again takes a setup turn, and importantly, has the armor to block out a CNC if needed.
Outpace into the Banish Zone to pay for this, I believe it's blue zipper hit, coming in for, 7 go again. Beefed up by those 2 Teklo pounders. Still no boom grenade found on the top of the deck as yet.
Feel about the use of those Teklo pounders on a blue zipper hit.
Ultimately, sometimes you got to clear cards out of the hand to make sure that they don't rot. It's going to be 2 cards plus Beta base arms blocked with here. Symbiosis shot accepted. Another bullet into the esteemed Magnate. Down to 22 they go. Second copy of... Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Ghost Protocol. Oh, no, that's... wow. So hard to remember. Ghost Protocol mainframe, right?
The one that can tutor.
The one that finds Evos. No, mainframe is not... No, that is the one I'm thinking of. Great. But that is not the one that tutors. That's the one that gets buffed power. Anyway, the Command and Conquer that reared its head after the transformation of the controller comes back around again. So it's Teklo Leveler into 6 Destroyer Arsenal. So not a bad 2-card 9 play here, any way you slice it. Anthony once again under the thumb of the esteemed Magnate.
Anthony Camacho laughing because the CNC was not the one that was put back. That's coming up next turn, so he knows there's
sure.
another one on
That's
its
right.
way, and gets hit with this disruption one turn earlier than he was anticipating.
There are 3 blocks in the hand, but there are also non-blocks. Teklo core in the hand for Anthony.
Seems like if he likes to hand this may be a turn. We see the pushing of the armor. May want to save it for next turn, knowing there's a CNC on its way.
Especially when he hasn't gotten to resolve a single maximum velocity yet.
Yeah, the power cards have been hiding.
But, you know, Anthony did have an opportunity to protect the one he had established in Arsenal very early on. Instead, shipped it with the Crown of Providence. It is a block of 2 cards on this Command and Conquer. 0 to 60 and T-Bone pay for that defense. 21 plays 22. No damage comes across from the CNC. Arsenal, Red Throttle in Anthony's case, is protected. Teklo core now established with an extra steam counter here. But Benjamin reminding Anthony that you do have to tick down the cerebellum processor at the start of the turn if you want to keep it around.
Once again, setting up. See how Benjamin punishes this. I have a feeling it starts with C and then ends with C. I'm gonna sit with that. I know it ends with R, but
he's got
it's a CNC.
options though, Michael. I do see ourselves a War Machine.
That's a little bit worse.
Yikes indeed. So this one coming in for 9 overpower. Finally, the Evo upgrade attacks are breaking for Benjamin. This one going to destroy the Arsenal, perhaps even better than CNC would.
Yeah, this is a very annoying card to deal with. Anthony can cover it with armor, but will still have to commit a card from hand.
And not a great proposition when there's an item in your hand. Finally, a red boom grenade comes around for the second time, but in this case, it's in the hand and not on top of the deck. Anthony just fighting for his power turn, his chance to chunk Benjamin's life and make it so he can't do these value plays where he sends Evo upgrade attacks. The problem is that window has ultimately closed. Anthony needed to put something together way before Benjamin established 4 Evos, and you got to say, Benjamin's deck gave him time to do it.
It did. He had a very well-postured defense, and Anthony struggled a little bit to get the setup that he needed. Looks like he's now reaching for that armor.
And there it is, 1 card plus the all-important fridge. And this is exactly how you want to utilize it to protect a card from Arsenal on one of these turn cycles. Both players having a good laugh. Anthony still running his hand through his hair. I think the pressure of this situation is dogging him.
I'm still not counting him out. I think he's got a very good setup on board, and all he needs is just a little bit of breathing room and a freaking boom grenade off the top.
Steam counter comes off of Cerebellum Processor and Teklo core in kind, leaving 2 resources behind. 18 plays 22. There's a BIOS update and 2 boost attacks in the hand. I believe it's
one's a boom
T-bone.
grenade, right?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
So not ideal. Could...
And it's Max V on top of the deck.
I mean, this seems like an okay turn to set up. We know that there's at least a CNC, so more disruption is on its way, and Anthony knows this. But you can play a boom grenade and put a counter on it. It can serve for a few more turns of setup. Losing all of the value off of that Cerebellum processor without ever drawing a card, though, is a very tough proposition.
Definitely not a winning one, ultimately. And the deck, I believe, finally is eclipsed by the graveyard at this point for Anthony Camacho. We'll see after he puts it back. Yeah, just barely. So not really in the blender yet. Looks like it is going to be a crank, but Plasma Mainline will give it an extra steam counter. So action point bought back here. Anthony will get 2 turns with this boom grenade. It is going to be a throttle out of the arsenal and Max V into the banished zone. Unfortunately for Anthony. 6 go again here, threatening much more on connection. And Ben, while Teklo is so good at defending, he kind of needs his Evo Soul Steel cards in order to do it.
Does he have an all-red hand?
I think that's the last copy of Mainframe on the right. It's hard to tell.
I know those ones in particular all look red even though they are blue.
Oh my goodness, it is a 3-card pitch in order to activate Teklo and find Evo Magneto. Excuse me, play it at instant speed out of the arsenal, which will then allow Ben to block on this throttle and steal the boom grenade before it connects.
That's pretty good, especially when you pair it up with a D-React, if that is in fact what he wants to do.
The downside here, of course, for Ben is that he can no longer upgrade this Evo because it is not a base. So all of those Evo Soul Steel controllers left in the deck are essentially just block 3 blues.
Yeah. How many cards does he have under it, though? I think he's pretty happy to have... Oh, wait, no, it has temper, right?
It does have temper, so he can block with it 1 additional time. And also, he doesn't care too much about the number of cards underneath at this point because he has blocked with Singularity. Unless he has a recursion effect like a Remembrance, the Necropotent is not going to be coming around anytime soon.
Yeah, just gets another clean block and steals away that boom grenade. The first one that Anthony's even gotten on the board as far as I can remember.
And still blocks out all of that damage. And Anthony just says, all right, well, it's just going to be another setup turn. Symbiosis shot plus play backup protocol red off the top. Probably crank it and just send more gunshots because you can still activate it.
Oh, activates it immediately. I didn't see the tick up of the action points. May have just verbalized it.
Anthony hasn't been putting dice on his hero or anything for action points throughout the game, I don't think. So a little bit of a shortcut here. Ben doing a little dance, making a little love, getting down tonight. It is a 0 to 60 that comes before the second Symbiosis shot. Buys one of the 2 remaining shelters from the storm from Benjamin Freedman. So Anthony made a really astute choice when he resolved his null time zone, but ultimately it came a little bit too early.
Yeah. Still has a bit of setup here. Teklo core with 2 counters going down to 1.
Benjamin just passing on his turn back to Anthony. 18 plays 18. And Ben looking for more Evo upgrade attacks and the space with which to play them, but all too happy to be blocking out. Every turn cycle that he doesn't take damage is another turn cycle that Anthony churns and burns his deck.
Does have a few power cards in the hand, but no blues to speak of.
Yet another boom grenade out of the hand. Benjamin laughs in his opponent's face as he knows that that is not where you want those items to be coming from, especially when your opponent has still an Evo Magneto on the board.
Yeah. He needs to have another huge setup turn, and he's running out of cards for setup. Did crank the boom grenade and did not put an extra counter on it from the Teklo Plasma main
The Plasma main line, yeah. Fast and Furious now comes in at 4 go again, thanks to the crank that came before. Last copy of Shelter from the Storm in the hand for Benjamin. Does blocking duty here on Fast and Furious. No life change. Spark of Genius is the follow-up here. Combat Chain Close for Anthony, and he goes digging.
Yeah, is there a world where he can resolve that Maxx V here?
Does he have it in hand?
I think that was his last card in hand.
He is going to need 2 more boost attacks in order to do it.
So he doesn't have the resources if he went and found a backup protocol. So the answer is assuredly no.
I mean, could get a Cerebellum processor here and then hope to find an item off the top of the deck.
True, and that looks like a version of the line he might be taking.
Oh, it's nerve-wracking for Anthony in this situation. Flesh and Blood is so unique in that in an aggro v fatigue matchup, the onus is on the aggro deck. The one that is normally, I think in a lot of other card games, the easier one to play. And in this case, especially in the hands of Dash.io, it is your game to win or lose, and it's all about how the cards come together and how you navigate difficult situations.
I do really love a fatigue versus aggro match because On its surface, especially when I'm playing one of the two sides, it really just feels so unwinnable for the aggro deck. But when you get a really good aggro player playing it, all of a sudden the tables completely flip.
Which is exactly why the prospect of bringing straight up fatigue to something like AGE is very different than bringing it to a tier 4 like Pro Tour Yokohama.
Yeah.
You got to think twice because the players of that caliber are going to know how to navigate fatigue.
If you sit in front of like a Michael Hamilton or a Yuki Lee Bender and you're trying to block them out, good freaking luck.
Okay. Finally, the choice of item is Cerebellum Processor, and the draw for Anthony Camacho is yet another boom grenade in the hand. Why aren't they on the top of the deck? And there's a BIOS update in the arsenal. This Maxx V is dead.
It's completely dead. He's going to have to IP.
Still can find an item off the top to get an action point with which to use a Cerebellum Processor, but to what end? Because you just can't get enough boost attacks out in order to deploy Maxx V.
I can see a world where you play the BIOS update just to clear it and then end the chain on a boom grenade and don't crank it.
And the pressure is definitely mounting for Anthony Camacho.
Yeah.
The hands have come to the face over and over again.
Earlier in the turn, he decided not to put an extra counter on the boom grenade that came from hand. And I was thinking in the moment that it might have been a little mistake because you're saying, I'm going to connect with this turn. And when you're playing it from hand, you're already out one attack action that could be used to push damage. So we're kind of seeing him, small mistake there, but something that I think if he would have sat and thought about it a little bit longer, he could have done one final setup here. He needs a huge turn to get over this 18 life that Benjamin still has.
And Anthony, it looks like he's in a post-game talk-it-out scenario already, but he's still mid-game.
Yeah, he might have gone a little mental boom. Drew a card.
Drew a card from Cerebellum. Did he have an extra action point, though? Oh, there we go. Okay. So drew a card there, hoped for the item to be on top, and luckily it was. Null Time Zone found on top of the deck, saves this turn if Anthony wants to continue with it. But even though he found a zero-cost boost attack on top of the deck, it's still not enough to deploy Maxx V.
Yeah.
Only one boost has come before this, and there's only one left.
I still feel like you just deploy the boom grenade.
Shelter from the Storm, the chosen card, but there aren't any left in Benjamin's deck.
Oh.
It's such a heartbreaking scenario when you see a misplay really cut you to the core for the rest of the game.
The theme of Pro Tour Yokohama, the thing that casters have been talking about when you play in tournaments, how difficult it is to maintain composure, especially after a mistake. And without being too critical, I think this is a good example. We're just seeing these little minor misplays that, honestly, Anthony Camacho is a fantastic player. It's a little bit out of character to see these plays from him. So I think what we're seeing is, like you said, just a little bit of tilt.
I will say this, I'm not saying that he has never played Dash.io before. This is the first time I've seen him play Dash.io.
Oh, no, I see him play it all the time.
You do? Okay,
yeah.
never mind. He knows what he's doing.
He's a seasoned DO player.
3 damage comes across the line from Teklo Leveler. Down to 15 goes Anthony. He's posturing his hand over the life pad, just ready to take whatever comes his way. And in this case, luckily, it's just a ripple away to follow up the Leveler. 4 vanilla damage is A-OK for Dash.io. Can Anthony put something meaningful together? I think there's another boom grenade in the hand.
Oh, man.
One of them goes away.
It's not what you want to see, but he's got setup. I mean, he's got things on the table. If he can find a way to connect, to have one big turn, he might still be in this game.
Maxx V is still there. 2 resources bought by the Teklo core. I see 2 0-60s here, a boom grenade, and was that a Fast and Furious on the... No, that's the Maxx V in the hand.
Yeah.
And we know there's a BIOS update.
So he just doesn't have the boost cards in his hand to get it done this turn.
Still has a Cerebellum processor, though. If he can find a item on top of the deck for BIOS update to banish, then he can get an extra action point, then draw a card off of Cerebellum processor.
If he's really lucky, he'll get an item back-to-back and then be able to use Dio, too.
Okay, it's 0-60, banishes a yellow zipper hit. Still 2 resources at the ready. War Machine gets in the way. Zipper hit in the blue. Another 3. Here comes Maxx V into the banish zone once
Second
again.
one.
War Machine, the second, blocks that Zipper hit. Anthony head in hands. Now no longer has the attacks to deploy the BIOS update. But again, a moot point because he just didn't find the items on top of the deck.
Yeah. You know, I really don't like IPing the BIOS update and the Maxx V at the same time.
And here comes Pulse Wave Protocol. Benjamin Freedman has his choice of cards here to put in front of Pulse Wave. Chooses one of the 2 resource cards, both yellow, mind you, instead of the maximum velocity. Did have the opportunity to rip that all-important power card away from Anthony Camacho, but the way things have played out, it's doing more damage
just
in the
bricking.
hand.
Yeah, and I want to attribute a lot of that damage to the fact that his arsenal isn't a boost card.
Yes. He's been holding on to that BIOS update with an iron grip, and all of a sudden,
Oh, yeah,
the deck that
that's
seemed
it.
so healthy so short ago is now relegated down to 7 cards,
Yeah.
including the one left in hand. Yeah, and both players having a laugh. This Maxx V has been hurting me more than helping
Yeah,
me.
and he's just going to call it there.
And that's it. Yep, Anthony
he hit
Camacho.
the end of his rope. He knows there's nothing he can do, and playing it out sounds more painful than just giving the fist bump.
And sounds like, yes, given the remaining turn cycles that were left for Anthony, it might have just been better for him to go next, have the memory of a goldfish, take this this first loss that he's had all day,
Yeah.
and turn it into more power down the line.
He's going to have to shake it off.
Yes, 100%. Like Taylor Swift before him, Anthony Camacho is going to be like a goldfish and take his loss into the next round, hopefully to have a better result in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are, of course, going to be back with more Flesh and Blood, but before we go, we've got to talk one more time about our illustrious sponsor. That is Fab Foundry, there to support you with all of your Fab singles need. They are 100% providing the prize pool for today, which means that we can bring you ad-free coverage on YouTube and also support the players in the room behind us. Go to their website, use the QR code on your screen, navigate to fabfoundry.co, and then use AGELA10, our discount code at checkout. That'll give you a cheeky 10% off your singles order and also help support the show and Fab Foundry, which remain one of the best sources for Flesh and Blood singles and also the best tournament organizer in the realm.
These guys are in it. They're here to support Flesh and Blood, and Flesh and Blood alone, they are one of the best providers of all of the services and cards that you can buy. So go check them out.
And then also check out AGE Premium, folks. It's the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. It's also the way that you can support the show that you see. That is at least 9 streams every year. We are looking more like 16 plus 3, more like 19 streams this year ultimately. And if you want to see grassroots independent Flesh and Blood, AGE is the thing to support. So if you trust us with your $10 a month, you're going to get strategy articles, extra AGE games, event discounts, which have now been upgraded to a full $10 off. That's right. If you attend AGE Opens, you essentially get premium for free and a heck of a lot more. So get over to age.events and see what we've got in store for you. We've also got fresh off the block a brand new article from Mr. Jesse Harper. It's entitled The Renaissance of Briar, still ban-worthy? Because boy, did she get hit real bad. Lightning Press gone, Burn Up Shock gone, but Jesse and his team Salt the Wound and a number of other illustrious players have found a new way forward, and it's in the name of Flash of Brilliance plus Sigil of Voltaris. If you want to know why Chris Ayali was able to take down Calling Shanghai, you better give this one a read.
Imagine being neck and neck with KO, getting banned out, and then being the stronger deck.
Pretty wild stuff. Ultimately has been taking Pro Tour Yokohama by storm in the hands of Yuki Lee Bender. And, you know, we wanted to teach you about it. So get on over to AGE Premium, see what the heck I'm talking about. We are going to be back with more Flesh and Blood, of course, after this. Do not go anywhere. The class warfare goes in favor of that with the bigger stack, Evos, I mean, and probably also funds. Teklo Vossen, esteemed magnate, does take down the crowd favorite -IO in the hands of Benjamin Freedman, of course, and Anthony Camacho, unfortunately, unable to realize all of the work that he put into his board state, ultimately falls by the wayside. Folks, we are sitting in Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. They are one of the sponsors of the AGE Open Series. They are our home on the West Coast. They are. You can reach them at their socials on Facebook and Instagram at Top Deck Keep. We are so thankful to have a place that is so aligned with our goals, making sure that great games of Flesh and Blood are being played week after week. Got to shout them out as well for running a Battleground event not too long ago. I believe it was end of March, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that went off as a
ago.
rounding success. So thankful to have them because they got clean facilities. Like I said, they like what we like, which is games of Flesh and Blood. And, of course, they support us so very much. Besides that, folks, I do want to talk about upcoming events since we're talking about Top Deck Keep. We will be back in May 23rd, another Saturday, for yet another AGE Open Series. The Killers will be back in town, back from Yokohama, and indeed fresh, unless, of course, they go to Prague for the world premiere of Omens of the Third Age. Besides that, we've got events coming up for both New England and St. Louis as well. I want to draw your attention to April 25th. At the end of this month, we will be streaming AGE St. Louis once again. We'll be back at Fantasy Books and Games, so be there back at the AGE YouTube channel for more Flesh and Blood action. We are ready to dive back down into another eventful game of Flesh and Blood. This time, ladies and gentlemen, we have got ourselves John Zapata versus John Kim. We have had mech-offs, we've had brute-offs, we've had reviled versus revered. In this case, it's John-on-John action. Blue versus yellow, Oscilio versus Prism. One of the most intricate matchups, I think, that are around in the metagame today.
You missed light versus lightning.
Okay, fair enough. It's the battle of the suffixes then, maybe? Looks like John is on the play here. Both of these players are 2-1. And we're only going 5 rounds here in Swiss today. We literally missed the 6th round by 1 human being. Looks like I'm getting a note from the booth that we're actually going back up to 6.
Yes.
So all of a sudden, these calories that we're ingesting, Michael, have to go a little bit further.
That one human being did, in fact, show up.
Right, indeed. Got to shout out Clark Moore, who always makes our days here at the AG Open Series a little more interesting. Also makes podcasting a little more interesting. He is one of the 3/3 of the Pitch It To Me podcast. You can find that on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast. God, I love saying that.
It's a lot of thirds.
I hear you on that.
3 whole thirds.
John Zapata, in his... He told me this morning that he has 5 games on Oscilio.
Oh.
Did not discourage him from bringing it.
So 8 now.
8 now.
Coming up on double.
Does send Comet Storm here after deliberating, I believe, on the discard of Electrostatic Discharge. One of the probably most often Oscilio'd away cards, I think, in the card pool. 5 Arcane blocked out a little bit by John Kim, who descends down to 28.
And John Zapata has been playing Wizard for a long time, despite this being only his 8th game on Oscilio. He's been playing Verdance all the way up until she sailed off into the sunset.
Was a huge Icelander player back in the day as well. Has been forever trying to recapture what that felt like, I think. Light of Soul pitched for John Kim here. Finds a yellow card on top of the deck. It is not, however, a Herald, so not going to trigger Prism Awakener of Soul and tutor out a Figment. In this case, it's Herald of Ravages, the attacking card. Coming in for 6 go again, thanks to a yellow card being in the pitch zone. Will confer 1 arcane damage on hit, and of course go to the soul as well.
Yeah, one of the main strategies against a Prism is to keep him off soul for as long as possible. So seeing that Light of Soul and hitting this early is a big deal for John
And that
Kim.
prospect is becoming so hard with all of these expansion slot cards coming out, helping Prism out. I mean, Herald of Sechem was one that definitely caught my eye. Ways for Prism to put cards into her soul and also get a little bit of a benefit. And the other one is in the equipment slot for John Kim. Soul Forge Gauntlet will simply go to soul after it is defended with. So all of a sudden, this prospect of kind of starving out the Prism player of meaningful soul generation and thereby stymieing the effect of something like the Archangel of Erudition down the line is a bit of a moot strategy. In this case, Soulforge Gauntlet does provide Arcane Barrier, so maybe John is going to be less willing to let it go.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a judge call here, so we can just chit-chat about the way we think this game will go. One of the things I wanted to talk about, though, is that even though it is such an advantageous plan to keep Prism off of Soul, the reason you want to do that is because it's so terrifying for those Angels to get established. But a deck like Oscilio, like, of course, you want your Mind Warps to connect. You don't want Ward on the board. But the combo-oriented, combo-slanted decks, I think, are better positioned than the others to handle a big board state. Sometimes you can just go bigger.
Without a doubt. In the case of Oscilio, wants to go incredibly wide as well. One of the pivot points in this matchup, and one that makes it so technical, is also the fact that Oscilio has the opportunity to snipe Angels out of the sky meaningfully when they're attacking with Go Again, and thereby rob the Prism of their action point and perhaps extra cards that they were able to just put into hand after swinging with Soraya.
But be very careful, because if you try to attack an Angel, the Prism can do that right back to you by destroying that Angel using the Halo and ending your turn. They both have ways, effectively, to time walk the other. So it's a very technical matchup, as you mentioned.
Technical. And furthermore, since we're on the subject, one of the most fearsome pieces in Prism's card pool is Arclight Sentinel. Does its dirty work on defense rather than on offense. Forces you to attack into it, is an aura with Spectra, and usually makes it so that you have no action point for the remainder of the turn. That is a moot point when Oscilio is going for the combo turn. Lightning Greaves give instance Go Again, and thereby doesn't require attacks to get Go Again. So you can not only remove that Arclight Sentinel, but you can just keep on zapping.
Both of these heroes have extremely slippery and hard to pin down plans that neither really has a foothold on. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Do you have a sense of favorability here?
Okay, I don't think that I can call it in terms of the heroes.
Yeah.
In terms of the players, however, I do have to give the edge to John Kim, because this man has a lot of reps on Prism. And when John only has 5, maybe now 8 games on Oscilio, a technical matchup is not exactly where you want to be. Nevertheless, John is an incredible player in his own right. But, you know, Oscilio, even though some people in the community, like Cody Williams, are calling him no Skillio, I completely disrespect that line of thinking.
Yeah.
I think he is still one of the hardest decks to
If
pilot.
Oscilio is no Skillio, then Flesh and Blood is no Skillio because he's up there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not going to call him number one. I think decks like Vincent slot in above that. There are some very difficult decks to pilot, and Oscilio is, I would definitely say, above the middle of the pack.
Yes, and to give the devil his due, I think what Cody might be talking about is the fact that a good combo hand, when it lines up, is pretty easy to see.
Sure.
Gone in a Flash plus a crap load of instants plus some form of arcane damage.
It's just every other turn.
No, exactly. It's every other turn that makes Oscilio so difficult. The decision, which instant card do I discard to the Oscilio hero ability? What am I actually looking for in this situation?
Yeah.
Judge call has been resolved. 28 plays 36. John still at his starting life total. Both of these heroes wield such immeasurable power that they are hampered in terms of their life total. Prism, way more than her wizard counterpart, though. And that is because even at 1 life point, you just can't count her out.
We can already see here the game plan employed, at least at the start, is try to slow the soul from growing.
And Soul does not grow here, but the Herald of Judgment does follow. John now only with 2 cards left in hand after deploying Electromagnetic Somersault and Consigned to Cosmos Shock on defense. Probably not going to go ahead and get in front of the Herald of Judgment here, but that's okay because the much more scary prospect is to let the first Herald hit because then it allows your opponent to swing not just a Herald, but also an Angel.
Just a little bit of a tanking here as John decides on blocks on this last Herald.
No blocks declared. 6 damage comes across the line. 30 life points remaining for John Zapata. Still eclipses John Kim by 2, but already on his first affirmative turn, John Kim is able to establish a Figment. It is, of course, Erudition, the most powerful one in the Awakener of Souls deck. But it is scary when you choose to deploy it because of all the interplay that we talked about during the judge call.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to bring that out while your opponent has the option to snipe it. Instead, John just establishing it, really importantly, getting that Ponder token with no cards left in hand means he gets the extra arsenal on top of 12 value presented in the form of those angels.
So Figment of Erudition established, Ponder token popped, and Arsenal established for John Kim, which is not a given for Prism because of all those Figments that lie in the deck. For John Zapata, he's sending Gone in a Flash with Lightning Press, which is a legal play as long as you establish Lightning Press before Gone in a Flash has resolved. So you can go Gone in a Flash in the layer step, play Lightning Press to give +3, and you are not forced to bounce Gone in a Flash back to the hand.
You're never forced to bounce Gone in a Flash, but what this enables is for you to still bounce it.
Exactly. So if that last card in hand for John Zapata is an instant, which I think it is, he will still be able to save Gone in a Flash for the arsenal. So 7 damage here on the combat chain for John to deal with. An interesting choice for John Zapata as well, because Lightning Press is one of those other tricky cards that make this matchup also difficult for both players to navigate. Lightning Press ultimately turns cards into poppers.
Yeah, a little less efficient than just having the value printed on the card itself, but 2-card end your turn is pretty good if you can line it up.
It's 2 copies of Passing Mirage in the hand for John Kim. An interesting inclusion here because I don't think of Oscilio as a typical popping deck, right?
Yeah, probably just part of the blue base, not a reason to cut it, but certainly isn't going to get the value that it would typically get. One of the reasons we probably saw him blocking and then pitching.
Only 1 blocking card found for John Zapata, and is a Mind Warp.
Importantly here, there is no go again. A blue was pitched, meaning that Luminaris is not giving go again.
Correct, indeed. There is still tricky play that John Kim can employ. He would be able to activate Prism at instant speed in order to give go again, but the way he's shaking his head, I think this is just the way he drew it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower turn. Not common to see a Prism stumble. The deck is very consistent in that it just always, it's filled with angels. It's filled with heralds, rather. You can pitch them to play them. They have go again just because there's a yellow, and there are so many yellows in the deck.
For John Zapata, it is a Blink, a Null Shock, Channel Lightning Valley, and Mind Warp.
Huh. Bit of an awkward hand to convert on offense.
If I'm in John's seat, I'm definitely thinking about ditching that Null Shock because it is a redundant source of arcane damage.
Ooh,
Okay, it finds
this
a
is
much better
very
version.
good hand.
Consigned to Cosmos Shock found in the hand now. Does have himself a Gone in a Flash in the arsenal, so all of a sudden you see the possibility of one of these mini combos, right? Deploy Gone in a Flash. It'll have Go again, plus you play Blink, and then all of a sudden you have an action point, 2 action points remaining and Gone in a Flash, so could deploy Gone in a Flash twice and then finish off with a Mind Warp. The missing piece here, though, is a card with Sigil in its name.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden now John has to pay for the amp on Volzar.
It's a really good point. I do wonder if you use the old knocker here, and it actually looks like he's even considering using the boots to go even wider. This is what I would sort of call like an unnecessary combo turn. If he does it, he might get a little bit of extra value, but he'll be out the Lightning Greaves for the rest of the game, and he can do almost as well with his current hand texture.
I think if I'm in John's seat, I'm saying no blocks.
That's a way to keep the Sigil, though. I like this play a lot.
Fair enough, yeah. Flash of Brilliance could get in the way here, pick up the Sigil of Lightning, and make it so that John can play every single one of these cards rather than relegate one to the pitch zone.
Not to mention that Consign is redundant arcane damage. He already has the Mind Warp in hand, so discarding that in favor of the Sigil of Lightning not only allows him to do a better mini combo, he's got the Blink on the second chain link now with the embodiment, so he can preserve the Lightning Greaves, get the Sigil for the discount on Volzar. I love this play. I just want to see him discard that Consign to Cosmos now.
What is going to be the choice for John? Channel Lightning Valley instead. And I don't hate this because he's not going to be pitching a card and keeping Channel Lightning Valley around. So the other consideration there is saying, hey, yeah, I have to pitch a card no matter what, but that means I get 2 turns of Channel Lightning Valley, and that's not too bad either.
Yeah, he will gain 1 extra value on this Arcane Ping this way as well, assuming that the Channel Lightning Valley would not get its value, which is a fair assumption when you're doing a mini combo with Gone in a Flash. Because it bounces back to your hand after damage, you can't play the Channel Lightning Valley until the damage is dealt, so you don't get the draw anyway. Astute choice to discard that one. Just going for the extra 1 point instead of the higher end play of maybe John Kim blocks out entirely and draws you a card.
But you gotta mention that is assuming that John Kim doesn't flip an Angel here, because you could always go Gone in a Flash at an Angel, play out Channel Lightning Valley to bounce it back, and then all of a sudden you've got an established Channel Lightning Valley that you don't have to worry about not getting value because you're playing Gone in a Flash.
That's a good point, but it's very risky to do that. If you do that and he destroys his own Angel, you now have to pop Lightning Greaves.
You have Blink.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But losing the go again isn't great either. Either way, it stalls the turn a little bit. Right here, what we see instead is just a nice, clean mini combo. Gone in a Flash with the tail end Mind Orb. It's just the bread and butter of what Oscilio is trying to do.
John says no blocks. Archangel Bologna, even though it wasn't the target of the attack, does get cleaned up right there.
Oh, activates
and here we
Lightning
go.
Greaves.
This is the big power push for John Zapata. Sigil of Lightning comes out to fetch Gone in a Flash from the arena back to the hand. 2 action points remain because Lightning Greaves has provided go again to that instant.
I don't think he needed to do that.
I don't think so either.
He could play everything.
Gone in a Flash for the second time comes out. Down to 1 action point goes John. Up to 3 amp on his Volzar.
What it does is it lets him play 1 additional Gone in a Flash, but I think this is a really good example of you use your boots for 4 damage here. They are worth so much more on clunkers, and on turns that it allows you to keep the Gone in a Flash in arsenal and do another combo next turn.
But you know, a lot of the times, one of the skill expression points for Oscilio pilots is that knowing when you can push the button, not for maximum value, but for enough to put your opponent on the back foot is sometimes as good.
Yeah, if you smell blood in the water right here, it is correct to use those lightning greaves for the extra 4. It's just a question of, is it enough, or can Prism is so capable of clawing back from low life. That's the thing that can be really scary. If you don't kill the Prism, they always have a chance back in the game.
You know, John could be thinking that that one extra amp on Volzar is what's going to allow him to get the Mind Warp over the top for Surge and then really disrupt John while supplying a lot of damage on top of it.
Yeah, you have a good point there too. This is such a good example of how many different possible lines there are when playing Oscilio, especially into a Prism. Very technical matchup.
And the pressure is mounting for both of these Johns. Right now it's John Kim who's in the blender, tanking on these blocks. Does have blocking cards in the hand. I'm seeing a significant number of Angels, and then I think also a that all you got? Oh no, there is one Figment in the hand. Figment of Protection is there as a non-blocking card.
Yeah, the Herald's block 3, not quite 4, so he decides now is the time to deploy the Halo of Illumination.
Which makes me think that he is going to fetch out Figment of Triumph to try to hamper the amount of damage John is going to do on this turn. If he gets that Figment, then every single instance of Gone in a Flash will have -1 power.
That's a big deal.
Okay, trigger Prism.
And John has to hope that he didn't draw the Figment of Triumph in that case, because then it wouldn't be fetchable, but there it is.
Terrifying. This is a very heads-up play here. Not only is this reducing every Gone in a Flash, but it's taking that breakpoint down, so now all he has to do is give a card. Otherwise, that one breakpoint was threatening the killing of the Figment. Or I guess rather the Angel if it's flipped.
And you might think that John Kim is doing this one chain link late, but ultimately if he was allowing Bologna to take the brunt of the damage, it doesn't matter if it was 3 or 4.
Yeah.
If he had 3 Spectral Shields on the board, that would be an entirely different story. In this case, just trying to make sure that this non-blocking card in his hand can convert for defensive potential.
I'll block 3.
3 block is chosen. And here, now that John is planning on deploying Mind Warp towards the end of the turn, every single card that John blocks with makes it hurt that much more.
And Oscilio has 3 action points at the moment.
In the hand for John Kim, of course, is the Consign to Cosmos Shock. And John is going to be really tipped off when John goes Consign to Cosmos Shock, no activation of Volzar. Then he knows that an action speed Arcane spell is coming his way. Angelic Attendant gets in the way of this Gone in a Flash. Consigned to Cosmos Shock. Going to shock for 1 Arcane damage here. John back up to 3 action points. And perhaps now he's thinking, did I actually need my Lightning Greaves on this turn?
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's going to get an extra amp this way by playing out this Gone in a Flash, which with 2 Figments may still not be enough. Can he flip both of those, or is it just one?
It's once per turn.
Once per turn. So, okay.
And he also, yeah. It's only once per turn.
Yeah.
But John does have to consider the Arcane Barrier on Soulforge Gauntlet, which has already been utilized.
And he doesn't even employ the Gone in a Flash. Now I'm really regretting the choice to use those.
And John might be thinking it here. I think he might even be saying it to himself. I didn't even need the boots here.
Yep. And that's why, you know, you need more than 5 reps on Oscilio. No, he's a tough deck to play, and finding mini combos is the way to optimize your ability to play. Holding those for later, and we see John Kim here ending the turn with 26 life, and John sitting on no more combo.
But you know, that's okay. In a sense.
23.
It's not ideal, but it is okay in a sense because Sigil of Lightning, now that John has elected to keep it around with Flash of Brilliance, will pop again and allow this Gone in a Flash to gain go again, yet again.
Yeah, definitely still a usable card, and with another Mind Warp in hand, he's got another power turn coming.
And all of a sudden, John would have to devote not only more cards from Soul in order to block out the Surge effect on Mind Warp, but he would also have to give up Soraya, which is a scary proposition, especially after Halo has already been popped. Gone in a Flash, coming in for the 4th time this game. 5th time.
I don't count. I will count to the moon if I start trying to track numbers of Gone in a Flash
Copy
played.
not counting.
Yeah, let's just multiply the turn number times 4. That's how many Gone in a Flashes we've probably resolved.
Bottom line, it's got go again here, thanks to the Sigil of Lightning that left at the beginning of the action phase. 4 damage finds home. John Kim now down to 19. And John Zapata in the damage step, ready to deploy an instant. This one, a gorgeous Sigil of Solace. 3 life gain and also, essentially, a Gone in a Flash drawn. Then it's Flittering Charge following up here. And we know that John's got himself more instants in the hand.
This time a Sigil of Conductivity. Really, really nice piece to keep that Volzar free for the rest of the game. That is, unless Arcane damage connects, which with no Arcane barrier left on the table, if it is sent, it will pop that Sigil.
In the tier list of Arcane damage heroes, it goes Wizard, Runeblade, then Illusionist. Randomly, they have Arcane damage splattered into their card pool along with everything else that they get.
Well, you say that now, but I'm pretty sure Illusionist is going to take the throne for second in the next coming set.
That is very astutely put, Michael. Ziggy is going to be an Arcane damage monster. John in the blender once again, tanking on this block on Flittering Charge. I've never seen John Kim so uncomfortable, honestly. I think based on the body language, the lower his chin gets in relation to his shoulders, the less comfortable he's feeling.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
Sigil of Conductivity hits the board, provides go again to Flittering Charge in the damage step, and then all of a sudden, Mind Warp comes in for 5 Arcane. John Kim now has to decide whether he's willing to cash in Soraya, Archangel of Erudition, in order to stop the Surge effect. John has definitely put the opposing John in a difficult situation.
Yeah, you really don't want to be using it that way, but of course you also really don't want to be discarding a card. Or shuffling it into your deck.
John Kim confirming that he wouldn't lose these cards. They would go back into the deck.
If it's a hand of Figments, maybe it's a good proposition. I haven't seen it. No, he wants it.
I saw Herald of Erudition.
I did too.
Michael.
He wants that hand, but he doesn't block.
I think what John Kim was saying was like, I still have a chance to draw these cards, right?
Yeah. So,
but even if a Herald of Erudition does make its way into John's hand, it is still Prism with a 4-card hand is very different than Prism with a 3-card hand.
It is. The Erudition, if John fails to draw a defense reaction here, which he may not even have brought into Prism, an Erudition would be a godsend.
It would hurt.
No armor, or not enough armor to block out that 5 Dominate. Plus, there's the Pierce Reality on the table, too. So that would come in for a whopping 7.
Ultimately unblockable for John unless he had a card in hand and a defense reaction in arsenal. But the 3-card hand for John Kim is Pierce Reality. Is that a Herald of Erudition?
It's pretty
in the middle.
Yellow. It is? He found it.
Holy cow.
Plan 2 is out, and this is his turn back into he pitches it.
But there was only one yellow in the hand, and that was Herald of Erudition. So instead, in order to gain go again, John has to pitch it away in favor instead of this Herald of Protection, which is not bad.
Yeah, this is good. He's got the opportunity now to gain a little bit of life back in the form of those soul shields, and has the resources to potentially flip that Erudition.
This is 9 damage, ladies and gentlemen, 10 damage. Simon Nielsen is getting his wish.
Woo!
Courage token plus 2 from the Pierce Reality equals a whopping 10. And also a Spectral Shield on the back end. Again, sometimes the nastiest things you can do in Flesh and Blood are all about defense. And now John in the blender once again. The Elbow of Consternation gets in the way of the hand.
I don't think he can block this out.
No way.
Even if he wants to.
No way.
He's got 3 2-blocks in an instant. He's thinking about cycling it, but
he just knows he can't use every single one of these cards anyway.
Yeah.
So he's got to stick one on defense. It doesn't feel good, but it is what it is.
I wonder if he had boots.
If he had boots,
not to beat a dead horse, but this is a prime example of what Oscilio plays like in the post-combo game. Things get a lot clunkier.
Honestly, even if John had one more instant, this hand is gassed.
That's true.
The dual copy of Flittering Charge is what really mucks things up. Figment of Protection found out of the deck for John Kim. 2 Spectral Shields now after Herald of Protection hits as well. And this is why you can't count Prism out, ever.
Yeah.
As long as she has life, she can establish a ward board that gives her effectual life. And that's exactly why she starts at 32 rather than 40.
Sometimes I feel like a Prism on 1 life is the scariest form of Prism.
Fair enough. There is one thing going for John Zapata, though, and that's that Halo of Illumination, usually the trickiest thing that Prism can do, whether she's sniping her own Angel or hampering the offensive output of your turn, is gone.
And here we see a flip into an attack with that Herald of Angel of what? Figment of Erudition? What is it called when it's flipped?
It's an Angel now.
It's an Angel of Erudition. Okay. I know the other side. Soraya, it's an Archangel.
Michael can't count, but he can read.
Well, it helps when it comes on screen anyway.
That's what I meant. And John now knows that he's priced into blocking. He just can't use all these cards on offense. Honestly, this is one of those situations where you would really like John to send some arcane damage and clear your Sigil of Conductivity so you can get an embodiment. 2 block for John Zapata. Takes 2 after Soraya finds home. Cards found on top of the deck, though. Ooh. Brand new Herald. This is Herald of Victoria. Herald of Victoria, who is the Archangel of Triumph, which is the one that normally reduces opponents' blocking or attacking cards.
Not to derail things too much, but have you ever met someone that can't tell their rights and their lefts apart?
Are you one of them?
Mix it up. No, I can't ever remember if it's Archangel or Archangel. My entire life, every time I've ever tried to say that word, I can't remember which one's correct.
Which is hilarious, because I think it's probably just different based on who you ask.
Is it? I don't know. I've been corrected by people that were disgusted with my pronunciation.
Wow.
And I just said Archangel, you said Archangel, and now I feel really, really self-conscious.
The reason I choose Archangel is it sounds more imposing to me.
It does. It does. I think I usually say Archangel, and then people make fun of me, and then I go, was it Arch? Was it
Sounds like you got to find better friends,
Isn't
Michael.
Arch like, you know how it is. You know how it goes.
Listen, it's an Archangel if it's an Archangel of Architecture.
Okay, like Arch, like the Golden Arches.
Yes. If you're, now we're talking about McDonald's?
Yes.
You said you didn't want to derail things,
We're talking
Michael.
about I Am Legend.
Oh my God. Wait, where are there arches in that?
Isn't that which movie references the Golden Arches? Isn't it like they're in the future and they don't know they can't remember the word for McDonald's, but there's like a dusty old McDonald's sign. Planet of the Apes.
At the end, when he sees the Statue of Liberty,
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
also
yeah.
the Golden Arches off in the distance in the ocean.
I think so.
That's not true at all.
Okay. Why do we even speak to each other about things?
Somebody's got to be having fun out there in
Look
chat
at
land,
this,
right?
though. Wait, there's another Herald of Erudition on its way. We missed so much. It
No,
was
we
a
didn't.
fun thing to miss.
We didn't miss
no,
anything.
I'm sorry. That's not. It was very golden. I thought it was the Angel of Erudition.
That was Herald of Victoria,
You're
which
right.
is
You
when we
said that
started
many
derailing
moons
this.
ago.
Back over to John Zapata, finally on the affirmative again, after the casters have completely fell off the rails. Flittering Charge, going to be given go again by Electrostatic Discharge, and John is just sending Gone in a Flash for 7. Decides it's time to cash it in for offensive value, can't keep it around any longer. Got to see if I can do enough damage to John Kim and put him in instant speed shock range.
Importantly, is able to clear out that Archangel of Erudition.
Now I'm going to start making fun of you.
With the helmet gone, there's no opportunity to ping your own angel and end the turn, so is safely able to attack the angels at this point in the game and does so for a clean clear. John can't keep that on the board any longer.
John Kim now still insulated from a instant speed Steelio game play. Wait, what? Hold on. We're looking at chat now. I am, in fact, disgusted by your pronunciation. Says death to monkeys in chat.
It's technically arch-like golden arches. Also, you're adding another I to erudition and saying erudition half the time.
I'm not saying erudition, erudition.
Can you please get your shit together?
Listen, what did you just curse?
I'm sorry.
This is a family show.
I had emotions and I had to express them. Still waiting on blocks.
Moving forward, it has inconclusively been decided that the correct pronunciations are Archangel and erudition.
I can agree to that.
It is decided. Oh, I didn't think I was going to get this mad today.
I know. That's why I dropped the S-bomb just now.
I was being so nice to you, too. It wasn't anything like the Mayo discussion.
Oh, now that I remember the Mayo discussion.
Oh, boy.
I think, well, it's okay. The players are playing, so I was like, we should probably cast this game. We have been
fallen
derailed
off the
longer
wagon.
than we've gotten in a long time.
Damage does come across the line. John Kim accepts all but 5 of it, thanks to the 2 spectral shields, which now means that the ward board is a little bit weaker. John Zapata could find the sauce in order to zap his way to victory, but the threshold for that, even if John draws perfectly, is 4.
Yeah, and a Prism with a 4-card hand scares me.
Are you scared more? That's Herald of Erudition, ladies and gentlemen.
Coming in +2 from the, how do you want to mispronounce that one?
Erudition.
Pyrus reality. Thank you. Would you believe me if I asked that question because I couldn't remember the card name?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would, Michael. 7 go again dominate is what John has to face down here, and he's not too happy about it. I wouldn't be in his seat either.
Yeah, no card in Arsenal means John Kim can be very confident this one's connecting, and with 2 more cards in hand to boot and a Figment still on board, he's looking to go very wide.
And it's not just the damage, it's not just the dominate. On connection, Herald of Erudition is going to draw John Kim 2 cards.
A-E-I-O-U, and sometimes Y-U-dition.
Ooh, now we're talking, Michael. You must get paid by the syllable, too.
Oh, yeah. We're racking up the big bucks today.
All 2 nickels of it. A lot of non-blocking cards in the hand for John Zapata. A blink, an electrostatic discharge. Want to say that's a null shock as well.
Yeah, ooh.
John knowing that he has to cycle some of these cards out. Electromagnetic somersault as well. That is a full hand of non-blocking cards, if I'm right about the null.
He's just going to die, like straight up. Even if he draws up, and he doesn't draw a blocking card.
It's a lightning press.
I think he's just dead.
John is 100% shields down. Oh my goodness. If he had a consign to Cosmos Shock, he could at least threaten lethal. But in this case, because it's a null shock, he has to pay for it because it costs 1. Can't get to the requisite 5 damage to even force John to pitch a card and flip Figment of Protection to live.
If he's lucky...
No way, bro.
If he's lucky, John Kim could threaten Arcane, kill his sigil. He could pop the gloves and amp 1 in response.
Oh my gosh.
But that would require John to send Arcane.
But even pretty much any flavor of Herald of Ravages at this point just kills John.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in. 6 life, no block in hand. Resolved to taking everything else John Kim has to offer on offense.
So John Kim at this point, thinking about which Figment to grab, he pulls Figment of Ravages to the front, which would deal arcane damage. But once again, folks, it doesn't even matter because John doesn't have the resources in order to actually enact that game plan. Null Shock does cost 1, so he wouldn't be able to get all of the damage that he needs. And even if he did, John Kim can still flip Figment of Protection and block it out. So the snipe of the Sigil of Conductivity does happen. John lets that window pass, does not pop Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age. So that amp is a moot point. Instead, he's just staring daggers into his hand for non-blocks.
I've never seen a more disappointed look on John Zapata's face.
I have.
Yeah.
One time I saw it when he said, man, this hand is terrible, and then he dealt 30 damage to me.
So he was disappointed in you.
No, this is just the way John is. You know you're in for a bad time when John doesn't like what he's seeing.
Oh, he is projecting authentic disappointment this time around.
Oh, hold on. Okay, now that John Kim is attacking with this angel, John has the opportunity to snipe it from the sky.
That's important.
That would thereby rob the action point of John Kim and pass the turn back over to John, which means he wouldn't really be in a better spot, but at least he wouldn't be dead.
Is there arcane damage coming first?
There is not arcane. There is. So John has the opportunity to pay the cost here. John can respond before John can. This is so weird. John can respond before John pays the cost, and make it so arcane damage doesn't come across. Because for the Archangels, it's not an additional cost. The cost is 2, and it says when this attacks, you may banish a card from Soul, in which case it'll get a supplemental effect.
I think John Kim did banish a card from Soul. No? Thought I saw him do that.
I think he did. So I'm pretty sure the way this interaction works is that Prism must pay that cost, but if John responds and snipes the angel, the arcane damage still won't go through.
Interesting.
It's pretty wild.
Okay.
I have had a judge call in the past at a pro quest where that's the way it was resolved. That was my question as the Oscilio player. Can I force my opponent to pay the card out of Soul and then deny the card draw off of Archangel of Erudition?
Right. And currently John Kim has AB1 only. Is that? No, AB2, right?
He has AB1. He has Ward 1 and Empyrean Rapture.
Okay.
I'm sorry. No, Phantasmal Footsteps has Arcane Barrier, right?
Okay, so, yeah.
It doesn't. Never mind.
Yeah. There's a few...
Finally, they held something back from the Illusionist Equipment Suite.
I'm sure they'll give it to Ziggy.
And gosh, we are rewarded for saying that this is an intricate matchup because holy crap, Michael.
We've had the most intricate casting commentary, I think, of the day. You bring up a very good point. 3 damage coming through on that null shock. John Kim only able to stop 2 of it with what is shown on board.
This cast is going to be the thing that slams the door on my miserable career, Michael. I do commiserate with you, chat. This is a tough position for John. John is going to have to really fight to find a way through this. And John putting his pitch cards onto the bottom of the deck, as John has to do right after him.
John must be extremely happy and or sad about this.
John forced to arsenal a card and pass, much like the other John before him. That John pitching Light of Soul for the 3rd time this game?
Heck?
Wouldn't you know it, when your hero shuffles the deck over and over again, and Mind Warp does it in kind, you can see Fabled Gems over and over again. Now,
Are we
John,
sure he's not playing 3 copies?
John with 2 copies of Burn Bear in the hand now. Finally with a Sigil of Brilliance as well, coming too late and $1 short.
I mean, those are great, and they're poppers. So this could be very well timed.
John does have, because he deployed a War Tune Herald, can just pay for that action point back with Phantasmal Footsteps.
I'll pay 1 for Light of Soul.
John said, I'll pay 1 for Light of Soul. What he meant was, I'll pay 1 for Phantasmal Footsteps to buy the action point back.
What does he mean?
John still with 3 cards in hand here. That applies to both of them.
That's why I chuckled.
Oh, Michael. If there's one thing I want to do for the rest of my life, it's make you push air out of your nose.
There we go. It's always a fun time casting with you.
Producer's not having a good time, though. He's booing us.
He's pulling his damn hair out right now.
Herald of Protection is the follow-up here. This one doesn't have Go again, though, because it is the 2nd Herald attack this turn. Once again, John Zapata down, not out.
I mean, double popper at this point in the game is a massive,
It's
massive
triple because he
draw.
arsenaled the Lightning Press and has an attack in hand.
Yeah, but you definitely want to use that on the attack here. He's threatening. Well, he's not threatening lethal. Oh, yeah, no, he could threaten lethal here. Pitching to play a 5 power attack with 3 on the back end.
And it also puts John in a bit of a fork because he's established an embodiment of Lightning token.
Yeah.
And it's the flip from John Kim. Decided to use that last blue rather than arsenal it.
Okay. A nice insulation, life insulation right when he needs it.
Absolutely
Keeps him away from lethal range, even if he says no blocks.
Further protects him from the lightning press play that we know John wants to deploy. John now perhaps thinking about holding on to that lightning press in the arsenal in order to pop John on the next turn.
Yeah, getting those poppers is really important, and now I have to guess John only has one left in the deck.
Now, even if John lets one damage leak through here, that is more of a green light for John to enact a shock combo. All of a sudden, if he draws 3 lightning cards plus Consigned to Cosmos Shock, that's lethal damage.
Yeah. Down to the wire is this game. Light versus lightning. Technical versus technical.
Seasoned veteran of AGE versus seasoned veteran of AGE.
And most importantly,
There it
John
is.
versus John.
John does go for the lightning press play here, amps up on Volzar even though he's
Even
playing
though there's
face up
no
at this
cards
point.
left in.
Which, you know,
hand or deck.
is very good play.
It is. Just keep your board state managed.
John Kim not feeling good about this because it does put him ever closer to lethal. Down to 1 he goes. John Zapata at the ready to draw up the shock. Is it going to be there, folks? He's gone through a lot of them at this point. I believe both nulls are gone. 1 Comet Storm, 2 Consigned to Cosmos. It's not
No,
there.
but he has a popper again. Oh. Still in it.
Still in it. And in a better situation here because John Kim will be forced to pitch yet another card into Phantasmal Footsteps, unlike when he deployed a Wartune Herald first.
And all John needs to do is survive here. He has 3 arcane damage to close the game out. John doesn't have, unless he flips, but he doesn't have a Figment established. Would need to get one out, which means he would need to hit with his 2nd Herald.
Which is all but assured, right? Because John has an Electromagnetic Somersault. I didn't spy the last card in the hand besides the Etchings. John came happy to pitch in here because he's got himself a blue, and then the Wartune Herald in the yellow is to follow. This is lethal damage. John Zapata could go ahead and just put Aether Bindings of the 3rd Age in front of it.
Who are these people? John what?
Oh, sorry. John and John.
Yeah.
Oh
that
my
was-
gosh. I
don't
can't believe I
confuse me.
missed this up until now. John is playing Oscilio, and his name is literally Zap At Ya.
Whoa. That's. I think you just predicted the end of the game here.
We'll see.
John Zapata
Got a good laugh from the peanut
Has
gallery
the-
behind us.
has the cards to block here and the arcane damage to potentially close it out. If he can stop this, he can stop the flip, which is really, really important.
But then wouldn't be able to send Etchings of Arcana on his turn.
Wouldn't he? It costs 0.
No, it does, but he would have to use it to block out.
No, he has. Oh, no, he has 2. Oh,
No,
you're right.
he's got an
Oh,
Electromagnetic Somersault.
Interesting. Yes. Okay. So we're playing it slow.
So John has the opportunity to discard to Oscilio and see if he can find something better. No, keeps it. Deciding maybe it's good to just block out that first Herald once again.
I don't mind just fishing for the shock. That's all he needs.
There it is.
Yes.
On the left side
Wait,
of the screen.
but he
It's an
doesn't.
expensive one. He has a Mind Warp, so he can pay for it.
Yeah.
But there's precious little amp in that hand.
Yeah, it only can go up to 2 here.
Oh my gosh, it's a Herald of Airy Edition once again.
Oh.
John is going to have to hit the go button here, but it's just not going to be enough.
This game is on a knife's edge.
How about the edge of a Herald of Airy EIOU, sometimes Y edition?
It's not the card you want to be
What?
seeing.
On a knife edge is a card?
Whoa.
What is that from?
That's got to be Rhinar versus Dorinthea,
That's crazy.
right?
Wow, it's hit and run, but worse.
Yeah.
It's so much worse than hit and run.
Two
No wonder we
blocky
never see this
yellow.
card. Well, I feel vindicated for not knowing that one.
Uh-huh.
Got to check in on Sleepy Connor. He is drooping a little bit there. Oh my gosh, those eyelids are heavy.
Uh-huh.
We gave him Indian food for lunch, so I think we're going to see a sleepy show in top 8.
Yep.
Oh, poor guy. He's so tuckered out.
One card coming through for blocks. The only number of cards allowed when there is Dominate on the table.
So John, okay, he's got Consigned to Cause, he's got Comet Storm Shock. He's got resources to pay for it. He's got an Electromagnetic Somersault in Arsenal, so that's one
2
edge.
lightning cards.
He doesn't have a Sigil out, so he'll have to pitch yet another card in order to amp with it, which could be the Etchings of Arcana. Was there another lightning card in the hand?
I mean, he can get it up to 3 Arcane.
There's not. It's two etchings of Arcana. He's literally one off.
If he sends it right now, can't he just...
No, because there's ward on Empyrean Rapture.
Oh.
John Kim can pitch into that.
And is it ward 2?
No, I thought it was...
So he can do
Oh, is it
3.
ward 2? No, it's ward 1.
So he has lethal.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, he has lethal.
Did
As
he?
long as there's
No,
no
you're
other
right.
prevention than what we see on the board.
Why are you tanking, John Zapata? Zap at him!
Yeah, this could be the kill.
Yep, and there it
3
is.
Arcane presented.
John Kim says, 3 Arcane. Takes stock of what's left. Gives a grimace. No more tricks up the sleeve of Prism. The fist bump is extended. John Zapata gets his way. Oscilio Constella Intelligence, despite only with 6, 7, 8 reps on the deck. Who cares?
Yeah.
That was still an insurmountable opponent to overcome.
Well played by John.
Oh, man. That was an all-star game and an all-star cast, if I do say so myself. Michael?
One for the history books.
Definitely. One for the... Oh, my gosh. I have a scar where I've been doing this. Okay, folks. We are going to get some more calories in us, take stock of what we're doing with our lives, and then, of course, be back with Flesh and Blood. Before we go, though, we have got to talk about our sponsor one more time. Thank you so much to Fabtcg for supplying the prize pool today and making sure that everybody gets their hands on the sealed product that they need at an affordable price and cutting out the middleman. That's right. Fabtcg is your one-stop shop for all sealed needs, and that is going to go double when Ziggy rears his head alongside the rest of his cohort at Omens of the Third Age. Go to fabtcg.co and input the discount code AGELA10 to let them know that we sent you and also get 10% off your order. Use the QR code at the top of your screen and that'll send you right there. Ladies and gentlemen, support Fabtcg because they support us and we both support good games of Flesh and Blood all over the world. Okay, like I said, we got to take a break. Michael and I have to kind of reconstitute ourselves, see if we're fired at this point.
Yeah, we're going to have to check in with management about that one.
If not, we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood in short order and definitely no more HR violations after this. With a crack of lightning, John Zap at ya gets his way against John Kim. Oscilio versus Prism, just one of the amazing matches that we've seen here at the AGE Open Series in April. Folks, we've got another high-octane match for you coming up. But before we get to that, we got to talk about the latest offering at AGE Premium. Jesse Harper, one of the progenitors of the Sigil of Voltaris Briar list that has been making waves, not just at Pro Tour Yokohama, but also in a much more humble setting. AGE New England is where we saw it first on stream. Jesse was wearing a head wrap. He was wearing a flash of brilliance himself. He had just had a brain scan done, I think, a day or two before, which was pretty funny, all things considered. But Jesse did a fantastic write-up on this brand new flavor of Briar, and he thinks she might still be worthy of a community ban because, man, is she making waves at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, that's what I heard from some of the interviews during that Pro Tour, too. I think Yuki Lee Bender just talking about how powerful this deck really is.
And that is just one of the many offerings we have at AGE Premium. It's the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood, but more importantly, it's a way that you can support the foundations of this game. We're all about playing the game and feeling at home, which is just as important as playing the game and seeing the world. If you want more independent events like this coming to your neighborhood, we encourage you to subscribe to AGE Premium. Also, folks, if you are a competitor, you are essentially getting AGE Premium for free. This is a brand new initiative that we are launching today. It is live on our website. Whenever you sign up for an AGE event and you're a subscriber, it costs you $10 less. And yes, if you're doing the calculus, that means AGE Premium is free for you if you compete in our events. We want more eyeballs on this because we are very proud of what we have to offer. Besides that, do have to shout out one more time the brick and mortar in which we are sitting our butts. Top Deck Keep has been an incredible partner for us on the West Coast. Clean facilities, large ones at that, and a like mind for bringing you great games of Flesh and Blood. Let's mince words no longer, Michael. Shall we head down to the feature match area? Let's go ahead and hit that button because we have got yet another Teklo Vossen game. No, it's not Evan Bridges. That guy has pretty much failed out of today, unfortunately. Turns out that the AG April Open is harder than calling Memphis. In this case, the Magnates champion is Benjamin Freedman, who is X-1 going up now against the even more imposing Dawnblade of Richard Truong, who has been a warrior stalwart as long as I've known him.
Yeah, I love the way this guy just sticks to Dorinthea, one of my favorite heroes from early days of Flesh and Blood.
And Richard has already felled a Teklo today. Benjamin, his eyebrows go to the ceiling because he found his Heart of Fjendal very early once again. This time he actually has an opportunity to dip below Richard in life before utilizing it, unlike he did on his previous stream match. But here comes Richard. Glistening Steel Blade, going to provide a +1 counter to a Dawn Blade every time it connects. Also going to give go again here.
Really unfortunate timing. Benjamin doesn't have the best blocking hand in the world here.
No, indeed. Does have a defense reaction, but Steel Street Enforcement is a card you would much rather see after you've established an Evo or two. The Arsenal, however, does save Ben a little bit. Fate Foreseen. Didn't quite catch the card on top, but it is left there. And Richard, happy to just go next. Even though Glistening Steel Blade is a power card, I think Richard knows that the chances of Benjamin converting a 4-card hand, as Ben is looking at it and shaking his head, is pretty low.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to convert this one. Look into the sky for guidance.
It is a War Machine. Ooh. Played with 0. That's right, count them, 0 Evos. So it's a 3-card 6 play, which means that Richard is happy to do a little bit of fixing here.
Yeah.
Ditches a card in hand, wants to come out of the gates swinging, even though Benjamin has plenty of ways to attack the Arsenal.
Likely looking for a blue or something to pair up with the Steel Blade Supremacy.
Richard finds himself a copy of Nourishing Emptiness, probably the one copy in the deck. So as long as he's able to give Dawnblade go again, like something like with Steel Blade Supremacy, and also pitching Authority of Ataya when Benjamin has just parked a Sink Below into his arsenal. Absolutely huge play. And if Richard is able to provide this Dawnblade with go again, he'll be able to follow up with a Nourishing Emptiness or a second Dawnblade.
Did block with those Refraction Bolters, so has the opportunity regardless of what happens.
Would require the Dawnblade to hit, which of course would provide go again because of Warrior's Valor.
Good point. Scratch that.
So it's 8 on hit go again here. I believe the card drawn up off of Crown of Providence was yet another blue for Richard Truong.
It was, so no further big reactions in this hand.
Yeah, no tricks anymore. So that means this 8 block is going to get the job done for Benjamin. Oh, it's so rough for Richard. I think he was just trying to find a confirmed source of go again off the top of the deck, but as it stands, cashed in that all-important Crown of Providence, which will insulate him from disruption later on in this game for precious little value.
Yeah, I think either go again or a reaction would have done it. He found neither.
And the hand for Ben here is pretty rough. Still no Evos to be found. Instead, it's a bunch of fantastic Evo upgrade attacks.
And he just passes.
Looks like it's an Unsheathed plus Iron Song Determination. Could be the makings of a power turn for Richard Truong here. 7 Dominate go again, thanks to the text on Unsheathed. Now that Dawnblade's power is greater than twice its base, it will have go again.
Still needs a reaction in hand in order to get this to connect due to the defense reaction parked in that arsenal.
And you know, he's totally fine if Ben decides to block this out because the follow-up can just be Nourishing Emptiness. And especially after Dawnblade has baited out the defense reaction from the arsenal, you are all too happy to deploy it. And in this case, poor Ben, no more defense reactions to speak of, but also a ton of these fantastic Evo upgrade attacks. Still has not established an Evo at all.
Yeah, definitely a rough start from the Teklo.
3 damage does find home. Richard Truong is just a little bit smarter at the end of this turn cycle. It's going to draw up to 5. As is his right. But Ben will be able to send a little bit of disruption here. It's Command and Conquer pitching that first Evo found.
This will ask for at least a card and some armor, if not 2. Having already used that Crown of Providence means CNC cannot be dodged this time.
Dorinthea is a warrior. She is wont to find redundant sources of, for example, go again, pumps. Entirely possible that Richard could use this 5 intellect in order to just block with 2 cards.
Shoves the armor instead, wants to keep the pressure on, which I like. Teklo is very defensive, and you need to find your windows to get above that defense.
I'm gonna get yelled at so hard for the plays I'm making, I think.
Ben says he thinks he's going to get yelled at for the plays he's making. Listen, Ben, you haven't had great hands. It's all good. Warrior's Valor plus lead with speed means a pretty action speed warrior on the side of Richard Truong. He is pitched out entirely to send this Dawnblade for a whopping 9.
Technically, I could.
Will gain go again on connection thanks to Warrior's Valor. Ooh, Fabricate coming out of the hand for Benjamin potentially when he has literally 0 Evos.
Is he?
And he can't even cheat extra value out of the adaptive dissolvers because a lot of control Teklos will opt for the A-B adaptive pieces instead of the battle-worn ones because it's just extra slots that you would have to devote in the sideboard.
Yeah.
We'll banish this guy. Draw 1.
Evo banished from hand, card drawn. Evo banished was the sole controller, the arm piece. Benjamin now thinking about playing it at instant speed.
I found one and I pitched it. But it was a blue one. It wasn't
I fucking hate it here, man.
It's a rough position for him. He wants to block this, and
one floating.
This guy's about to get a counter, and I can't do anything about it because I have these stupid non-blocks in my hand.
you can hear Benjamin talking about the non-blocks.
A lot of consternation right here.
I'm going to. Thanks.
Richard, however, is an aura farmer. When
Yeah.
he's got you in the blender, he sinks his teeth in and does not let go.
He's perfectly happy to hear the upset in Benjamin's voice.
This man once got 3 counters on his Dawnblade in a
Maybe
single
that's
turn
my
against me.
gimmick in this match.
Nothing I
How?
could do.
That's
Oh, yeah.
interesting.
Glistening
Dominate,
Steel Blade.
Glistening Steel Blade. Already had a counter on it. I was Oscilio, didn't have blocking cards.
Yeah, that
Right
can
before you
happen.
hit big, activate Teklo and pay 4.
That is what they say.
Draw.
It's an activation of Teklo draw after playing out the Evo Soul Steel controller. Hey, yo,
Found
extra
a
block
second.
value thanks to Fabricate.
Does Fabricate affect it when it's in your hand?
Sure does.
Whoa. Not bad. Blocks 8 on 9.
Machine.
1 damage finds home. Grains of Blood Spill paid for here. Vigor token generated. Richard even has what he needs in order to pay into Brave Forge Bracers and send Dawnblade again.
I don't think you want to do that because that would send the equipment back and allow for another block with it.
That's fair.
So you just send Dawnblade. He can't block it.
Ain't no way.
Just send it again.
Ain't no way. Second
Gets the
Vigor
2
token
Vigor.
generated too. Which means that Richard has the majority of the resources he needs to get through his next swing. And he knows that his opponent is just drawing up and passing.
Yeah, and does just that.
I'll be drawing 4 and passing back.
It's okay. Mine wasn't an arrow, so.
Here comes Richard Truong, popping 2 Vigor tokens. 2 resources left behind in the pitch zone. I'm seeing blues, though.
Ooh. Well,
That's
no,
2
there's
blues.
There's at
One red
least
and a
a
yellow.
red and a yellow. The agility's pretty nice.
It's a naked Dawnblade, this time for 4, now that a +1 counter has been placed upon it. Oh, it's a twinning blade in the hand.
It's pretty good.
One of the nastiest forks you can be placed into in the game of Flesh and Blood. And then it's a Blade Flurry in the red. Besides that, it's hit and run and trot along. Redundant sources of go again here, but as is the right of Warrior now, the equipment suite allows you to just sink all of these redundant blues into extra little points of value.
Benjamin takes 1.
1 damage finds home. Vigor token generated. Paid for by the Vigor token that came before. Then it's a hit and run, closing the combat chain, giving Benjamin another opportunity to block with Evo Soul Steel controller, but it would blow up unless he has another copy of Fabricate.
Yeah, better usage of the closing of the combat chain once the extra counter is off and a Fabricate is not live.
Richard now, I think, deliberating about the activation of Brave Forge Bracers. Interesting that Richard didn't deploy the Blade Flurry here. Or did he? Did I miss
I think
it?
he's going to do it here because he has the twinning blade still,
enough.
so he can
Fair enough.
get that 3rd attack no matter what.
So sweet. And also, if I'm not mistaken, if both of these can... No. It would just be 1 +1 counter at the end of the
Yeah,
turn, right?
if either of these connects, he gets a +1
As
counter.
long as it's hit 2 or more times.
Yep. Reading Dawnblade. How does this one work again?
Dude, no matter how many times I play against Dorinthea, I've got to just make sure I
Tell
understand
me
what's
about
going
it.
on.
She's one of the trickiest decks to play against. You're just sitting there like, oh man, how much can you pump up again? They keep printing freaking attack reactions. Now you got to worry about the 5 breakpoint, the 4 breakpoint, the 1 for 3s that are not reprised.
I don't know if there's a better advertisement for Mastery Pack Warrior.
Oh man, I mean, Dorinthea is already positioned to be. I think she could be S tier, just with the holodeck. With the Mastery Pack Warrior coming out, I'm terrified.
You think she's going to be playing a lot of Sharpen?
No,
I don't think so either.
I don't, but I think there's Flurry to contend with.
Okay, fair enough.
And that on its own is very scary.
Yeah. Twinning Blade on a stick.
Yup.
Or if you are Death to Monkeys in chat, Twining Blade.
Blade Flurry pushes this over, and Twinning Blade in Arsenal and in hand?
Oh my. But you know, that is one of the best pieces you can have against a deck that is want to block you.
Oh, yeah. And here he's threatening that counter and a second swing paired up with the Brave Forge Bracers. This is a very powerful turn.
Dawnblade does connect here. Richard puts the second counter on it already.
Is that?
It should be at the end phase.
Can we read that again? Did you read it? Does
100%
it say end phase?
Yeah.
Okay.
It says at the beginning of your end phase. Oh, no.
Without breaking the chain.
No, never mind.
No,
He's
yeah,
right.
okay.
He's right.
No longer.
So-
I was reading the bottom
Yep.
paragraph.
So just a casual 7.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Benjamin not happy.
We're going to have to message
About how
Benjamin
this
and
game
tell him to
is
watch his
going.
language.
We've got the sliders. We can just... whoop.
This is live, Michael.
You could have predicted it.
Okay, fair enough.
Look at that. Look at that demeanor. The man's not feeling happy.
No, indeed. But that's exactly when Richard Truong is feeling the happiest.
Absolutely. Coming in with 2 counters, 5 on the stack, pitchless, 5 cards to work with, and a Twinning Blade in arsenal. This
And
man's
4
got
blues
it
in
all.
hand.
Oh, he's got most of it.
But he does have Beat of the Iron Song, which does get more modes to be activated based on the number of +1 counters on your Dawnblade.
Pretty good. Gives the go again, gives the +1.
It's pretty not bad. One of those modes, of course, is pretty innocuous. Teklo is not preventing a whole lot of damage. So it's going to be the top 3 chosen modes. +1, go again, and cards defending target Dawnblade attack can't gain power. Circumventing any Fabricate.
Yeah. Relevant in this matchup.
Look how happy Richard is. He loves it when his opponent is tilted.
Yeah. It's a good feeling. You kind of know that, like, not only are you ahead in the game, but you have that mental edge now. Mistakes are more likely to happen when the tilt is high.
Activation of Teklo Vossen for Benjamin Freedman. Evo Beta Base Head, finally the second Evo, found on top.
Finds a
And then
D-React.
potentially the best top deck he could get. And there it is.
Unfortunately for him.
There's a little more for Richard. Is there? There's
I was pretty sure. Oh, he's going for the provoke now. Maybe just trying to force more cards out before activating that Twinning Blade. I'm pretty sure that's what's in the arsenal.
Yeah, you are right.
Yeah.
So there's Twinning Blade. You're damned
Yeah,
if you do,
there's
you're
the
damned
shake
if you
of the
don't.
head.
Over, dude. What the fuck?
Benjamin's so upset.
And who could blame him? Ultimately, this is the position that Warrior in general wants to put you in. I mean, even Fang, who is a very different kind of Warrior than Dorinthea, does hedge, does seek out game states where your opponent literally cannot stop what you're doing.
And we've got 6 damage being represented here with a potential 3rd swing once again. And Benjamin only has 1 card in hand. Just takes it.
Down to 20 he goes. Yet another counter established for... Oh, I'm sorry. No, never mind.
Yeah, this is the first one that hit, but on this next one,
Exactly.
surely.
Then we'll get there. Look at how happy Richard is.
Clearly not an empath.
I have never... No, he is What do they call it in What We Do in the Shadows? An emotional vampire?
Oh.
An energy vampire.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Just sapping the energy from the Teklo, feeding on it. 3 counters now on the Dawnblade. This is coming in for 12. Sorry, 11.
No, 11.
That's a +2.
Yes.
Excuse me. That's still a lot for the first swing of the turn.
That +2, of course, is Spoils of War, threatening 2 copper pieces that Richard doesn't care about at all. Except for the fact that it does exsanguinate your opponent into legal tender, which I think is something that Richard is excited to do.
Yes, yes. And this is the point in the game where I think you fold the hand. Oh, he's already in the reaction step.
Could be more reactions coming out. Yes, and unmovable. I did see Ben thumbing those in the sideboarding era of this game. And finally, all of those counters go away.
Okay. That's definitely progress.
The question is, will it be enough? Richard still at 37. Only damage he has taken is, I guess I'll call it a naked War Machine at the beginning of the game.
We've got a clothed War Machine here. Actually, it's a Terminator.
This is a Terminator tank. Its on hit is turned on, and also it costs 3 less to play. So it's not bad. Might force some cards out of Richard here.
No overpower. Not that that's very relevant against a warrior anyway.
Solid point. Would definitely love that additional +3 power, though.
3 power is always relevant. And now we're back to playing fair Flesh and Blood.
There's nothing fair about what Richard has done this game.
No.
There's nothing fair.
Feels like we're starting the game anew, 37-15.
Right. Ben, in his own right, the deck just has not given him the evos that he needs early on. Does make me wonder how many are in the 80 ultimately.
Richard discards the Dauntless.
Doesn't mind the on hit, and I like this a lot because Richard is in a position where his opponent is on the back foot, both in terms of a life race, also in terms of mental fortitude, and he just wants to dig the sword in deeper. Iron Song, Determination, plus Glistening Steel Blade equals a Dawn Blade coming in for 4 Dominate, go again. And Ben is without an arsenal, does have a little bit of a blocking equipment. He sticks Evo Soul Steel controller in front of this, even though he might very well lose it. Blade Flurry comes out on top. Ben is not happy to see it.
No.
Is there a Fabtcg?
Even that wouldn't be enough.
Don't think it matters, yeah. 6 Dominate, go again here. Would mean that a +1 counter does find its way onto Dawnblade, but the resources didn't really cooperate for Richard. So the silver lining for Ben is that it's just a pass for Richard Truong.
Loses the arm piece. Benjamin's suit is falling apart.
Got a cognition nodes in the hand and a Ghost Protocol Architect. Finally, going to be able to find one of these precious Evo Soul Steel Evos and stick it into the Banished Zone.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what Teklo could possibly do at this state in the game. Obviously, it is a mountain to climb. But if he can continue to block, obviously he's only taken a little bit of damage since those counters fell off. Is there a world where he can think about fatigue? Is that just way too far in the future?
Well, he's certainly not thinking about Singularity anymore because he's lost his arm piece.
It's not on the table.
That ship has long since sailed. And it also means that all of these Evo upgrade attacks that come later are going to be hampered in terms of power. And that's exactly why Dorinthea makes you feel so bad when you guess wrong, because you give up essential resources in order to stem the tide of +1 counters. And ultimately, when you guess wrong, Richard is way ahead and you are way behind. Because ultimately, like, Ben, in hindsight, would have much rather traded 1 life based on the way that played out rather than his arm piece.
Absolutely.
Dawnblade for 4. From the sheath of Richard Truong. One of the few stalwarts of Dorinthea left in Wraith. But he's making her look awfully good right now. Blade Flurry is the first of perhaps many attack reactions coming. partially defended by a Fate Foreseen from Benjamin Freedman. Follow-up is a Sync Below. Sync happens here. Card drawn, Pulse Wave Protocol.
We do know that, oh, another reaction. I was just about to say that the defense reactions are Dorinthea's kryptonite. So having plenty left in the deck is a good thing, but here he gets over it once again.
Just by one, and ultimately, without a source of go again, Richard might be forced to pop Refraction Bolters in order to see if he can get another counter. And also to cash in the majority, or the extra half of value from Blade Flurry. So I like popping the Bolters here, as Richard has done. The follow-up here is Dawnblade for 6, threatening yet another +1 counter. And now Richard could be bluffing a 0-cost attack reaction. And there it is, Iron Song Response.
Oof.
The reprise effect hurting Benjamin, both physically and mentally, as a second counter. For the second time this game makes its way onto Dawnblade.
And Richard just got them all back pretty much very quickly.
And you know, it's really hard to be able to make the right choice against Dorinthea when you can't strip any cards from them whatsoever. A Dorinthea with a 2-card hand is pretty darn face-up, especially when they're stuck with non-attack actions.
Fabricate drawn could give a little bit of a window to block out here.
Chosen modes, I'm guessing, are going to be +1 to equipment.
Whoa.
And equip a Proto Base arm. So Singularity's still technically on the table, though the window for that play is closing ever
That's
faster.
not a mode I remembered you could use.
Yep. It's interesting. I have seen a lot of Teklo Vossens leaving their Proto Bases at home.
Right. It's not very often you ever have the opportunity to do that.
Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ooh, he finds
5,
the
6, 7.
overpower. Doesn't use it here. Iron Song Response is enough.
This gets over by 2 here. Richard Truong continues the aura farm.
Yeah.
Down to 8 goes Benjamin Freedman. Activation of Grains of Blood Spill generates a Vigor token. Follow-up, you better believe, is going to be another Dawnblade.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Richard, perhaps thinking about Brave Forge Bracers here, might have a pretty innocuous card in hand. Yes, it is a blue overpower.
Yeah.
Instead, just decides to cash it in for 1 more value. And this Dawnblade now comes in for 7.
Yeah, getting that breakpoint's a big deal. Even though Benjamin can gain an extra block from the chess piece this way.
And with a shrug of the shoulders, Ben descends down to 4. And all of a sudden, it's 3 +1 counters on Dawnblade once again.
Really rough spot.
Got to shout out Richard here. It may seem like he is just finding the sauce when he needs it, but this man has been playing Dorinthea for a long time and at a very high level.
Absolutely.
It was not long ago, I believe it was at Battle-Hardened Kansas City. He placed top 8 with Dawnblade Dorinthea. That was in the era of maximum power Gravy Bones, mind you. Which, while usually a good matchup for Dorinthea, it was a different proposition when there were 9 Tipples.
Yeah.
And Chart the High Seas. Brand new attack reaction for Richard here. Its name is escaping me, but Beat of the Iron Song is the follow-up here. All modes chosen, mind you.
That's 12 coming through. Only 9 block on the chain.
Oh, it's Swordmaster's Vow is the card that came before. Sink Below out of the hand for Benjamin Freedman. Swordmaster's Vow is essentially an overpower that can be free.
It's got the puncture too.
Oh my gosh. Puncture gonna get piercing thanks to the fact that one of the cards in hand was an equipment. Holy
It's a 16 damage here, and another sword swing just ends the game.
And that is it. Richard Truong, after playing it out for several turn cycles, but perhaps winning the game in, I don't know, the 3rd, does find himself at 4-1, locked for top 8 here, going into the final round of Swiss. Dawnblades, raise them up. Warrior fans everywhere, this is one of your champions.
Absolutely. I love the shirt he's wearing too. Sometimes motivation finds you, and there's a picture of a shark chasing somebody in the ocean.
And you would think the proverbial shark is 3 counters on Dawnblade, but homie Benjamin did not look particularly motivated.
That's true. I think maybe he was the one being motivated there. He just felt he was the shark, you know? And little do you know that shirt, in fact, refers to being the shark.
So it's another bad beat story for Benjamin, unfortunately, but it's just another Saturday for Richard Truong, ultimately, who maybe we'll see in the booth for an interview in short order. But before we get to that, we do have to talk about our sponsor once more, ladies and gentlemen. Fabtcg is your one-stop shop for all flesh and blood singles. Cut out that middleman. Get your shipment in one clean package and help support grassroots flesh and blood and also a really stellar group of guys. Travis and everyone that works with him at Fab Foundry are all stellar individuals, and they are also responsible for tournament organizing U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. That's June 12th to 14th, 2026. Get there and get there in style. Go to fabfoundryevents.com and purchase your early bird package now. The difference is, of course, an extra bronze voucher, and the early birds are only available until the end of the weekend. Get over to Fab Foundry, scan that QR code at the top of your screen, and use AGELA10 at checkout in order to get 10% off. And also show us some support.
Wait, so you can get $20 extra and 10% off by going to this and buying your early bird package?
Man, Michael, I thought you said you couldn't count.
It's not my forte.
But you do
I didn't add up what it comes out to. I just threw some numbers at the screen.
I see. But bottom line, your counting gets a lot better when you're shilling, right?
Look, you don't need to count. You just need to know that you're saving a whole lot of dough.
Okay. I love it when you talk about dough, and that means we've got to go to a winner interview with Richard Truong, the Dawnblade that can, and more flesh and blood, of course, after this. Don't go anywhere. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, at the AGE Open Series April edition for Los Angeles, and I am sitting next to the greatest threat to AGE attendance that I can think of. It's Richard Truong and his Dawnblade that has 3+1 counters on it. And I can speak to the fact that I've been in Ben's seat before. It wasn't long ago that you put 3+1 counters on your Dawnblade in a single turn against me, Richard. But you seem to like to watch your opponents writhe in pain. Is that true?
That's not true, but a lot of the times when the opponent has given up, they stop seeing their outs, and that feels fine.
Fair enough, Richard. I want you to hold your shirt up right here. Sometimes motivation finds you. I think you're the dorsal fin in this picture right here. But ultimately, unfortunately for Ben, it was just a deluge of really difficult situations, and I think the role player for you in all of that was definitely Twinning Blade. I mean, Twinning Blade is a card that looks kind of innocuous on its face, but on decks that are trying to block you out and continuously giving you 4 or 5 card hands, holy cow, did it look good.
Yeah, I had the option of going for a 4-swing turn, but I chose not to because there wasn't really a point in swinging a 4th time.
Because you decided to show restraint.
Save a card for next turn, but...
Very, very good. So this is the second Teklo that you've felled in the tournament today, both of which are very control leaning, hedging for a longer game, trying to get to a singularity and a Teklo and Necropotent that kind of goes over the top. Is this a matchup you generally feel good into?
So I haven't played very many Teklo. So in my head, I was like, well, they run 12 D-Rex, 15 D-Rex. There's no way I'm favored.
Right.
But I think after these 2 games, I think starting with basically no armor is so detrimental. And if you start with no armor, you basically have to keep blocking with hand, and then you can't get more armor.
Right.
So I'm starting to think this matchup is favored.
Okay, interesting.
But I wasn't happy to see it when Evan sat down.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
I was like, I'm on Teklo, so.
Now, it's important to mention that the Evos were not flowing for Ben in this game. So it wasn't just that your deck was cooperating for you. His was kind of letting him down in a sense. Was that the case against Evan, or was he able to establish some early board presence?
So sideboarding, I decided to bring 2 Steelblade Supremacies and 2 Glistening Steelblades. And you have such a high... Basically, those 2 cards are like must blocks if you're playing against Dory. And so whenever I play one of those cards, it incentivizes Evan essentially to block. And he finally got sick of blocking and let Glistening Steelblade hit in order to set up armor. And so I get 3 counters for your 3 armor or whatever. And it's like, I'm down for that trade.
You're right, exactly. That makes a lot of sense. Richard, you do have somebody at home that has a vested interest in you doing well. Should we give a shout out to your lady?
Michelle, yes.
Awesome. I have had the
She's the
pleasure of
best.
meeting Michelle. She is
Most
the best.
supportive person.
We went to sushi together at Calling Seattle, and we had a really good time. So hope Michelle is watching. Hope she's doing well. But for her at this point, I think a top 8 at an AGE is kind of just an expected outcome for you, right?
I haven't top 8'd this year.
Not yet.
So it wasn't expected going in today, especially with all the victors going around. But
And nevertheless, though, Richard, you are still on the standings. We'll see if we can pull that up real quick. But you're squarely placed in the top 16 race, which I think speaks to the fact that it's not just spiking events here and there that can get you into the Players' Championship. It's also just consistently good or middling results. You're sitting at 20 points. You are second from the bottom, in this case by making top 8, especially while the Killers are in Yokohama. You really have cemented your place in this top 16, and it is way easier to survive to the end once you're in the running than if you are fighting for your place on the board.
yeah, definitely true. It's also nice to get the points early because you never know what the meta is going to look like in a few months. So.
And you never know when you'll just have to take Michelle to a nice dinner instead of coming out here. Yeah, or go to Disneyland on a Saturday instead of come to AG. So it's nice that you're a little bit more insulated from that. Your overarching opinion on Warrior, I think, is that you're pretty high on it, right? You've been playing Dawnblade Dorinthea for as long as I've known you, which I think is over a year at this point, right?
Yeah. I play pretty much as Warrior and Mech.
And so how does it make you feel to have Mastery Pack Warrior on the horizon? Are you going to get out of control come a couple months?
So none of the cards have been spoiled, but it's either they're going to print Kabuto for chest and arms,
Wait,
and then
what?
they're going to print 12 more copies of Blunton, and that's either the direction they're going with, or maybe Dorinthea is going to be cracked already with Hala. So
Now, we have seen a couple cards spoiled. The craziest one, I think, is Stand Tall, right? Have you seen that one?
I have not.
Okay, so
What is
Stand Tall is basically Blunton. It's a 3-block. Well, it's not Blunton. It's a 3-block block card. Every time the opponent activates an attack reaction, it gets +2 defense. So it's a little more warrior hate on warrior on warrior hate.
Yeah. The Hala Armory deck, Dory's going to be insane after Hala Armory deck. So
Okay, 100%.
I'll have a couple months before Mastery Pack Warrior.
Are you buying up all your flurry tokens now? Is that what's going to push her?
I don't know what's going to push her, but she's already pretty crazy into the field. It's just Victor's insane. I think if Victor LLs and Hala deck comes out, Dory's going to be best deck.
Okay, 100%. Well, I do have to let you go, Richard, because you have another round to prepare for. Speaking of going crazy, you got one more Swiss to go crazy on with no strings attached. You are going to make top 8 no matter what, so just have a lot of fun and try not to tilt anybody else out of the tournament, all right?
Try my hardest.
Okay, cool. Best of luck to you, Richard. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. The seeds of sorrow have been planted, and Richard Truong, the Aura farmer, has reaped what he has sown. And unfortunately, Benjamin has fallen by the wayside to a Dawnblade that looked much more like an Anothos at the end of the game. We're back at the AGE Open Series April edition for Los Angeles. My name is Bryce Platts. I'm, of course, joined by my consigliere in commentary, Michael Murray, and we are ready to dive into yet another action-packed match of Flesh and Blood. But before we do that, a little bit of housekeeping. AGE Premium is what we've been shilling for all day long, and we're going to keep at it. Jesse Harper has got a fantastic article about the Sigil of Voltaris Briar deck that both he and the rest of his team at Salt the Wound in New England have been the progenitors of. It's a very interesting read, and Jesse is an incredibly well-spoken individual, both in the verbal and in the written word. So get on over there and enjoy that. Besides that, we are the front page of Competitive Flesh and Blood. It's not just Jesse's article out there. We got puzzles from Mr. Ben Dodd, tournament reports, and also I want to talk about the extra matches that we've been recording all day long. Every single event at Los Angeles, we've got 2 matches being recorded, not just 1. But if you want the other half, you've got to get yourself over to AGE Premium, hit that subscribe, and also check those out. Besides that, do want to talk one more time about the brick and mortar in which we sit. That's Top Deck Keep Cards and Games in Riverside, California. You can access their socials to see more about what they've got to offer. They've also got a TCG player store where you can get your hands on some Flesh and Blood product. We're going to jump back down to the feature match in mere moments. We are running the gamut of Bright Lights Mechanologist Heroes because holy what? It's the Edge Runner, Maxx the Hype Nitro on the left side of your screen. And yes, he's being piloted by somebody named Oscilio, but never you mind, he's still going to be doing boosting and mechanoiding versus, of course, David Alvarez on Oscilio Constella Intelligence. Michael, is this a matchup you have any experience in?
I've played both of these heroes. I actually have quite a few reps with Maxx, and if I remember correctly, he's just trying to set up that mechanoid, and it can be a little bit dangerous because once you do, you run out of AB. We'll see if he, in fact, starts the game with it. Sometimes against Oscilio, you just say, I'm going to try to race you and not try to block. Really depends on what those cards flip into.
And you know, generally speaking, Oscilio has a hard time with decks that can go particularly fast. I mean, Syndra at full power gave us a bit of issue, and then also Dash.io is known to put the hurt on us, but that's mainly due to access to cards like Maximum Velocity and a lot of hand fixing. I do wonder if Maxx can go fast enough in order to put the pressure on Oscilio. In this case, does look like Oscilio is only presenting the Adaptive Dissolver, only AB1, which does signal to me that he wants to put the hurt on David Alvarez.
Hyper X3 is a very interesting headpiece choice as well, not one that I am used to seeing. I find that it's very difficult to actually get the effect on that. Banishing 3 hyperdrivers from boosting is a very tall ask.
Without a doubt, Michael. But it is getting ever so easier as LSS continues to seem to want to support the hyperdriver archetype of Maxx the Hype Nitro. BIOS update is the first action resolved this game. Looks like Oscilio. I'm going to call him John. His name is John. Does that work for you?
That works for me.
Okay, great. John is on the play here. Going to play BIOS update and then come in with Jumpstart, which is another card that benefits from hyperdrivers. So I do wonder if this is John's main strategy. Get hyperdrivers out. Obviously, you need them for the mechanoid, but ultimately you don't have to lean into them so much. And oftentimes you can get the whole Nitro Mechanoid thing done with the counters that Maxx generates.
Yeah, definitely a game plan worth paying attention to as this game unfolds. Getting those hyperdrivers out is extremely important because Maxx isn't really the most aggressive deck. I almost think of him more as like a combo deck similar to Oscilio, but maybe a little bit less complicated.
Now, John is definitely rewarded for attacking on this turn 0 because David only has one blocking card in the hand, and it's Blast to Oblivion, bought back with an electromagnetic somersault. I think John, at this point, knows that it is full steam ahead if he can go.
Saw a little bit of a grimace as the first Nitro Mechanoid is banished. You really want to establish those early in the game if possible, and I'm sure he would have much preferred to put that in his arsenal on the following turn if possible.
Okay, no extra damage, but some board presence here. Hyperdriver, a Hyperdriver token, the first of its kind established for John Oscilio.
Oh, but he draws the second one, so no harm, no foul there.
And as long as John can establish it in the arsenal, it's going to be really hard for David to disrupt, as there is next to no arsenal disruption in the Oscilio card pool, unless, of course, David has packed a cheeky Destructive Aether Tide.
Blue card that was experimented with deals 1 arcane damage and has a similar surge effect to Mind Warp, but instead targets the arsenal. Of course, that one has fallen by the wayside in most meta decks these days.
Channel Lightning Valley in the hand for David Alvarez, along with 2 Sigils of Brilliance. Is that a,
yeah,
and then a Blast to Oblivion?
So just trying to establish a board here. Don't hate that at all.
This is not bad, man. This could draw David into a nasty combo turn on the next turn cycle. So John has got to put the hurt on if he can, but there are not a whole lot of meaningful on hits in the Mechanologist.
No, it's pretty much just Pulse Wave Harpoon in terms of disruptive attacks, and I do not see that one in the hand at the moment. Just going to be boosting.
Does have Hit the Gas in the hand. One of those upgrades, I believe, from Compendium of Wraith for Maxx the Hype Nitro. It was either that or Super Slam.
Yep, just going to pitch that one for now.
Jumpstart once again. Coming in is discounted thanks to the fact that John controls a Hyperdriver. So now it's a zipper hit.
Yeah, and with the Hyperdriver resource here, it's 0 to 60 with an extra damage.
As though it were free. And there it is, Lightning Greaves and Aether Bitings of the Third Age blocked with here for David Alvarez. If that doesn't spell doom, I don't know what does.
David's saying he's ready to go. He's tired of dirtling. One turn's enough.
Is there a Gone in a Flash in the hand, though?
There isn't, but there is 2 Sigils of Brilliance, and I think he's prepping for the possibility. No reason to not know what you draw into, realize you need these equipment, and then lose the value.
0 to 60 to follow up here. David looks like he's accepted the damage already because he's down to 30. Or no. He took damage on turn 0, so haven't been decided yet. John looking for the proper dice to represent. 4 go again here on this 0 to 60 after banishing a red zipper hit.
I can see a world where you cash in that Flash of Brilliance as well. Just get another Sigil into your hand, rather a Sigil of Brilliance. Draw that extra card and have the option to play that out again if you don't like what you see.
6 go again here on Throttle. 3rd copy of Jumpstart banished for that one. Makes me think that John has yet another blue in hand, so he can... Oh, no, he's got Nitro Mechanoid. That's right.
Yep.
So unable to generate a Hyperdriver or swing Banksy at this point? I don't believe he's cranked.
No, he hasn't cranked, so...
So what is the purpose of the go again?
Has he used his Teklo Foundry Heart?
Has not, so you got a good point there, Michael. We'll just activate Teklo Foundry Heart, create a Hyperdriver, not crank it, and pass.
Yep, that seems like the play. Now has 2 in play, 1 short of that Mechanoid, and has it in Arsenal. Really needs to find a Hyperdriver in his next hand.
Because, of course, if he boosts, he will make one of them go away.
Exactly. Maxx can make 2 of the 3 you need with his hero power, but never really get to the point of 3 unless you, of course, put an extra... Oh, it looks like he boosted one away.
I'm just noticing that, yeah.
Headpiece there, so 1 of 3 accumulated under the headpiece.
There's not one in the hand for John. Sigil of Aether Going to enter the arena at the end of John's turn, I believe.
Yeah, I like this a lot. A
So
lot of amp.
First and foremost, just getting 2 arcane damage in, because Sigil of Aether, as it leaves, it will trigger Aether Bindings of the 3rd age and supply the amp to the 1 arcane that goes John's way.
Can order it differently if he wants to, so it's up to David whether this deals 2 now and consumes the amp, or if it deals 1 now and leaves the amp for the next spell. Looks
I
like
definitely like.
Gonna go maybe 1 on the Sigil of Aether.
Yeah, I definitely like keeping the amp on Sigil of Aether, so that
Yeah.
way you can pay the amp forward.
it doesn't.
Doesn't
I
look
mean,
like that's what David did, though.
Yeah, John didn't take a damage there.
Second Sigil of Brilliance is going to pop here. Another card to the hand, another amp on Aether Bindings of the 3rd age. Ugh, Sink Below drawn up there. Makes neither of the Oscilio players in the casting booth particularly happy.
John Oscilio.
But Flittering Charge is coming John Oscilio's way. 4, maybe going in?
Yeah. Does have an arcane spell as well as that somersault, which he's going to amp a lot. I'll just put it that way, and have an outlet for it. The D-React won't be able to convert on offense, but still has quite a meaningful turn in terms of damage.
And you know, it's interesting that David didn't supply the amp to the Sigil of Aether, especially because that would have triggered his Channel Lightning Valley and
Yeah.
given him a lot more information with which to proceed with this turn.
It feels like a minor misplay. I don't think there's a reason not to do that. May have just not realized that that was a sequencing option.
So Electromagnetic Somersault, going to provide go again to Flittering Charge and also fetch it back to the hand, making it do a little bit of Gone in a Flash cosplay. John, happy to continue blocking here, denying the Channel Lightning Valley trigger for as long as humanly possible.
I do like that.
What's that last card in hand for
Looks like
David? Is that yet another Flittering Charge? I think it is.
Is it? Oh, he cycles shot. No, he plays
No, he's
it.
just
Okay.
playing it directly to the graveyard.
Sure.
So it's an amp of Volzar, 5 Arcane comes across, AB1 for John Oscilio, 4 damage finds home, and a card off the top for Channel Lightning Valley. Card found is Sigil of Conductivity.
Okay, at least he can play it out. That was actually 7 arcane thanks to the
Wait a
Aether
minute.
bindings.
Uh-oh, hold on. David did not pay for the amp on that Volzar, and he does not have a Sigil on the board.
Yikes. Definitely not a legal play.
No, that's a miss right there. We're going to see if we can get that corrected for our players.
We're getting a pause.
Flittering Charge is going to be on the combat chain. We're going to make sure that all of this gets taken care of nice and quickly. Obviously, the objective here at AGE is to focus on good games of Flesh and Blood resolving as they should. And we, of course, do have a very overworked, very tired judge in the mix. I'm just kidding. Connor does an incredible job, but he manages these events 100% alone, which makes him invaluable, and he can't be everywhere at once. So we do try to use our eyes in the skies responsibly here at AGE and not completely derail the tournament, but also make sure that everything is above board.
Yep.
So far, what we've seen here, Michael, are you willing to call this one yet?
Well, Maxx needs to get online, I think, sooner rather than later.
I mean,
and
he's getting pretty close.
He is, but there's also the trouble of once you are online, you sort of want to have a bunch of hyperdrivers in the banish already to get the maximum combo value that you can, being able to attack multiple times with the Nitro Mechanoid. So he's got a lot of work cut out for him in order to really go super wide. Of course, the Mechanoid is extremely powerful, but you lose the AB. Not the worst in the world. He only has
Especially
one.
when you only have one, yeah.
So it's fine. But it's a very powerful thing to have Temper 5 and a weapon that attacks for 5, or I guess 6 with the arm piece, right?
Yes. Ultimately.
So it's very strong and can really up the value of every single one of his turns. So if he can get online soon, I do like his chances. But Oscilio can always just blow you up out of nowhere, and that's the scary thing about it.
And, you know, there's nothing that John Oscilio can really do about Oscilio blowing him up out of nowhere. Ultimately, the best thing he can do is, if you'll pardon the pun, hit the gas and try to kill Oscilio before he can do that extremely powerful blast turn.
Oscilio needs to have all the right pieces of the combo, and you don't get them every turn. You have to sit and wait for them to develop, and sometimes they come early, sometimes they come late, and the best players know how to play the game in a way which gives them the best opportunity to get those 5 cards exactly how they want them, when they want them.
But let's take a second and appreciate how awesome it is that we have a Maxx the Hype Nitro competing for top 8 contention alongside a Teklo and a Steam Magnet.
Oh, yeah.
Like, how awesome is that? I mean, the Bright Lights heroes have really culminated here at the AG Open in April.
Yeah. I'm definitely rooting for the Maxx. I am an underdog enjoyer. I like seeing Tuffnuts. I like seeing Maxx the Hype Nitros. I like seeing Teklo, although he is soon to escape the relegations of an unknown C tier below hero. He's looking to be one of the top dogs in this meta.
Okay, so maybe, but if I were to interject real quick, I would say that he is a product of the metagame in which we find ourselves.
Yeah.
It is so wide, both here at the AGE Open today in April, but also at the Pro Tour. I mean, it is a completely flattened field, even though we have a smattering of, I would say, 3 top decks, Oscilio, Arachne Marionette, and Victor Goldmane. Ultimately, a lot is playable right now, and that is when fringe heroes like Maxx the Hype Nitro and Teklo really can finally find their day in the sun.
Yeah, when you're not being loomed over by something that's just completely OP.
Okay, looks like the resolution here from Sleepy Connor is to force the pitch of the Sink Below, which ultimately is a dead card for David Alvarez anyway, but one that could have been established in the arsenal. Nevertheless, he still gets his card draw off of Channel Lightning Valley and leaks some more damage through. John Oscilio now at 33 to David Alvarez playing Oscilio's 20.
Yeah, 33, healthy place to be up against 20, but of course, just going to have to pass back. No cards in hand. 1 in Arsenal, maybe you could play it, but I don't really see a reason to do that. Even if it was like a 0 to 60, you wouldn't have the resources to establish a hyperdriver. And, well, I guess you would actually. There's 2 of them, so you could.
Blast to Oblivion in the pitch zone. Just to activate Volzar for David Alvarez. And that was at the end of John Oscilio's turn, who was just trying to draw back up, find another hyperdriver in the next hand. Does find a copy of, not Rev Up.
He has the hyperdriver.
He does, oh yeah, I'm looking at everything besides
the hyperdriver is the important one there.
That's the important one. And that hyperdriver, of course, has Crank because that is static text on Maxx the Hype Nitro. So John Oscilio's turn won't even be over after he plays out that hyperdriver.
Yeah, you got to imagine he wants to keep the hand here as much as possible intact. And he gets an opportunity to do that. Looks like he's just sending, David is just sending 3, establishing a board and passing.
And, you know, ultimately, I do think that card in John Oscilio's hand does put a Steam counter on a hyperdriver he controls.
It does.
So he could even put another Steam counter on the hyperdriver with 1 counter and wait to develop Nitro Mechanoid later in the turn.
Yeah, I like that a lot. He'll get the 3 resources out of it. It depends on his curve, as you just mentioned, but if he puts that on the first hyperdriver, plays out the second, and it looks like he's doing just that.
Oh my gosh, I was right. It is Rev Up. No, it's Recharge.
Recharge.
Ugh. Man, it's been a long time since Bright Lights.
Yeah, the Maxx cards are not ones you frequent. They get a little bit of dust on them in the old noggin.
But John Oscilio is sending dust this way and that. Got to hand it to him there. So hyperdriver in the red now comes out, and I believe is going to be cranked. So it's 2 Steam counters on every single one of these hyperdrivers. And now John can send a boost attack and reap the benefits of every single one of these free resources. Going to go up to exactly 4, which happens to be the cost of Construct Nitro Mechanoid.
It's a big play.
Absolutely massive here. Fast and Furious coming in for 4, thanks to the fact that the red hyperdriver was cranked this turn.
One thing I want to point out, one of the upsides of that Hyper X3 is that it's an extra attack with the Mechanoid when all is said and done. Being able to put cards underneath your cards means you have more fuel to swing with when you come online. So one of the upsides there, but I do find that there are other headpieces that can do the same thing and feel like they have more of an effect. I've tested that card a lot and was never happy with it myself, but maybe John Oscilio here knows something I don't.
Unfortunately for our actual Oscilio player, he has drawn up a very interesting tech card against Maxx, and that is Command and Conquer. Sometimes employed as a Prism popper or also just a general disruptor when you want to play a slower, mid-rangier game. In this case, now that it's pretty telegraphed that John is going to establish Nitro Mechanoid out of the arsenal, Command and Conquer might be rotting in the hand.
Yeah, it's not going to have a target thanks to that leaving the arsenal.
And there it is. It's laid bare for David Alvarez. Unfortunately, the Arsenal disruption coming one turn a little bit too late. And all of a sudden, John is hopping and hyping into a mech suit, which has Dash pictured on it, but it is definitely Max's cards to maximize.
Whoa. It's a lot of Maxx.
I know, I'm having too much fun here.
It's unfortunate David's name isn't Maxx in this matchup here.
And I think ultimately the efficacy for including Hyper X is just having one more extra attack from Nitro Mechanoid.
Yeah.
Could be huge.
Exactly. The extra material does convert to an extra 5 damage that you can deal throughout the course of the game. Here I'm curious to see if he swings it. Probably.
Is there any reason not to?
Only against fatigue, really. It was a silly thing to say. If you want to conserve your attacks for more of a combo turn, you might want to hold off. But in this case, with a 12 health Oscilio sitting across the table, it seems like a no-brainer.
You silly Billy, you, Michael. Hyperdriver banished in order to pay for the cost of the attack. 6 overpower. David Alvarez just confirming that there's no more action points remaining. No, High Octane is not a card anymore. We can't see multiple attacks of the Nitro Mechanoid. Sink Below blocked with here. Do want to point out a niche interaction that some Maxes employ. Cogworks, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's Cogworks legs, Cogworks base legs, I think, from Bright Lights, does facilitate the use of an extra action point with your Nitro Mechanoid.
Yeah, you can pay into it if you've boosted. Here it is on the screen to gain the action point before you transform.
Exactly.
And then you get the extra swing for 1 resource.
Ultimately a moot point for John because he didn't have the resources to facilitate it, but that is one way you can kind of do a High Octane at home.
He could have done it with
Teklo Foundry Heart, you're right.
Foundry Heart, but opted for the Arcane barrier instead, which I like. It prevents you from getting got by a small combo Mind Warp type of effect.
Also, just the presence of it, yeah, it forces the Oscilio player to do something more than play 1 lightning card and send Mind Warp.
Seeing Glyph Overlay now established, bouncing at least 1 sigil, looks like just 1, plus the amp on Volzar, coming in for 5 arcane damage with a surge effect that could gain him a life as well if this deals more than 3, which it's very likely to do.
5 arcane. John, happy to take 5 on surge, life gained, and Sigil of Conductivity goes back into the deck to be shuffled away. And what do you know? We have 2 embodiments of lightning, but unfortunately, Go Again in redundancy is useless.
Yeah, not super useful. And John Oscilio here has a 4-card hand and a Nitro Mechanoid to work with.
With Oscilio Constella Intelligence at 11, it's definitely looking good for the hype.
Yeah, he's really showing us what Maxx can do. I'm kind of impressed here.
And this is honestly the best I think it could have gone for John. Yeah, sure, he banished a Nitro Mechanoid early on,
yeah,
but
drew up into the second
one. It would have
one.
been redundant.
Definitely
after
got
he found
bailed
the
out.
second one. T-Bone coming in 3 Go Again here. Luckily for David, he has a battle-worn piece of equipment, so he's a little bit insulated from the terrifying on-defense disruption that T-Bone can offer. Electrostatic Discharge, discarded like so many cards, so many other copies before it.
Yeah.
Could telegraph that David doesn't have himself an attack, and no, I don't see it. Comet Storm Shock gets in the way, shores up all of that damage. T-Bone the second coming in, boosted, of course, boosting away a Supercell. One of those cards from, oh my gosh, I don't even remember.
I think that one was a...
Hunted?
Yeah, let's see if I can read it. Oh, MST.
MST that insulated Maxx from banishing too many of those Nitro Mechanoids early on in the game.
In this case, a pretty good hit to banish away. You don't need that card anymore, so get it out of there and save your boost cards for later.
Flash of Brilliance blocked here. No on-defense trigger there because there are no auras that David really wants to bounce.
He could bounce his own embodiment with no punishment.
Right. And then discard a lightning card.
Oh, wait, okay, slight
devoted to
punishment.
charity. And the follow-up here for John is Heart Wrencher, a fascinating card out of Compendium of Wraith. Looks so bad on its face. It's
Yeah.
a 3 boost, basically a 0 to 50. But it counts as a wrench. So if John employs the Bank Breaker archetype, then this card could look really good.
Yeah. Not sure if he does. I mean, we haven't seen it this game, so if he brings it into some matchups, this ain't one of them.
I'll dance. Banish one for me.
And then here comes Nitro Mechanoid, swinging for lethal with Overpower. David only with 2 cards left in hand and 1 in the arsenal. Sigil of Solace effectively blocking 3 here by being played before damage. And then down to 3 should be David Alvarez right here. I think he hit that button 1 too many times.
4 head jabs and a 0 for 6 attack.
And there it is. It's a cleanup of the board, and all of a sudden a life valley separates these two players. David Alvarez facing off with the man who stole his hero's name. It's a Mind Warp found off the top of the deck, but the arsenal is a current funnel.
Yeah, you can't do much with that.
It does have Go Again, but you can't amp the Mind Warp, unfortunately.
Yeah.
No sigil on the board. It is important to mention here that David is locked for top 8. John is battling for his way in. We'll see how all the tiebreakers go ultimately.
Yeah, if he wins this, it's not a guarantee. It does depend on the other 4 and 2s in the room.
But he's definitely out if he loses, so he's putting himself in the best position here, I think.
Could be looking at a bubble.
Finally, Gone in a Flash is found for David, but a day late
Yeah,
and
it's
so many dollars
too
short.
late. He's going to have to block with basically his whole hand, and even then, I feel like this game's probably over this turn.
It's a BIOS update in the hand for John.
Next boosted attack is going to be +3.
Yep.
He tells you what it is. Maybe if he could find a hyperdriver off the top, could start reestablishing his board. Also alongside it is a Rev Up, a Heart Wrencher. Oh,
Is he a little resource short?
Little resource short. Can't quite tell what that last red card is. If it's an attack, could still pitch this yellow Heart Wrencher. Instead, he's sending it.
Yeah.
No effect from Bertha.
Ultimately, pretty lame stats on this Heart Wrencher. Helped out a little bit by BIOS updates. 5 damage here. Oh, and David, the illusion of choice, activates Oscilio, discards Channel Lightning Valley, and draws up another one. How many times have you seen that, Michael?
Actually, quite a few.
Me too. So 5 Go Again here. Luckily, David does have some blocking cards. 2 damage going to leak over. Down to 1 goes David, and ultimately, that's going to be all she wrote unless David has been able to find a defense reaction for the Arsenal. We know, however, that it's a Mind Warp.
Yeah, you can't really afford to take damage, but you're also kind of up a creek without a paddle, no matter how you slice it. And David knows it.
6 Overpower, Gone in a Flash getting in the way, but that is just not enough. The evasive damage of Nitro Mechanoid does carry the day. And man, Maxx the Hype Nitro, one of my favorite arts in all of Flesh and Blood. Unfortunately, relegated to D tier, although looking pretty dang good in the hands of Mr. John Oscilio, who now ends his Swiss rounds at X and 2. Does have a prayer of making it into top 8, although it might be a slim one.
Yeah. Is that what D tier stands for, by the way?
What?
Dang good tier?
Dang good tier. That's probably not the way the card guys would say it, but we can dream. We can dream, Michael. And speaking of dreaming, are you dreaming of a brand new box of Omens of the Third Age?
I am now.
I know where you can get it, Michael. You can get it from our sponsor, Fabtcg, who are your one-stop shop for all things Flesh and Blood, and that includes sealed product. And it even includes products that have not yet been released. I'm talking, of course, about Omens of the Third Age. You are going to want to get your pre-orders and get them fast because this is going to be a very, very popular set. Everybody is chomping at the bit for limited play. Again, after a brief respite with Compendium of Wraith, get yours at Fabtcg, cut out the middlemen, and buy from Flesh and Blood players just like you. Go ahead and use that QR code at the top of your screen to navigate to their website, fabfoundry.co, and use AGELA10, the discount code, at checkout, and you'll get 10% off your order. That's not the only reason to love Fabtcg. They are also one of the illustrious tournament organizers at LSS, trusted by LSS, I should say, and they're not just handling U.S. Nationals, they're also handling Pro Tour Las Vegas at the end of this year. Tickets are not yet on sale there, but if you'd like to secure your package for U.S. Nationals, you can proceed to fabfoundryevents.com. They've got early bird packages going on all weekend long, but not after Sunday, folks. If you want a free bronze voucher and you're planning on going to U.S. Nationals anyway, get on over there and secure your package now. I'll wait.
Yeah.
No,
Go do it.
We're still waiting.
Yeah, no, that's just letting them know.
You get it? Okay, good.
That
Awesome.
was fast, actually. Good job.
Honestly, they probably used that QR code.
Incredible. That's like 300 words per minute.
Yeah,
Easy.
100%. So kudos to you for typing super fast. We're also going to get Mr. John Oscilio in the booth for an interview and ask him why he's so afraid to use his real name. You're going to ask that. I'm going to take a break for this one.
Yeah.
You promise?
That's the first thing I'll ask him.
Okay, good. We'll be back with more uncomfortable situations, more silly casters, and more flesh and blood after this.
Welcome back, folks. I am joined here with none other than John the Hype Oscilio. And before we get into the game, the first thing I want to ask you is, why are you afraid to use your real name as your gem profile?
I'm not. I had the opportunity to get Oscilio.
Yeah,
and
that's a pretty good snatch.
They wouldn't let me change it. I sent an email
Really?
in.
Oh.
LSS will not let me change it off Oscilio.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so you were locked in. We were kind of surprised. Obviously, you weren't playing Oscilio.
No.
Did you type in a bunch of names and that was the first one that worked, a bunch of Flesh and Blood names? Or was that the first one you tried and you just got it?
I started Flesh and Blood on Oscilio in Blitz, just playing with my wife.
Very
And
cool.
It turned out not to be taken. So I snatched it.
Nice. Okay, so that was your first ever hero, and now you've just taken one down bearing his own name. So let's talk about that game. How are you feeling, first of all, at the end of that 4-2?
Feeling pretty good. I know the matchup pretty well. Mechanologist into Oscilio is just one of his banes. He does not like it. So
Oscilio doesn't like playing into Maxx? Or the other way around?
Any red line aggro.
Okay.
He's just it hurts him.
Absolutely.
So
as an Oscilio player, I know how difficult those aggro matchups can be. The thing is, I don't I haven't traditionally thought of Maxx as a very aggressive hero. Obviously, you're boosting, but then you have to do other things with your resources that aren't damage, and that can be, you know, obviously we're talking about Maxx, who is not considered to be a very strong hero, and I want to ask you what you think of that take.
I think Maxx is so good that LSS has to keep kneecapping him every update.
Yeah.
So there comes a point where he's a super conditional aggro deck, and at the end of the day, it's much easier to run a unconditional aggro deck. So he has his moments. Piloting him is difficult. Finding the right deck, there are 2 schools of thought for him.
Sure.
So
what are they?
one with the wrench, one without the wrench.
Right. We did notice that you were running the boost wrench card, but no wrench support that you drew. Are you on wrench support?
I am on wrench support.
Okay, interesting. Do you tell us about like when do you bring the wrench support? Did you have it in this matchup?
Into the Oscilio, I take it out. I keep the heart wrenchers in just for more boosts, more support.
It makes sense. It's like it's good. It's a head jab, right? It's a 0 for 3 boost, but then it has that switchboard potential. What's the wrench plan, if you don't mind me asking?
So the wrench plan, it's kind of spicy. It is a free 0 cost 4 go again, 0 cost 5 go again, just build up.
Right.
You deploy the clamp press before you reach the mechanoid, and you just run that plan all the way through until you finally reach the mechanoid.
Sure. So that does sort of depend on, like, you got to draw it in the right order. I imagine you must be bringing that into decks that are trying to block you out. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
It's getting that crank on board. That's the best part about the card is it costs 2, not great, but being able to crank and activate wrench and boost for 4, boost for 4, swing wrench for 5 for a 1 cost. It's an always onboard zipper hit, and I love it.
That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't played with that card with the wrench support. You're making me want to bring my Maxx deck out again, which I do have built. And in fact, I want to share with you, I used to play Dash IE Nitro Mechanoid starting with the Hyperdriver on board before Maxx even existed. So I love Nitro Mechanoid. It is one of my favorite cards in the game, so it's super cool to see someone do well on it. And it sounds like you've really put a lot of time and thought into the deck that you brought.
He is, not to spite Oscilio, but he is my favorite hero.
Awesome.
Maxx is super fun to pilot.
Yeah.
I just love aggro decks that are conditional and have a game plan instead of just head jab. I love being able to solve a puzzle and get to that, that win in a flashy way.
So obviously you said that you started playing Flesh and Blood during Rosetta when Oscilio first released. That means that Maxx had already been released before you ever touched the cards.
I started within Hunted and started on Blitz Oscilio.
Okay.
And my wife played Stacked Florian, and I had to really crawl.
Got you. So you were you here for the Bright Lights reveal of Maxx?
I started my Flesh and Blood journey in March of last year.
Okay, so I have to ask you, have you ever seen the Maxx reveal video? The video where they revealed him as a hero?
No, I actually haven't.
It is my favorite video ever created in the game of Flesh and Blood. Go check it out.
Okay,
That's all I'll tell you. It's so good.
No spoilers.
They did Maxx right. They made him look so cool. You'll see. It's 3 Floating put the video out. Awesome producers. Still to this day, just the vibes in that video give me tingles. It's so cool. So you should check it out. You're gonna be happy with what they did.
I'll check it out.
And it's cool that you are on him without even realizing the lore and the awesomeness that is Maxx the Hype Nitro.
I just like the wrench.
Yeah, dude, I get it. I get it. And they've got a cool wrench in the video. Okay, no more spoilers.
Okay.
Yeah, man. So why don't you tell me a little bit about you're doing well today. You're 4-2. Let's hear some about your AGE career so far. Have you played many events, and how has the AGE circuit been for you?
AGE's been a wild ride. It's the first competitive event I went to. I did not go to a PQ first. I went to an AGE event.
Awesome.
And that was a blast. I've met so many good players. Everyone is very communicative on how to resolve things, how to build a deck better. It's how I got to Maxx and Oscilio. It's how I adapted on them and built them out.
Cool.
I started last year during the Aurora meta. That was it was a learning curve. So
Sure. Yeah. So I'm guessing you were up against a lot of Aurora.
yeah,
Yeah, that's hard. It's
It-
hard to play against Aurora at max power.
yes, Dissolution Sphere gets you there. Very spicy card. I'm
yeah.
running it right now, actually.
There are so many cool mechanologist tech pieces that just get forgotten about until one day they bubble up to the surface. And that's one of the things I just love so much about the game of Flesh and Blood. People can often fall into these like play the meta deck, play the S tier deck, and then we have a blooming of meta diversity out of nowhere, and we see things like Maxx showing up with wrench support. I mean, we've seen Marlynn's doing well. We've seen Teklo explode out into the scene. It's just so cool to see all the different decks show up and then do well on top of it. It's not like a bunch of people just 0-3 drop, but I got to play Maxx. Like, no, you went 4-2. That's really cool.
This has been, in the year that I've been playing, the most diverse and fun meta at the current moment ever.
I have to agree with
everyone's
that.
getting their moment. Everyone's shining. Everyone's doing their stuff, and I love it.
No, it's super cool. All right, man. Well, I just want to ask you one last thing before we wrap it up.
Sure.
Do you have any shout-outs or anyone you want to thank before we end here?
Hungry Dragon, very nice shop. It's in Murrieta, not too far from TTK.
Yeah.
And Chris Aielli, I looked up to him when I first started playing the game. He brought Oscilio to an armory one day, and I was like, so that's the level of play I can do. That's what I can do. So
It is possible if you try very, very, very hard and get kind of lucky along the way to be as good as Chris Aielli.
there is a Maxx Discord out there, exclusive for Maxx players. He is in it. So
You know what? I actually have a story about him. When Bright Lights came out, I drafted. He was in that draft. I did very well. I decided to play Dash.io, and he decided to play Maxx. We met in the finals, and there was a PTI on the line as well as like a lot of cash. I can't remember how much because, well, I offered to split, and he looked at me, and he said, no. And he proceeded to put me in the dirt with Maxx, the Hype Nitro. What I did, because if you remember, well, you weren't playing, but the meta was bring 40 cards. It was before they put the 30 card cap on draft. So you could bring 40, and everyone was playing Teklo, and they were trying to fatigue. And so I was thinking, this might go to fatigue. I'm going to put 40 cards in. And then we sat down, and he goes, yeah, I'm presenting 30. And in that moment, I realized, oh, he's going to aggro me down, and I don't have the block to support that. And I just filled my deck with a bunch of clunky cards, and this is why he's better at Flesh and Blood than me. And he ended up doing like 25 damage on turn 2, and just, I had 3 items. He just killed me. And he took it all. He took the PTI, he took the cash, and he did it all on Maxx.
the best hero.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thanks so much for joining us. We're going to take a quick break. We've got top 8 cut after this. Looking forward to seeing how the results fall. I would love to see Maxx in the standings. Of course, 4-2 could bubble out, so we will have to wait and see how things fall. So don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood top 8 after this.
Losing control, I gotta know who's in control of me. Losing control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me? Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Okay, let's dispense with any more delay, folks. We've got quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals left here at the AGE Open Series April edition in Los Angeles. Where are we sitting, folks? Of course, Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. That's our home on the West Coast, where we have just made our top 8 cut. Bryce Platt's here with Michael Murray. Michael, you ready to show the good people what we've got cooking?
Oh, I'm super excited.
Okay, well, since Michael said I'm super excited, here comes the button. The big reveal. Number 1 seed is Han V in the hands of Victor Goldmain High and Mighty. Benjamin Freedman squeaks in at the 8th seed after taking a very tilting defeat from 4th seed Richard Truong on Dorinthea Ironsong, who faces off with Noah Timney. Going to be an attack-reaction battle there between the Assassin and the Warrior. Kosei Shitana and David Alvarez are our 2 copies of Oscilio Constella Intelligence, and that's where the duplicity ends, ladies and gentlemen. Ian Shu on Vincent Iron Maiden for, I believe, his 3rd top 8 finish just this year out of 4 events.
He's been doing really good at AGE this year.
And then to round it out, it's a dark horse 2nd seed Kai Sickler on Marlynn Treasure Hunter. Has only dropped a single game all Swiss long.
This is such a cool top 8 spread.
Okay, well, Michael, which match do you want to see?
Ooh, it's tough. It's definitely not Victor and Teklo because I think I know how that one goes. The Dory Assassin matchup looks really interesting to me.
Yes.
I'm kind of leaning that direction at the moment. I do really love watching Marlynn play, but I think the excitement of reactions has piqued my interest.
Well, that's a shame because you don't actually have a choice in the matter.
Oh.
The feature match is going to be your runner-up, Kai Sickler versus David Alvarez. It was funny how I gave you like a hint of power. And
did chat poll and then you said screw you too? No, we haven't seen Kai today, which I think actually is a very important thing. I've been wanting to see a Marlynn on stream. Well, we saw one, didn't we?
Yeah, but it was a little
Kai
little
has
tragic.
not. Yeah, Kai's the one that's been doing really well.
And we do have plenty of matches with Kai recorded. I believe he's been on our backup recording twice today, and you can find those matches on AGE Premium. They'll be coming probably at the beginning of next week after we've done a little bit of editing on them. So go ahead and grab your subscription, and you can see much more Marlynn action coming soon. What are these players competing for, ladies and gentlemen? It's a heck of a lot of cash, $1,000 in total. 400 of that goes to the winner. Second place will take 200, third through fourth, 100, and just for getting into the top 8, you go home with $50, which means just your tournament ticket and also a little bit of extra juice. Call it a grande spiced latte on top of it.
It's your tournament ticket, it's a month of AGE Premium, and it's a latte.
But that is not all. Here at AGE, every single Open Series will help players qualify for the Players' Championship Invitational Tournament at the end of each season. This is the way our leaderboard shakes out right now, but like I mentioned at the top of the show, a lot of these players that you see named here are in Yokohama. Besides that, precious few of them have actually made it into the top 8 that showed up today. We've got no Clark Moore. We've got no John Zapata. We've got no Travis Wagner. No John Kim. Richard Truong is the only one who actually converted into top 8 here, which means that's a lot of new faces, a lot of new names that we can see in the standings.
Richard's going to catapult no matter how you slice it up these standings, going from 22 at a minimum 35.
100%, and that is exactly what these players want. We do love giving everybody one good tournament where the killers are out of town so we can see some fresh faces all competing for the top 16. And this one has definitely not disappointed. I was racking up all of our top 8 players. We usually get headshots, photos of them, so we can get player profiles from them down the line. There were 6 people that we have never taken a picture of before in the back of the room. So really excited to see some fresh faces, and this first feature match will not disappoint. Yes, we saw David Alvarez in the last round of Swiss, where he succumbed to the heart-wrenching power of Maxx the Hype Nitro, dearly departed, unable to make that top 8 cut, but really exciting stuff.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Marlynn, one of my favorites. Such a cool pick. The Pirate Ranger herself, bringing out harpoons and disruption through and through.
Now, if you are excited to get into your very own AGE event, you can take a look at our upcoming schedule. Los Angeles is having its April Open right now. We'll be back in May, on May 23rd specifically, back here at Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. But we have 2 other circuits that we support, both New England and St. Louis. I want to draw special attention to the April 25th Open in St. Louis at Fantasy Books and Games, because that one will be streamed with the magic of our remote broadcast system that we are oh so proud of. So stay tuned for that and more AGE action. New England will be coming at you in short order as well. It's a hoot of a good time. We always have more great games of Flesh and Blood locked and loaded, ready for your viewing pleasure. And right now is no different. So, Michael, you want to see some more Flesh and Blood?
Absolutely.
All right, the quarterfinals are sure to be underway in just a moment. It is David Alvarez versus Kai Sickler. Oscilio Constella Intelligence taking on the Harpoon Queen, Marlynn Treasure Hunter. Pirates versus, I don't know, Constructs?
Yeah, definitely a lot of energy in that chest. Pure energy versus a regular human being.
Now, Michael, I think this is a matchup that can be kind of polarizing depending on draw sequences. Obviously, Oscilio is one of those heroes that can high roll anybody in the field, let alone Marlynn, who, yes, has some disruption, but might not come at the perfect time against Oscilio when you really need it. If you're hitting the non-attack when they don't have any in hand, we saw kind of the duality of that prospect against Dash.io earlier. Is there either of these heroes that you think is going to take it over the other?
So I think that Marlynn can often be her worst enemy. She's a deck that plays very much at her own pace, at her own tempo, and if she's doing what she is trying to do, she can beat just about anyone. But if she's not drawing at the right order at the right time and can't find the disruption early enough, you can definitely find yourself in a bit of hot water if the Oscilio can keep the grip and get free of disruption early on.
Okay, it's an activation of Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon to send Bluefin Harpoon. This one should be for 8 overpower. Looking for blue cards on the Go Fish trigger for David Alvarez. There's a card in the pitch zone paid for Volzar. David just trying to clear out some of those blues that could fall prey to Go Fish. And he is completely bereft of them now, has the opportunity to block with one of these cards because they are all actions. So it's going to be 5 points of damage that find home. Kai Sickler has drawn first blood from David Alvarez. And now it's Electrostatic Discharge and Eclectic Magnetism in the hand for David. Known information now for Kai Sickler.
Importantly, getting that blue out means that Kai was unable to make a gold, had to crack it to get the Harpoon into the arsenal on that first turn, which is a little bit of a scary position for Marlynn to be. If you can't load Harpoons, you are stuck. Depends on what he arsenaled.
And did have the opportunity to activate Gold-Baited Hook, was just a little bit scared of doing so, and I think perhaps these two players know one another, and perhaps Kai is well aware that David Alvarez does pack defense reactions, as we saw in his last streamed match.
Yeah, Oscilio, one of the aggro decks that plays defense reactions best, likes to play that mid-range game plan and loves the filtration that cards like Sink Below offer.
In this case, it's a pretty innocuous hand for David Alvarez. Is going to be playing out Eclectic Magnetism, but doesn't have any arcane spell to back it up, and furthermore doesn't have the requisite floating pitch to pay for Volzar the Lightning Rod. Does have a Sigil of Brilliance in hand, so that would be a moot point if he was able to find something like an Etchings of Arcana or a Mind Warp. In this case, it's Electromagnetic Somersault left in the hand.
It's a little interesting sequencing here. I think I would have rather seen a front pump on this and then just arsenal the Sigil of Brilliance, but he chose a different line here. Values keeping that somersault in the arsenal and establishing the Sigil first.
Perhaps trying to maximize the potential for a combo turn next turn if he's able to draw something like a Blast to Oblivion. In this case, it's anything but a combo turn. It's 2 Sink Belows in the hand for David Alvarez. He's hoping that Kai sends an overpowered Harpoon and overextends on that Gold-Baited Hook. Kai, I thought it was an interesting choice to pitch away this yellow Harpoon on the previous turn cycle, and that's because he found it in multiples.
Yeah, and really good target here. Of course, we know David has the reactions he needs to cover this if he wants to. Coming in for 9.
Will destroy the arsenal on hit, but David has the sauce to defend it out. It's 2 Sink Belows, and Kai Sickler is very happy that he didn't go ahead and overextend, activating that hook dryly. In this case, it stays in the equipment zone, safe and sound for now, even more so now that he has seen 2 Sink Belows deployed from David Alvarez.
David has a gone in a flash without much go again established yet, so doesn't really have a hand that works super well.
Furthermore, Temporal Wobble in the hand. Definitely not something that you want on the affirmative, because you can't even use it to bounce Gone in a Flash back to the hand. I believe you need a target for it.
These are some of the tricky spots with Oscilio, especially playing against disruptive decks, where the temptation to pop Lightning Greaves just to not IP yourself is kind of there. How do you feel about using the boots in this spot? Obviously, you're not getting very much value. You're not getting a spell at the end of it, but your turn otherwise is just 4 damage.
I think it's definitely a no for me. Sometimes you got to be an IP gamer when it comes to Oscilio. I do question not using Oscilio yet to cycle away the Temporal Wobble. I think that would have been a snap decision for me at the beginning of the turn.
I feel like Temporal Wobble is actually one of your best cards into Marlynn.
I hear ya.
Countering a non-attack action can be so good.
Ultimately, it's a card for a card, though. Any non-attack... I mean, obviously, you would love to hit 3 of a kind. That's the nastiest one, but ultimately it requires you to have 2 sigils on board. And besides that, if they play something like a gold the tip, which is, I think, in the hand for Kai Sickler, you are just trading a card for a card, which is not ideal.
No, that's not the ideal use of it, but there are 2 targets that can just be back-breaking. One is, of course, 3 of a kind. The other one is the
Codex?
Codex of Frailty, exactly.
Does look like David agrees with you as he's left, I want to say the Temporal Wobble in hand. I think it was a self-inflicted IP penalty. Yeah, that's it on the right side there of the hand. No, that's a Mind Warp.
Yeah, no, it's on the left side of the hand.
Okay, thank goodness. I was afraid for a second that he put it in Arsenal, and that is
no,
that
you
is
don't
never
want to
where
put
you
it
want
there
to be.
because
Nope.
it does need to be played sooner rather than later.
So in the hand is a gold the tip, and it does look like Kai is thinking about deploying it here.
I'm going to play out a gold the tip.
Okay, and this is the moment for David to pounce if he so chooses.
Okay.
First, it's an Oscilio activation. I believe it's still the electromagnetic somersault in the arsenal.
It is. I don't like that card in Arsenal. Personally, it can clunk up. You can always clear it, but I was thinking, you know, maybe you clear it to put the Temporal Wobble in. It's either way, he's IPing. It doesn't really save him any cards. But both of those are clunky Arsenal targets, no matter how you slice it.
Electrostatic Discharge discarded, in this case, in favor of a Sigil of Solace, which gets a Grimace from David Alvarez.
Yeah, still a clunky offensive hand.
And doesn't deploy the Temporal Wobble on Gold the Tip.
I will activate Hook.
A curious choice here.
Maybe just looking to save it for a more valuable use case.
So, silver lining for David Alvarez is that King Shark Harpoon is coming, the most fearsome one that Kai Sickler can deploy because, of course, it can rip the all-important Gone in a Flash or Blast to Oblivion out of the hand. But in this case, David just doesn't have them. I think he would rather have them in this situation. But now, Kai Sickler likely able to create a gold token because it's 13 overpower on this King Shark Harpoon. And the most important part here is Kai has put one into the graveyard at the end of all things. So Codex of Frailty can find it when it rears its head.
Yeah, has a plethora of options in the graveyard for that Codex. King Shark is fantastic. Shallow Water Harpoon is fantastic. And really great start from Kai.
Flash of Brilliance blocked with here in addition to Aether Bindings of the Third Age, which means 11 damage is going to leak through. And the hand must be laid bare by David. Had the opportunity to deploy this Temporal Wobble, but decided not to. Might just be planning on Oscilioing it away on his turn.
Yeah, it's an option. One of the things that is interesting here is it is now known information. So despite the King Shark not ripping a card, Kai got to see the Temporal Wobble and can now play around it on this next turn.
Unless it's discarded, of course. But no, it's an Oscilio act. Oh, no. He's playing out Sigil of Solace, playing out Sigil of Conductivity, and sending Mind Warp for 5 Arcane, he said? Why did he say 5 Arcane?
It looks like 4 just because of... No, it looks like 3,
Should
right?
be 3.
Amping 1. Might have just misheard him.
Maybe I did.
And yep, just goes ahead and cashes in that quiver right here. Wants to keep the hand, and I don't blame him. That's a pretty easy choice to make.
Does look like it's a little resource starved. There's only 1 blue and 2 yellows, one of which is a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, but there's... Yeah. He definitely doesn't want to deploy the Codex of Frailty and need it.
Gold popped here. A wise man named Paul Slinsky told me you got to gamble with this deck, and sometimes you got to fish for that blue, which Kai Sickler does find on top.
He got it. He's got everything he needs.
Battering Bolt hits the arsenal here, a potent disruptive piece. against David Alvarez. In this case, finally deploying that temporal wobble, which has been IP'd twice at this point.
I'm sure Kai's very happy with that exchange.
Yeah.
Like, great, get that out of your hand. That it can be so backbreaking, but if you're just going card for card, no big deal. Still coming in. Oh, no.
Only for 6.
Resources for the harpoon, okay.
He was left with a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, you
and
don't-
would have had to pitch into that
Yeah.
hammerhead. I don't hate this at
Yeah,
all,
this is
especially when
fine.
you've already established both a battering bolt at this point when the combat chain closes and a King Shark Harpoon.
There is the argument, what if David draws another temporal wobble? Very dangerous to play the Codex into that card, but we know he just played one, so Kai probably feeling pretty safe to stick that in the arsenal, and when you get it off, oh, it's such a good card.
And ultimately, you can if we're going to be stickler about it, you can kind of give that temporal wobble -6 value because it remained in the hand twice at the end of the turn.
The IP was backbreaking here. David Alvarez now sitting at 23 without really hardly pressuring Kai's life at all.
3 damage sent, and ultimately, it is a good thing for David that a lot of the time he has been insulated from whatever on hits that Kai is sending, because Marlynn, of course, is always looking for very specific cards to be in the hand in order to disrupt. David, in this case, just found with 2 copies of Blast to Oblivion, the first of which is on the combat chain now. 20 plays 32, and this one has Go Again.
Kind of nice to be able to bounce that Sigil of Conductivity. Would love to pair it with an Arcane spell. Doesn't have one.
It's a block of 3. 1 damage comes across. Electromagnetic Somersault. Going to buy back Blast to Oblivion and also bounce Sigil of Conductivity back. Leaving behind an embodiment of lightning, of course. Now David's in a kind of awkward position. Do I send that Blast to Oblivion and eat the embodiment of lightning that is so important? Because I'm not going to get another opportunity to bounce Sigil of Conductivity. It's the only instant left in the hand.
Decides not to? I like this.
I like this a lot better, too. Keeps the red Blast to Oblivion in the arsenal for a potential combo turn, and keeps the embodiment of lightning established, finds a Gone in a Flash on the top, and 3 instants technically.
Yeah, it's okay. He really wanted a 0-cost Arcane spell
Definitely. And for Kai, it's a very easy gold to tip. Pitch 2 cards to Hammerhead, play out Codex, find probably King Shark.
No,
if he's
he
on
values the battering bolt on hit over the overpower, which I get. I think that is the most backbreaking on hit. If this connects, the Oscilio is in a lot of trouble.
I mean, I tend to disagree because you're mainly looking to disrupt that combo turn, and anything that the battering bolt can find, David can just play out at instant speed. So he's not going to lose any extra life ultimately.
Yeah, but, well, it's more value to force him to play instants that he could not otherwise gain value out of. In this case, it's pretty much a wash, as the Sigil of Solace is the perfect instant to resolve.
So it's 13 damage. Ultimately, after all is said and done, David takes an effective 1 after Sigil of Solace gains 3 back. So down to 19 he goes. I will say that David is doing a fantastic job of insulating his life total, because Marlynn is one of those heroes that can steal games out of nowhere because of her evasive damage with overpower. And like you said, Michael, sometimes she loses to herself. The more opportunity David gives for that to happen, the better for him.
Yeah, you want to make the Marlynn see as many hands as possible until one of them is a brick.
Ooh, this one is probably not going to be one.
No, he's got the 3 of a kind in hand.
Got a 3 of a kind. Also has a big game trophy shot. I'm sorry, in hand and also Arsenal?
Is he just going to play them both out and then 3-oak? He's got 2 3-oaks.
He's got 2 3-oaks, which is awkward.
Can't really resolve both of those.
Yeah, you're going to end up having to discard some of these cards. The problem with not having gold, perhaps not being as flippant with the gold-baited hook as he could, is that Kai Sickler doesn't have access to create a Goldfin Harpoon with the Marlynn hero ability and then discard it away to the big game trophy shot. That's really the way that interaction is supposed to work, ideally, for Marlynn. In this case, he's going straight for the 3 of a kind.
I'm stuck to playing cards from Arsenal.
Finds the resources.
But he left the buff in his arsenal, and
he
so
can
now
still
has,
play it.
Yeah. Oh, and then we'll have
Yeah.
one more opportunity to draw. You're right.
Yeah. No, I think he played that well.
Okay.
Getting rid of the one that he knew he couldn't play from hand.
Catch of the Day drawn off the top of the deck must discard one of these cards and then has an opportunity to load one of them face up with Marlynn, as long as it's an arrow, which I do think I see a blue Harpoon in the hand.
Sorry, bro. Sorry to give you the bad matchup.
It's Catch of the Day, Portside Exchange. I believe he put the Harpoon face down. Oh, there's a Codex of Frailty.
But he can't play it from hand.
Yeah. Oh, you're right, and he can't reload it.
So yeah, he goes for the blue fin. No, that's a catch of. Yeah, that's a blue
It's a blue
fin.
fin.
Whew, the art's kind of similar. Scared me.
I'm scared too, Michael. Unfortunately, has to pitch one of these power cards away, and I do think this makes sense. The Codex of Frailty is more valuable in this case than 3 of a kind. All he's got to do is find 2 blues on the next turn cycle, and he can send yet another King Shark or Big Battering Bolt. This is a whopping 12 damage, even though it's a blue card, and it is searching for blues, which can be also important to a combo turn or even a mini combo turn. I'm thinking of things like Blink.
It's got the CLV.
The Gone in a Flash.
I didn't see anything. Oh,
We know in the arsenal it's a red Blast to Oblivion. He's got an Embodiment of Lightning token established. He can't find that card that he just dropped. I'm just kidding.
it's got the blue block 3 though. Current funnel.
Okay, so can get in the way of this blue fin Harpoon.
Says no.
He just
blocks?
takes it?
Does he have 2 blues? Oh, that's why.
Yeah, but you could block with one, play out the
You
other.
can. Oh, yeah. I think he wants the instance for his Gone in a Flash. I feel like
Maybe
he's
just
trying to
needs
combo
one blue.
here. Just do something. He's really falling behind.
Sure.
He doesn't really need any blues. Would like to keep the instant to pair with the Gone in a Flash and the Channel Lightning Valley, but still doesn't have a spell. It is nice that he can bounce the Sigil of Conductivity for an extra bounce of Gone in a Flash.
David does say, it is looking pretty bad over here.
Yeah. He knows the writing's starting to form on the wall here.
And all of a sudden, the gold generation is kind of out of control for Kai Sickler. Going to get a total of 3 here. 1 from the gold baited hook, 1 from the bluefin harpoon, and 1 from the big game trophy shot.
Yeah. For a gold-starved hero, he is now feasting.
Now it's an embarrassment of riches.
I don't know what the right take is here, because I don't know your deck as well.
I think the right take is the Sigil, yeah.
So I will discard that. Here you go.
It's curious, because Current Funnel with an Embodiment of Lightning token can facilitate some pretty nasty stuff. The
It's
problem,
worth 2, but the other one's worth 4
Yeah.
if you're counting the Gone bounce.
Because Kai also knows about the Blast to Oblivion.
Yeah.
So he knows that Sigil of Conductivity can come back, which then facilitates another swing of the Gone in a Flash.
It does actually insulate him from needing to pop boots if he wants to go wider than 2 attacks. So I see what you're saying. I think the Current Funnel does kind of allow him to have a smoother attack here.
Oh, curious. Kai is blocking with Trench here.
Sure,
which
cash it in.
No, I hear you, but this doesn't block out the CLV trigger, which is going to be played on this
That
first
is
chain link.
curious, unless he's gonna
Block
block
with the gold-baited hook
too.
as
No,
well?
Too late for that.
No, it doesn't seem to be the case. So it's just going to be 3 total blocks on this 4, which leaves behind an Embodiment of Lightning token after Channel Lightning Valley bounces the Sigil of Conductivity. 1 damage finds home. Kai Sickler now down to 30. And a card drawn, it's a Temporal Wobble. All but useless on this turn.
Yeah, not helpful offensively. But
Yep, bye-bye
yeah.
Wobble.
Second Current Funnel.
Curious. Wait, I'm sorry. Not Current
no
Funnel?
spell? Was that was a Current Funnel, right?
No, yeah, but why aren't we playing the Current Funnel before this Gone in a Flash, I wonder?
Oh. Because he got a second
Oh,
embodiment.
yeah, second
There we
embodiment.
go.
That's right, that's right. So total of 5 blocks here. Gone in a Flash, completely shored up. Sigil of Conductivity comes back out to play. Gone in a Flash, back to the hand. So unfortunately, I think David was looking for just any instant. The problem is Temporal is the one that doesn't bounce Gone in a Flash back nicely. So this Current Funnel, going to be given Go Again because a lightning action came before it. It'll also give Go Again to whatever comes after.
He's really getting a lot of value out of these quick touch flexors here.
So you're right, Michael, that Trench of Watery Depths did go ahead and get 7 value.
If he has 3 blues in hand, I could see a world where he just pitches another one and activates quick dodge a 4th time.
Yeah, I suppose you're right, because you just go 2 blues and then Codex.
You're going to ponder.
No blocks is the choice, though, because Kai does also have a Portside Authority, so has the opportunity to create a Harpoon and go fishing for a buff. Which, like, at this point, slam the door on Oscilio if you can,
Oh, yeah.
man.
No, the only thing I was thinking is, like, if you're already blocking and you think that he's going to play, it really came down to if he was going to play that Gone in a Flash. Again, you could eke an extra point of value out of the blue, but, yeah, no reason to pitch it away when you could instead get an extra gold for your troubles.
Okay, well, instead of port side, Kai is generating a gold with Seafloor Salvage, turning a Sigil of Brilliance face down in David's arsenal, and then going straight for Hammerhead. So 2 resources left floating. And then the matter of Codex of Frailty. David is insulated from the discard effect there, but it's going to be plenty of damage here.
Interesting choice here. So goes for the... Thinking of going for the Battering Bolt once again, which, while very disruptive, when David's sitting at 7 life and only has 1 armor block, I feel like the temptation to just get him down to 1 is pretty high. But I don't know. I think Kai probably understands this matchup better than I do. And I have seen the Battering Bolt be the go-to arrow while Paul plays Marlynn as well. So Kai's not the only one that values this one higher.
Yeah, I really wanted to go for overpower here if I'm being real.
Because the game state didn't progress here, and I agree with that as well. It's kind of curious to see in that spot.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Kai does get yet another turn where he's got a free pass, but there's not a single harpoon in that hand. There is a murderous rabble, so some offense can come, and there's also 4 gold tokens. We might see a Gravy Bones cosplay here.
Yeah, there's a world where he just draws pumps and ends it on this turn because he stripped the full hand. He had full authority to do so without any kinds of kickbacks. But yeah, he's got a blue arrow and a bunch of blues. He's not really threatening much here.
Not at all. So Murderous Rabble, we're going to see what we can find on top of the deck. Finally, there's a harpoon there, which is going to hurt the damage output of Murderous Rabble by 1. This comes in for 2 go again.
Not really what you want to see. I mean, if you draw into it, you can't play it because your arsenal is a harpoon. So, or is it the catch of the day? It looks so much like the blue fin.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I think it is a buff in the arsenal.
Okay. Thought it was the blue fin. Could be a buff. If it's a buff, then this is a great draw.
So at this point, Kai could play out the buff, activate Marlynn, play out Portside Authority. Instead, he's just going to go for the draw here. Unable to reload off of the Marlynn static ability. Instead, playing out Shifting Tides, which will pitch the top of the deck for Kai Sickler if it's a blue at the start of the turn. Then...
Yeah, so it is a harpoon in Arsenal.
Oh, it must
be. It's the only
okay,
way
cool.
This makes any sense.
Right. So not indeed a buff. It
Red
was
fin.
a blue harpoon. In this case, looking for red cards, though. And there are red cards aplenty here for David Alvarez.
1.
Command and Conquer gets in the way, but that's all that can happen. It's 2 instants, and that's it. That is it, folks. Marlynn Treasure Hunter takes down David Alvarez.
That was for 8.
What's that?
Yeah, that was a 8. No, game's not over. He's got 2 life left.
Oh, did I mistake that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
If it was 10 and he took
I
it all, for
thought
sure.
he was showing the hand like, you got
No,
me.
he was
It's all
showing it
over. I was
because
like,
of the
"Where's our fist
trigger
bump?"
of the
Okay, wow. I'm pulling a Mitch Leslie over here.
No!
Yikes. Gone in a
I
flash.
got your back, buddy.
Gone in a
We're
flash
back
out
in
of
a
hand
flash.
for David Alvarez. This is just going to be a bread and butter Oscilio play. Gone in a flash, bounce it back, and then stick it in the arsenal.
Bad beats indeed.
Yikes. It's been a long day.
I guess so, dude. Can't handle 6 rounds like you used to.
Shut up. I'm sorry. That was Gone in a Flash the second there. Kai is so happy to just take it all because David Alvarez has the dregs of his life total. Shifting Tides does pitch the top card of the deck, which is a Codex of Frailty. And then because it's not blue, it doesn't go to the bottom of the deck. It gets destroyed. The follow-up here is Cheating Scoundrel into 3 of a kind. Oh, boy. As long as Kai can find some harpoon with overpower, which he already has in his arsenal, this game is going to be over.
Now, does he get the pitch value still of a yellow if it's not a
blue?
blue?
He does. Okay. It just determines where Shifting Tides goes.
I see.
Either the graveyard or the bottom of the deck. So 3 cards drawn. Cards only playable in Arsenal. It's a little bit sad that Kai draws up another pump, but he's going to be okay with it here. I think Hammerhead plus Shallow Shark Water Harpoon. is just too much. And so the fist bump is finally extended. I was just preordaining the outcome of this game.
It was inevitable at that point. We were just getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Kai Sikinarnar Sickler takes this one down for the Pirates and the swelling tides of the high seas. Oscilio Constella Intelligence not doing blue better than the Pirate hero herself. And the Harpoons do find home. And wow-wee, was that a masterclass in Marlynn.
That's what she's here to do. She's here to take decks that disrespect blocking and punish them for it. And that was a punishment indeed.
Okay, we have some top 8 updates, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and hit it. Drum roll, Michael. We know the outcome of one of these matches. Oh, and Noah Timney takes down Richard Truong, wins the attack reaction off. Kosei Shitana takes out Ian Shu, who was a previous finalist in another era. And then, of course, we know about Kai Sickler sticking it to the Constella Intelligence and making their way into the semifinal, who's going to run smack dab into another one in the semis.
Why are we slow rolling the Victor and Teklo game?
Because we don't know yet.
Oh, okay. I was like, there's no way you're just trying to troll us that the Victor won. I just can't believe that's going to happen.
It happened round one. Evan Bridges fell to Zachary Wallach, much to my joy.
Yeah, of course. That's one of those 90-10 matchups.
Yeah, you flashed up bad beats before, and that was definitely the case for Evan. Bad beats Bridges. So.
Well, okay, we won't count him out yet, but of course, the fact that it is a long game is a little bit telling for where we're going.
You would think that Victor wants to close that out quickly, if at all possible. Oh, from the producer desk, this just in, we do have an update. Hit it. It is Han V takes down Benjamin Freedman in a very unfavored match, I will admit. But our first seed remains high and mighty, perhaps, of course, because he came in to the top 8 with 1 loss. We all know about the undefeated curse. In this case, Han V took one for the team just to dodge the curse.
Okay, so I guess the unfavored matchup boon is stronger than the first place curse.
Indeed so, folks. So we have more Flesh and Blood to play. It's only 3 matches more, one of which we will not see unless you're an AG Premium subscriber. So we'll be back with a match selection very soon. Before we go, though, definitely got to be talking once again about our sponsor, Fabtcg, your home for singles. Cut out the middleman. Go ahead and get your singles as the Lord intended in one succinct package. And also buy from Flesh and Blood players like you. Go ahead and use the QR code at the top of your screen to go to fabfoundry.co and use the discount code AGELA10 at checkout in order to get a 10% discount and also support what we do here and what Fab Foundry does for the community.
It's worth it, folks. You love watching us. You're here right now. Go ahead and buy your singles from Fab Foundry.
You're going to spend the money anyway. It might as well go to a good cause. Fab Foundry is now has been named the official tournament organizer of U.S. Nationals in Minneapolis. That'll be running June 12th to 14th, 2026. Definitely go to fabfoundryevents.com to get early bird packages, which are on sale now as of this weekend and will not be on sale anymore come Monday. If you buy that early bird package, you will get yourself an extra bronze voucher on top of whatever else you got.
Yeah, on top of the 10% discount if you buy it with this code.
Folks, we are dispensing with the winner's interview because we got more Flesh and Blood to play. We're going to be back in very short order with a bloodbath, either in the variety of Arachne Marionette versus Victor Goldmane, or in one in a very similar vein to what we just saw. Sound off in chat, please. Let us know what you want to see. We want you to have the best Flesh and Blood as possible. We'll be back with that and so much more after this. Move over, lightning bolts. Harpoons have something to say about this here at the AGE Open Series LA edition in April. Holy free holies, Michael. Did those harpoons from Kai look incredible against Oscilio? He's going to have to do it again, folks, but we turn our eyes to a little bit different of a matchup. It's going to be Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, in the hands of Han V, of course, up against the assassin stylings of Noah Timney, who we haven't seen on stream yet today. Pretty much every one of these players have been featured either on the main stage or the backup stage, and Noah finally gets his moment in the spotlight.
Yeah, these are all fresh names. I mean, they obviously have been at AGE before, but in terms of top 8, it's not people I'm used to seeing.
I mean, one thing I'll say is that Han V has been competing at AGE for a long time and has finally found their first top 8 finish. Got to be ecstatic at this moment.
Oh, yeah.
And besides that, folks, we do have to plug one more time AGE Premium. It is the front page of competitive Flesh and Blood. It is a subscription service offered directly through our website. That's www.age.events. We've got plenty of content for your enjoyment, including extra matches from every AGE Open. You can find those cut up and uploaded at the beginning of next week if we're talking about the matches from today, but we've already got 2 full events worth of bonus matches for you to enjoy. So get on over to AGE Premium, see what we have to offer, and if you like what we do, if you like grassroots, competitive Flesh and Blood in your neighborhood, then please consider subscribing. It helps us do what we do and bring great matches to you and all of our players alike. One offering that I want to highlight is, of course, the AGE Premium article by Jesse Harper, all about that brand newfangled Sigil of Voltaris Briar that is shaking things up in Silver Age, despite having the Banhammer cleave away some all-important cards from her pool.
Yeah, it's really incredible to me that a hero can get hit that hard and still be so powerful.
You know, ultimately, if it's a hero that's going to be insulated from the ban list, it might as well be a Runeblade, right?
Yeah, that's tradition, right? James White's favorite class.
As Vincent player Ian Shu once said, I'm a Runeblade player. I deserve this and more.
Well said.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, so let's head back on down to the match area. We'll alert our players. Here we go. It's the semifinals here at the April AGE Open Series in Los Angeles. Han V on Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, riding their hide horse against Noah Timney, Arachne Marionette, who has been performing incredibly well today, but has dodged the camera up until this point.
Is it just me, or is Han V given Victor Goldmane vibes with that luxurious royal robe draped across the shoulders?
This is a normal Saturday for Han. I'm
yeah.
pretty sure he wears this outfit day in and day out.
I think so too, and I just think it's very fitting.
Honestly, and what you can't see is the pirate affecting boots that are underneath the table, which
Marlynn would have worked really well too. Then is what you're saying.
Very true. Which is interesting. I don't think I've ever seen Han pilot a pirate hero. Now that you mention it.
Well, we'll have to have a chat after this game.
But I would call the outfit, it's giving shanty chic. How's that sound?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And boy, is it looking chic for Han, already pitching a Riches of Tropal Donny, despite not bringing in Crown of Dominion, going to generate a gold token straight away, which is absolutely huge. Ooh, and foretelling the coming of Mastery Pack Warrior with an Olympia slanted gold token. Card drawn there.
A red Macho Grande in the pitch?
Sure as shooting it is. I do think this is kind of an off-kilter inclusion in some Victor decks. I know that Matthew Vore on the AG Pro team was tinkering around with it when he and Chris Aioli put together a Victor list for, that was U.S. Nationals in Vegas.
Not used to seeing that, but I like the inclusion when you're running that tunic. It's a really great way to close the game out.
Back over to Noah, though, who doesn't take any damage on that turn 0 from the Miller's Grindstone. Hunter's Clave coming in for the first time, but certainly not the last time. It all depends, though, on which of those Noah decides to flick. It's an immediate block with the Iron Fist Revelation. I was about to say Revolution for Han. Doesn't decide to reveal a card with Crush in the arsenal, though. It's a flick of the right-handed Hunter's Clave. Han V descends down to 39 and is now marked.
Interesting choice to deploy the arm piece here, knowing that the flick is an available option. Jeez.
The Mark token of choice is hello, my name is Mark.
That's
from
great.
Han V. Seems to have a great sense of humor about it. But Noah doesn't really even need to roll into Orb Weaver. Just had the Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand. Sometimes that's how you draw it up, and usually it's a Lucas Oswald that does it.
Yeah. Good assassin players always have it.
Indeed,
That's what
they do.
I always say.
So already that faded dual dagger loadout for Noah Timney. Oh, the onslaught continues on this first turn of the game. Kiss of Death now coming in for 7 because Han V is marked, and the Orb Weaver Spinneret buffs by 3 that came before.
Han V would really like to block this turn, I believe. Certain cards don't convert well with the full hand, but you just don't want to block the Kiss of Death. Really hate doing that. Does anyway.
3 reactions.
But is the T-Tox there?
Oh, no.
No reactions is the call from Noah Timney. Can't quite see what card that is, but it is not a Tarantula Toxin. Otherwise, you better believe it would be flying into the arena now.
Yeah.
Total of 5 damage taken by Han. And Kiss of Death gains Go again. Han's name is no longer Mark. It is instead back to Victor Goldman.
Yep.
It's caught by Noah, and the follow-up is Graphene Calistera, now coming in for a measly 1, no Go again. But it's just extra value for Noah, and a card parked in the arsenal, which I kind of want to say was an inertia trap, based on the look that I got.
Does it? Oh, it could be live if that Debilitate comes out here, which would be quite annoying, but Hanvi doesn't have the resources to make that happen.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a reveal off of Iron Fist Revelation. Somehow I missed that.
Well, that explains the block even more then.
So Noah is incredibly happy to deploy an inertia trap here. Does look like he's thumbing a defense reaction based on the way he's posturing.
Yeah, touching that Arsenal card certainly probably has Han thinking about what that could be.
Han readying a Spinal Crush for the Arsenal on a future turn. A fearsome prospect against Arachne Marionette. One of those few cards left in the game that has a Red in the Ledger-like effect.
Yeah, I've played this matchup a lot on the Victor side of the table, and one of the things that I will say, wow, that is surprising. So it must not be an inertia trap.
Must not be an inertia trap. I have to have called that wrong, otherwise it would have been deployed here, and a Spinal Crush would be sent to the bottom of the deck. 9 damage accepted readily by Noah Timney, and also the -2 power on his first attack that comes with it.
That is a really nice effect. Turning off any kind of dagger start or just getting the -2 fully.
J.K. Roffelmau.
Yeah.
Cut from the same cloth comes out of the hand. And the first blocking card is found for Han. Test of Strength is there, but no one knows about it. Not that it really helps.
Getting that full value out of the Debilitate.
Noah thumbing the Hunter's Clave. Han is not currently marked, so Noah's unable to really start with that Graphene Calistera, but there is a blue, so it's going to be a clean swing of both of these daggers, I would imagine. In this case, Hunter's Clave relegated down to a measly 3 after accounting for the Debilitate on Crush. It's a block of 7 by Han. Really respecting this attack and trying to get over any dagger pumps before they rear their ugly heads. Test of Strength has been won by Han, so a Chokeslam goes into the hand as it's revealed to the Clash.
Yeah, I really like this, I think. It's always so hard to know exactly how to block against Assassin. I say that, but I think that really good players probably do know how to block against an Assassin. And this is a really good example of really respecting the on-hit mark.
And we will see, because of course, Han, in this position, only wants to give one more card if he can help it.
Over here, 'cause I
In this
really
case-
don't want- no, you can still flick me regardless.
Yes.
But I'd like to force you to flick me if. And I'm gonna not forget it right away this time.
Sounds good.
That explains why we missed it.
Yep.
Han
Yeah, no
forgot.
reactions on that.
Okay, Iron Fist
And then I'll
Revelation
send Graphene for
reveals a
one.
Spinal
Yeah,
Crush.
no further
And
block.
man, the overblocks are paying off for Han. No, it looks to be keeping a card in hand at the end of this turn, which is going to hurt so bad when a Spinal Crush comes in for 10.
It's possible it's a reaction that can hit a dagger, given the overblock.
Don't you think he
on
would
the
deploy it
previous-
right away?
Well, on the previous chain link, it was overblocked.
There it is.
Oh,
Tarantula
dodged
Toxin. So
Yup.
Han
Tarantula?
saying it for everybody at home. I dodged a bullet there.
Yeah.
Blocked the right things ultimately.
Keep messing up like something really small, and I'm just like not thinking about it, and I need to be thinking about it.
Noah
It's
not
okay.
super happy
Well,
with
there.
the
That's my
choices
signal as
that
well. You
turn.
can slow down.
But ultimately Noah is playing a very complicated deck, right?
Yeah.
We are among friends. This is so
Exactly
cool.
right. I know.
Marionette has so many branching play lines ultimately. You got to think about the mark. You got to think about transformation. You got to think about your action points generated by connection of stealth attacks. You got to think about, Spinal Crush for 10.
Yeah. The addition of that 1 damage on this card makes it so annoying to deal with.
That extra one just makes like.
Goes from a 2-card block to a 3 or 2 with equipment.
And while Arachne Marionette does have access to defense reactions, the majority of them are 3 blocks. So, yeah, all of a sudden, giving 3 cards feels a lot worse. Man, I do love watching some of these players that I haven't seen before because they've got all the Antiquity pack, Fandel Spring Tunics, Crown of Providences.
Yeah.
It feels like I'm watching an entirely different game.
Very pretty cards on the table.
The new Flick Knives as well.
Yeah.
It's fun stuff. Fun stuff to see.
10 being threatened and lack of go again for the entire turn on all of your cards and actions.
You know, there's a certain amount of insulation that Arachne Marionette has from effects like these because a lot of the damage they present comes in the form of attack reactions, which don't, of course, require sources of go again or extra action points.
Yeah, depending on the texture of the hand, this may not be all that threatening, but the Orb Weaver Spinneret is not
Complicates
one of
things.
them.
There's a Mark of the Black Widow, Scar Tissue,
Okay.
And he just folds the
Reaper's
hand
Call, holding back Reaper's Call just to, I think, swing Hunter's Clave and Graphene Calycera.
here. Really wants to get that mark off, probably. Is afraid to flick the Hunter's Clave without any replacement. It could be a little too early for that.
I will take Fandle's
So 2 damage finds home. Spinal Crush doing what it is made to do. Not necessarily deal a hefty amount of damage, but stymie what the opponent, which is in this case, in a lot of other cases, way more aggressive than the Guardian player,
Block 3.
to almost nothing.
Yeah, just getting all that tempo.
I'll play a Codex of Frailty.
Codex of Frailty was in the arsenal for Noah Timney. Does he have the one of Death Touch? He sure does. I missed when it made it into the graveyard, but it's looking awfully good right now.
You a Frailty, me a Ponder.
Perhaps would have liked another copy of Command and Conquer to
Yeah.
threaten the arsenal, especially when Han is just going to go ahead and establish a Spinal Crush once again.
Might still be greedy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spinal Crush, I feel like a 4-cost with the Tunic would have been a little bit cleaner. Can block here with 2 cards, then Tunic.
And
play
Han
it
does
for
have
7.
does have a red variety of it. There's a Debilitate in there, so
Right.
was a viable option.
I want to be so greedy.
Thinking about the Tunic for the quick dodge
Let me think about this.
flexors.
Let me think about this. Do I want this?
Han saying, I
How
think
much
this
I wanna stop
might be greedy here.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him for thinking that. Arachne turns can be so much wider and taller than this. Are you really going to cash in all important resources on a turn where you essentially read and the ledgered them?
Spinal Crush,
Yeah.
which is very annoying. Not very nice, you know.
You did give it back to me, though.
No, I was saying, well, I don't exactly want you to send it back at me again.
Yeah.
But in this case, like you said, Michael, without the +1 counter, Noah is probably much happier to just throw 2 cards in front, especially when he's generated a Ponder token, will effectively have a 3-card hand.
Or I'm no further.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, I prefer grabbing the Debilitate here and just giving 2 cards and no armor. But that window is passed, and instead we are taking 3 alongside
This ponder will pop. I'm giving
a
you
token of choice.
Inertia token is chosen here.
Well, I think that was a bit of a misread.
Quite possibly, because of course, if Han is to deploy a Spinal Crush, it requires 2 cards, which then means it clears out the hand and the arsenal, so Inertia doesn't really do any dirty work.
So Han getting bailed out there by the choice of Inertia.
I think either Frailty, I would say Blood Rot Pox is the correct choice there because it generates the most value. Han would lose 2 life. If you give another Frailty token, yes, it hampers the effect of Spinal Crush, but you still have to give 2 cards to avoid the Crush effect.
Now, if it was a Blood Rot, you could have sent the Miller's Grindstone and pitched to avoid it, which is a lot less here. Instead, it's a Spinal Crush coming for 8, so interesting choice there all around.
Leave no witnesses and Codex of Frailty in the hand for Noah Timney. And there's the Inertia Trap. Unfortunately, it does not proc when the opponent's attack is less than its base.
Unlucky. Also, the existing Inertia makes it pretty useless as it stands.
27 plays 29. Noah Timney back on the affirmative now with 2 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal. We know those 2 cards are Leave No Witnesses, Codex of Frailty, and then, of course, there's a mystery card from the previous Ponder token in the arsenal.
So far, though, these players have been playing pretty fair. Not a ton of block cards on the side of Victor, but here we finally see one of the most threatening ones in the game. The Test of Iron Grip.
Could rip that grip for Noah Timney pretty much immediately.
There is only 1 card in hand, so it seems like a pretty darn good time to deploy it.
Han says, I don't want to do this, but nevertheless, here it comes.
Okay.
The test is pressed. Forcing the clash. Noah perhaps wondering, do I have a window here? But it doesn't matter because it's a Codex of Frailty in the hand. Oh, could spell doom for Noah in this case. Players are just double-checking life totals. There's no deliberation about priority windows here for Test of Iron Grip, I don't think.
Can I please play the Codexes an instant? Please?
No, it's like, if I distract him about life totals long enough, perhaps he'll forget about this trigger.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. Noah is definitely an above-board player from what I know about him.
So far, so good as that.
Sleepy Connor in the mix, doing what he can. Also a glimpse of one of our other top 8 players, Kosei Shitana, who's, gosh, we just have so many people in LA that have like 10 out of 10 smiles, and Kosei is one of them.
10 out of 10 name, too.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, loses the clash. Has to pop a gold to attempt to clash again. Really wants to rip that card. Does get there.
Does get there, and a little bit of extra juice for his troubles. Han, because he revealed a wallop, will generate a Vigor token.
Very happy to see that. Bottoming a gold main estate is not exactly what you want to see, but with only 1 gold on the field, it's not the worst time to put it on the bottom.
No, and usually that is kind of an overreach, right? Because you block with Test of Iron Grip, neither player wins the clash. So it's not like Han had any downside there. But in that case, just, I guess, knew that he wanted to strip that last card out of Noah Timney's hand. And I can't really blame him because it turns out it was a Codex, and that really could have bit Han further on down the line.
Yeah, Codex to follow this up would have been nasty. Really, really good to see that go on the side of Han. Here, though, we've got a unmarked dagger coming in with the threat of a Flick Knives, which could mark and therefore confer draw a card only on the attack hitting, not on the flick.
Not only that, Michael, also on connection, go again from the Arachne Marionette hero ability. So Noah decides it's time to cash in the right-handed Clave. I suppose especially because he saw up sticks and run on the top of the deck, knows he'll potentially be able to fetch it back as long as the resources line up. So up sticks and run comes out of the top of the deck and into the arsenal. It's one of the drawbacks of clashing. You do give your opponent very important information.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice timing for the draw. I'm a little curious as to Han's decision not to put 2 cards in front of that and deny the value, but looks like they just want to establish the gold main estate, a power card in this matchup, and being able to get the 3 mites plus drawing a card is very strong too.
Yes, indeed. And this one drawn is going to be the wallop that we saw from the Test of Iron Grip. there's going to be 3 mites total generated here by nepotism in its finest.
Yeah, that shield is just like cheating, man.
100%. Victor loves to cheat. So we've got the wallop on the top of the deck, which means that we now have 2 blues in hand for Han.
Sure, I'll just send 6 here with my tunic.
It is going to be a debilitate play because neither of these cards are particularly good in Arsenal.
I do like this. I think the debilitate on hit is threatening enough to ask for a card. It's not more than 1 card. It's very easy to cover this one, but it is annoying to have your first attack reduced by 2. It's kind of hard to deal with.
It's 3 copies of Up 6 and Run for Noah Timney. What are the chances of that? But the most important part is that there is a blue to pair with them.
Yeah, that is critical, especially now that he's got the open dagger slot, has the potential to return the Hunter's Clave back to the arena and provide more mark potential.
And it is a choice of no blocks here for Noah Timney on the second debilitate of the game. So all of a sudden that measly blue gets 8 value for Han.
I respect the choice.
Up 6 in a row from Arsenal. Pitching a mark of the
Noah's like, stop me if you've heard this one. Up 6 and run. Wait. Hold on.
Let me just make sure this is what I want to do here.
Make sure this is what I want to do here.
Don't make me wait, Noah.
Could it be?
Up. 6, and run.
Holding off. We got a slow
Give him
roll.
a minute.
You don't just play
No,
3
don't say
up,
slow
6
roll.
and
That's got a bad connotation.
Oh, it does?
Yeah, if you're slow rolling somebody, you're purposely playing slow.
I thought it was like building suspense.
Just get your foot out of your mouth, Michael.
Excuse
Just
me.
kidding. No, you're doing great. Oh, does seem like it's Hunter's Clave just with the single up 6 and run. 2 being held back now.
We're seeing the overblock. A lot of respect put on this first attack here.
A fat overblock.
3 to 6 versus 4 to 8.
4 to
If the one get buffs for 4, you have to be marked for that.
Okay.
And I can't turn into Toxinus.
Wow, he's just spelling out all his options for Han. Very generous.
Good guy, Timney.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, my hand is 3 up sticks and run.
And maybe that's why Noah decided to hold these cards back.
Yeah. Noah kind of given Han a little hint on how to block this one, and as a result decides to hold back the shield.
It's a really curious choice to hold back both up sticks here. I could see an argument for 1 because you go 2 up 6 and run plus Hunter's Clave and then follow it up with Mark of the Black Widow to end the chain.
Yeah.
Because right now he can't pay. He can pay for the Graphene Glycerine. Never mind. Maybe that's what he's thinking about.
Right, he's got the tunic counter. And you have to play the up sticks to get the dagger back
risky
anyway.
too, ultimately, because you ideally want your opponent marked when you send the Mark of the Black Widow. If you send Graphene Calycera first, then you might clear the mark.
He can play the Mark of the Black Widow now. I think he might be thinking about saving an up sticks to get the Hunter's Clave back next turn after flicking it too.
Which makes sense. I think holding back 1 makes sense. I don't know about holding back 2.
Yeah.
Especially when it seems like on this turn, you really need the mark to make it all work.
Yeah, I think the mark is easy enough to get through flicking, though. And since you know you have the up sticks to return it once again, may just be play 1, play the mark of the Black Widow, and flick in reactions.
Yeah, but if you play up 6 and run and don't swing with a dagger, you're leaving 4 value on the table.
Oh, right. It doesn't hit. Never mind. Excuse me.
And
Foot in my mouth once again.
What in the heck is going on? We're
He pitched
paying for the retrieve even though our daggers are full.
Okay.
21 plays 17. Noah is on the front foot here. Does just Arsenal the Mark of the Black Widow and passes. That might have been a small misstep there.
Yeah, but despite these clunky turns that Noah has continued to navigate through, we've got a very close game on our hands.
Indeed. It might get a little more difficult for Noah here because this Command and Conquer does come in for 9 thanks to the Might tokens generated by Visit the Goldmane Estate. 9 damage here, threatening that Mark of the Black Widow that just hit the Arsenal. Noah can cover it up, but it would be a steep cost.
He's got the blue.
Command and Conquer, Savor Bloodshed, Kiss of Death.
Yep.
I have been in Noah's seat so many times, especially during that last turn cycle. I figure out what I want to do, and then right in the middle of it, I go, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm competing at a high level here. I need to make high-level plays. And then I do something completely different than what my reps have told me.
I've done that too. You kind of outthink yourself and think, oh, they must know. I have to do this. I have to set up. I have to get over. And then you just, you save a card thinking you need it for later, and then you sort of count on your fingers after the fact and realize, wow, I just lost a lot of value.
It's a mental earthquake that just happened for Noah Timney. Shake it off, Noah.
Yeah.
Staring down an AGE Open Series Finals. You're still in a good spot.
Now's the time to lock in. It is not over. 21 plays 17, and Victor always has an opportunity to brick. Guardians are not known for being able to consistently convert 4-card hands, so it's always just fine to fold it and go next. There's nothing wrong with that.
Nevertheless, Noah is in the blender, taking on this all-important block decision. Mask of Deceit still unused, but the opponent is not marked, and even if you were to transform into Arachne Trapdoor, you can't play defense reactions into Command and Conquer's Chainlink.
Not an available option here. I feel the choice is clear, but we'll see if Noah agrees with me. May just take the damage if he likes the offensive output here, but it's a little bit risky to continuously play undervalued turns. Undervalue in this case because you're losing an entire card. This gives a full 2-card 12 worth of value over to Han, which is a slippery slope, but he goes for it.
Okay, down to 12 goes Noah Timney. The arsenal is not long for this world. It explodes, and Mark of the Black Widow, which could have been deployed last turn cycle, is relegated to the graveyard. Only 5 life points behind, though, is Noah Timney. As a counter goes on to the Tunic, and Hunter's Clave follows up. 1 go again, Mark on hit.
Han has a pretty clean 2-card play next turn. Starts things off blocking with the shield to preserve information and potential cards in hand.
And also that all-critical Mark. And not only does Han have a good 2-card play in the form of blue and boulder drop, there's also yet another test of Iron Grip, Michael.
Savor Bloodshed, Kiss of Death.
Ah.
And this is such a good time to deploy that card. You get to just full heads up. Man, I love knowing they can't react on the Kiss of Death.
It still feels bad for Han because I think he feels like he's playing into a Tarantula Toxin, especially after Noah took so much damage. Ugh. Test of strength. Not what you want to see here, especially when your opponent revealed an attack. Can Han find the win? Yes, and it's a big one. Golden Sun. So not only does Han force Noah to discard that Command and Conquer, he's also going to create a gold token, which Test of Iron Grip doesn't normally do, thereby allowing Han to draw the Golden Sun.
When you hit the Golden Sun off of the back of a Test of Iron Grip, that becomes the most valuable card probably you can play in the game of Flesh and Blood.
So ultimately, that's a 1-card 10 that we just saw.
With Go Again.
So gross. So gross.
Yeah, that one hurts, especially after choosing to take the CNC the turn before.
Noah now thumbing the Stalker steps just to send a Graphene Callistra after all is said and done. Gotta hand it to Han. There are a lot of blocking decisions here that he, I think to a layman, might think that he's overcommitting, but that's the way you gotta play against Marionette. That mark is so incredibly potent and important.
It is, and Han has done such a good job of keeping Noah off Mark this entire game. I think he's been marked once. We got to make the "Hi, my name is Mark" joke one time.
It is a flick of the Hunter's Clave, so Han was Mark for just a moment, and then 2 damage comes across thanks to the Kiss of Death, which now has Go Again, and then Graphene Callistra gets to follow up for an extra 1 value.
And it drew a card as well, right?
I'm sorry, yes, it did. You're right.
So still getting some worth out of this. Obviously, the Test of Iron Grip was insane, but for a moment there, it felt like he stopped everything.
Tried to get a look at that Arsenal card, but no, it was a little too quick for me.
Take up Tunic.
So we will
and it's
live.
still an equal game here. I mean, Han's got the edge. 13 to 12 with a 3-card hand is full tempo here, but
Give me a card.
And Han says, give me a card, which is pretty much what Boulder Drop's text could say.
Yeah.
Crush. When this deals 4 or more damage to a hero, they put a card from their hand on top of their deck, which is essentially giving Han a card, either by way of the crush or by way of a block.
And I just can't help but think with the way this game has been going, you'd think that Han had this in the bag, but it's still neck and neck despite the aura that each of these players is giving off. Noah feeling so disrupted and frustrated, and Han just feeling so cool, calm, and collected with all of these soul reads on the blocks and all the disruption. It's still very close.
Han has had 1 debilitate in the red that got 10 value, 1 debilitate in the blue that got 8 value.
No reaction.
Giving up the flick knives over that headpiece. Interesting choice here.
Noah thinks that there is still a gambit if his opponent can be marked. He's also thinking, I have no more retrieve effects that
That's
I'm going
true.
to see, unless he's running copies of Pick Up the Point, but only Noah knows that. So maybe Flick Knives isn't as useful as it once was. Ooh, hello, block cards.
Whoa.
There's a Trounce, a Test of Iron Grip, Rouse the Ancients in a pair that Noah has to deal with. No attack reactions, though, so Han remains unmarked.
This is a lot of misses in the hand. Han probably feeling pretty good about the odds of the next card being a hit.
Oh, like, we literally, this happened during
And Noah just passes here.
Whoa.
Doesn't want to play into those block cards, and
That
who can
makes
possibly
sense.
blame him?
Yeah. Han does have a Golden Sun in Arsenal, though.
So it's not like a random Guardian hand that can sometimes brick and force, I don't know, a 5-card hammer. In this case, it's still going to be 10 overpower. And no, it's not the maximum value Han could generate, especially if he was able to deploy those block cards. But ultimately, with the life totals the way they're at, it's going to be pretty dang good.
Yeah? Oh.
I don't remember.
Pitches
I don't remember.
to draw from gold, looking for something more potent than just a Golden Sun.
Noah says, the last one was a test of strength, right? It was a test of strength, right? Different test, my friend.
Yeah.
And I would like to see Han leave that in the hand and dare Noah to attack into it once again.
Finds a blue debilitate.
Mm-hmm.
Still has 1 Rouse the Ancients. Can't deploy it for its +7 go again effect. So ultimately uses a gold for not a whole lot.
I think just trying to clear both of those copies of Rouse the Ancients out of the hand, especially when you're sending a Golden Sun, just being insulated with any Arsenal card, even maybe if it's a blue disable and a Test of Iron Grip, you're feeling pretty good.
I think I'm pretty okay with sending the Golden Sun here. I also don't hate the debilitate.
Yeah.
Obviously opted for the Golden Sun. A little more damage, but one of the things about Arachne is there's so many reactions in the deck that the overpower isn't really the game closer that you'd like it to be. So fine to send it, clear it out, and just do 10 damage instead of 7. Noah at 9 means there is a very relevant on-hit here if he chooses no blocks.
On-hit death is kind of bummer town.
Oh, yeah.
And case in point, Michael, there's 2 attack reactions being thumbed by Noah Timney, ready to block. More importantly, though, Sleepy Connor is hanging on by a thread.
Yeah.
Those eyelids are heavy, my
The
friend.
thread of his main.
Where is he even looking? It's like past the table, right?
Yeah, no, my cat can see demons in the ceiling. I think Connor can probably see demons in the table.
He sees them in the cards.
Exactly.
And you never know where you're going to be when the LSD hits. Acid. It's acid.
Oh.
That you don't know when it's going to
Yeah,
hit, right?
I don't know what I've never heard of that before.
You've never heard of LSD?
You know me, Mr. Straight and Narrow.
No, you just like to take the MAYO.
I like to take the AEIOU.
Oh boy, here we
and
go
sometimes
again.
Y. Taking damage down to 5 is Noah Timney. Keeping 2 cards to work with, 1 in Arsenal.
Cut from the same cloth is going to lay bare once again the test of Iron Grip. And tell Noah, you want to attack into this again?
But it's still there.
But there's no Clash card now that generates gold. So Noah knows that Han is only with one blue to fuel his offensive turn.
An easy test of Iron Grip with one card in hand.
And Crown of Providence getting rid of that blue debilitate.
Yeah, I like that. Just clearing a blue is one of the... Oh, and he finds an extender out of it, too. Really nice to see that. And wins the Clash, too.
And it's interesting here. If my math is not mistaking me, Han is able to send Enlightened Strike into Spinal Crush because he's got Fandel Spring Tunic online. It'll take every single card out of the hand, but that is going to be enough to buy tempo and probably the game.
No, that's going to be huge. And Noah Timney here having to discard the Scar Tissue makes me think back to the turn prior where he thought about blocking with this, opted not to, probably because it says 2 and didn't like the value proposition, but instead just discards it for nothing, not really thinking about the way the test of Iron Grip would play out when it was defended there.
Well, Noah doesn't have to deal with it anymore, Michael, because that was the last test of Iron Grip in Han's deck. And here comes Enlightened Strike. Chosen mode has got to be go again here, so it should be 5 go again. Vandal Spring Tunic gets in the mix for Noah Timney. No more free resources on this game. Sink below the follow-up. Completely blocked out in favor of a new card. I think that's Take Up the Mantle.
Yeah, 2/2 blocks means that no matter what, we're going to leak something here. Han decides not to pitch the whole hand, though. Instead uses the Tunic resource to... Wait, was there another card in
totally
hand?
thought there was a Spinal Crush in that hand.
I did too.
Maybe I was wrong.
Interesting. Well, it's a Debilitate, which is even more efficient here.
Maybe Han bottomed the Spinal Crush.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he was thinking, I'm going to strip so many cards out of my opponent, I might as well. This is the more debilitating crush effect.
Yes. And it asks for the whole hand, and Noah has no option but to give it.
You know what it was? I think I was one card off in my calculus.
But
there was no extra red to pay for that Spinal Crush, which of course costs 5, as opposed to debilitates 4.
Full tempo here now from Han V.
Noah waiting to make sure that there are no effects for Han before he draws up.
Top the turn.
And yeah, he is in the Guardian Blender here. But can Han continue the onslaught? Like you said, it's not always a given, but I see the Macho Grande, Michael. 3 cards in the pitch zone and Macho Grande out there. 8 dominate. That is potentially going to be it, but...
Able to block 5 here.
Able to block 5 here, so sorry. Only 3 damage going to connect.
Although...
Arachne Black Widow, the chosen mode here. Not really chosen, randomly chosen by fate.
Pretty good option when you need to take the tempo back.
And with 3 cards in hand and 1 in the arsenal, Noah has 1 last shot. Han thinks they misplayed that round, and I think it's because he didn't resolve Visit Goldmane Estate, which was in the hand.
Yeah, it doesn't give you any might tokens.
No, that's very true. Would draw an extra card. Yeah, no, you're right. It's probably pretty moot. Graphene Calistera on the combat chain for Noah Timney, who lies at a measly 1. Han, happy to throw a test of strength out, wins the Clash by 2, generates a gold token, and draws up that Command and Conquer on top.
Also has what I believe to be a Trounce in hand, so looking to get some gold back and maybe some mites and some vigors. There's 2 reactions on this, though.
Not going to have the opportunity. Looks like it's just those. To the point discarded for Noah Timney in favor of the activation of Arachne Black Widow. Damage does find home, so Han is going to be forced to banish a card from the hand.
Probably pretty fine to banish that remaining block card. No, goes for the blue Thunderquake.
But because Han was not marked before the Graphene Calistera swung, no go again here. So that's everything that Noah could send on that perhaps penultimate turn of the game.
I wonder if Han thought there was more coming, keeping that block card in hand.
Possibly.
I'll just send that CNC.
I'll just send CNC, says Han.
I guess there were no good Arsenal targets, so instead of Arsenaling a blue, opts to IP the Trounce for next turn. I kind of like that. I think that's fine.
Ultimately, if you just IP it for 1 turn cycle, as long as you win the Clash, you will gain that value back by drawing a card. And feeling really good is Han V because Tarantula Toxin is used to block out that Command and Conquer.
Yeah, Noah has not resolved a single Tarantula Toxin this game.
Mark of the Black Widow out of the arsenal, coming in for 4 because Noah Timney is currently Arachne Marinette. And the hand for Han is Trounce plus, looks like Rouse the Ancient. So 5 on 4 is the blocks. And 2 more 3 blocks in the hand, both of which are blue for Han.
You know, the tempo's kind of shifting over to Noah Timney here a little
agree.
bit. If he can pump this. No, he decides to overblock Han V. I like this.
I do too, because you just need to make sure that this doesn't get going. And the problem with it, though, is Noah has a Twinning Blade-like punish effect in the form of Stalker Steps. Wow, won handsomely for Han V, but does draw a red. It's Spinal Crush. There's your viable arsenal target.
Gets the might and the vigor as well. Really powerful effect.
Oh my goodness, actually, Spinal Crush is playable.
You're right.
Because Fyendal Spring Tunic is going to be online. As long as Noah doesn't send anything too scary, it'll be a Spinal Crush for 10.
If this is just damage, I think Han just takes it. It's tough. You never want to get too low against an assassin. You know, 2-card 10 is a very nice proposition, but you just have to be careful.
Ooh, it was 3 cards on 4.
Ooh, he's got a sink below in hand.
And there it is. It's just a Tarantula Toxins pitch for a Graphene Callisto, and Sink Below goes into the arsenal. Stalker Steps does next to nothing. It's just an extra 2 value from Graphene Callisto there.
Yeah.
Oh, don't put your weapon in the graveyard, Noah. There we go. Okay. We're already down bad.
Yeah.
Han now ticks up Tunic to the proverbial kill shot of 3. Free resources at the ready, not just from that, but also from the Vigor token that pops at the beginning of the turn. Might token going to give an extra +1 power, and Han is just 1 blue away from sending a Spinal Crush for 10. Absolutely huge here, and Noah likely forced to fold the entirety of the hand.
No, he's actually got 2
Oh my goodness,
defense
you're right.
reactions, so he's got 2 cards to work with after this comes through.
Ugh, but there are no pitch cards here.
No.
Long since blocked with his Tunic, and all he's got is ultimately Dagger Pumps.
Yeah. Not efficient, but something.
Oh, there is a pick up the point, so there's a head jab there. So Noah thinking instead, I'm going to give 2 cards here plus a defense reaction, and then save another defense reaction, hoping to steal the tempo down the line.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Oh, instead, it's a Sink Below. Sinking away to pick up the point. Codex of Frailty found. A bit of a punish, ultimately, for Noah Timney. Has no viable way to clear out that defense reaction.
Yeah. Do you ever just discard it?
I feel like you just have to rip it.
Yeah, you do.
Fine, leave no witnesses, threaten the arsenal for Han.
Yeah, I think that's the best play here.
But ultimately, then Han, even if Han devotes 2 cards to this, can just send Golden Sun for the win, potentially.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's up against an assassin, which could theoretically block that out. But yeah, Noah's hanging on by a mere thread here. Really tough position to be in.
It's 2 Golden Suns in the hand for Han.
Oh, and 2 reds as well.
2
so it
reds
doesn't
as
have
well.
the resources to send it. It's kind of an awkward spot.
Yeah, maybe you just get another Enlightened Strike.
Yeah.
Send an efficient 2-card play and then set up another one for next turn.
Any breakpoint right now is extremely valuable. So an E-Strike is a nice bailout for a resource.
Ultimately,
bereft
won't be a
hand.
breakpoint, though, because of the Frailty token, though.
Well, if he sends it from hand, he can discard a card. He has the E-Strike in hand right now.
That's fair. That's fair.
And then he just does
No,
the
you're so
2-card
right. What am I
play
thinking?
after blocking. May even consider giving up the Tunic here, just to kind of preserve the Arsenal card. I don't hate that.
Which then could be... I mean, you could go for something like a Debil. I don't know. I feel like E-Strike from hand is still the strongest play in Han's hand, all things considered.
You just grab a nice setup or kill card. If you can go grab something with Dominate. I don't love the blue Macho Grande option. Did a red Macho Grande hit the graveyard?
Yes.
Okay, so that's an
Oh,
option.
was it pitched actually?
I remember one
was pitched with
pitched.
riches, you're
Yeah.
right.
So not in the graveyard to grab. It's also hard. At the end of the game, it can be very difficult to resolve a card like that. It instead opts for the Command and Conquer, something a little bit less resource intensive.
Not a bad choice at all. Do have to consider that this Command and Conquer, if Han decides to deploy it on his turn, will only come in for 5, and there are plenty of 2 blocks in the Arachne Marionette deck. Boulder Drop, the chosen discard, and here comes Leave No Witnesses, attacking the Command and Conquer.
Blocks with the E-Strike.
Tunic's time is nigh, unfortunately.
Cool.
Han V's Tunic time is nigh.
Arsenal.
So there it
Tunic
is.
Off the board, but still around the shoulders of Han V.
Possession.
So this block does pigeonhole Han into sending the Command and Conquer for 5.
Yeah.
Is it relevant though? I see tons of 2 blocks and a defense. Excuse me, tons of 3 blocks and a defense reaction.
Just playing the tempo game here. Neither player quite able to find the kill shot yet.
Oh man, I see London, I see France, I see Connor's consciousness lapse. Look at that, he's gone. Oh, poor guy. Somebody get him a pillow and a blanket. My God.
Pitching it under the trapdoor.
Pick up the point. Gonna fetch back one of those dearly departed Hunter's Claves.
Okay. So flicked his, or blocked with his flick knives slightly prematurely, although at this point, he needed it to stay alive.
Oh, and Han gets to do the thing that every Victor player loves to do. Go ahead and pitch Riches of
yeah.
Tropeldani to block with quick dodge flexors and draw a card. So
I
gross.
love doing that too.
Hunter's Clave, the follow-up here. Macho Grande in the red. Perhaps coming back around in the pitch deck. Oh, yeah, obviously, because there's Riches.
Yeah, they were pitched together, so this is definitively the beginning of the pitch stack.
In this case, red Macho Grande is not going to be the thing that closes out this game.
Is this a fatigue by damage angle? We're getting kind of low on cards there, and if if Han V can't find the, evasive damage to end the game, rather if Noah has the reactions in hand to stuff this, which I think he does. He's got defense reaction at the very least.
So Han did have the opportunity at the start of this turn to break a gold, still be able to play Golden Sun, and then send E-Strike first. So E-Strike 5 go again with the card drawn. The 2 blues still get you there for Golden Sun.
In reactions.
Might not matter, but in this case, double reactions does cover up this damage entirely. And an earthquake rumbles through the venue. We are known for them in Southern California. That one was at least a 6 on the Richter scale.
At least. Luckily, it is over quickly and without much damage done to
It's over
the property.
quickly.
Quickly, indeed.
Just put me out of my misery, Michael.
I'd love to.
You know who else would? Connor.
He wants to be out of here.
Hunter's Clave blocked out by Thunderquake very quickly as well. God, somebody put a cork in my mouth, please.
And they're just trading cards back and forth. 2 cards, 2 cards.
This is the danger of piloting Guardian. You've got to know how to close out games properly.
Yeah, the lower that Han V gets, there's always the available option of misblocking on some reactions and just dying. But again, Noah Timney's deck looking so thin. It might just be that Han V's game plan is to fatigue by damage and just keep sending these annoying cards that'll kill you if you don't block them all the way.
Here we go. Enlightened Strike, Chosen Mode, go again, almost assuredly. The follow-up is probably just going to be a Miller's Grindstone. Not enough resources to deploy either the Chokeslam or the Thunk in hand.
Yeah, but that's going to ask for all 4 cards from hand.
Indeed.
2 breakpoints next to each other is too much to deal with if you don't have the D-React.
No more equipment to block with for Noah Timney, so every breakpoint equals pain. It's good cards you ultimately got to give up. Noah just knows. It's not a winning position ultimately. Got to hand it to him, though. After potential misplays, a lot of stuff that could get in your head, Noah has locked in and tried to buy every ounce of value that he can to stay in this game against Han.
He's playing it right. Definitely staying alive for as long as he can, chipping a little bit here and there. Miller's Grindstone, such an annoying card to deal with now when you're at 1 life.
Yep, the entire hand stripped now for Noah Timney. This is the important moment. Han has got to find some relevant offense here. Another Macho Grande, perhaps, to close this one.
And decides to IP that blue to keep it in hand and does find a blue Macho Grande as well as 2 more blues. So this looks like it'll likely be the kill shot. I don't believe Noah has the D-React in Arsenal. And even if he did, he would need to pair it with 1 from hand. And there's the fist bump.
Han V is still high and mighty. Heading into the finals, our first seed remains stalwart. But who will they face off with in the finals here at the April Open for AGE Los Angeles? That is all to be found out in mere moments, but got to hand it to Noah Timney. Very gracious in defeat. A very happy handshake for his opponent, Han.
Yeah, well played, both players. Han clearly knowing his way around the Assassin matchup, really impressed with the overblocks and the knowledge he clearly displayed with what the options were on reaction. Seemed to frustrate Noah Timney into not being able to play the deck that he wanted to, or the way that he wanted to, rather, and in the end, Han V takes it.
Okay, and who took it on the other side of the bracket? I am guessing that Marlynn Oscilio matchup is long since over. Do we have an answer? Yes! Han V is in the finals against Kai Sickler. Marlynn, after taking down 2 Oscilios in a row, takes on Han V. It's first seed versus second seed. The Sickler versus the V.
The number of times I have played this matchup at our locals, Victor versus Marlynn, Paul Selinski himself. I am looking very forward to this match, and you might be surprised to find out that this one is pretty equal, slightly Marlynn favored.
Interesting. What makes you say that?
Well, the thing that Marlynn can do very well, if they're very skilled and know the matchup, is keep the tempo consistently to the point that you run out of equipment and then start to get in and disrupt. Victor obviously likes to block a lot, but if you don't have enough defense, if your deck isn't kitted with the staunch responses, the unmovable type of effects, if all you have are like maybe a playset of Sync Belows or a playset of Fate for Scenes, the block cards aren't quite enough to keep the defense on. Marlynn has so much offensive pressure. You'd think because you have so many block cards that you just block all day, who cares? But it's surprising that Marlynn, in fact, has what she needs to get through all of that. Staunch response, if it's not in the list, is going to make it very difficult for Han. So we'll have to see whether the list has that card. That one can be the game changer.
Okay, well, time will tell how that one plays out before you all in live. But first, we got to talk about prizing one more time. This last match is essentially a $200 match between both our winner and our runner-up. So one of these players goes home with $200, one with $400, but both of them go home with the lion's share of AGE points. The winner will take home 30. The second place will be take 20, 25, and both will be 100% guaranteed to be on the top 16 leaderboard. Have to talk before we go to a quick break about our sponsor one more time. Fabtcg is the official tournament organizer of U.S. Nationals Minneapolis, happening on June 12th to 14th, 2026. Early bird packages are on sale today and tomorrow, and that's it. So go to fabfoundryevents.com and purchase your early bird package, which comes with an extra bronze voucher than it otherwise would before time runs out. You can also scan the QR code at the top of your screen to go ahead and go to fabfoundry.co and use AGELA10 as your discount code at checkout. That'll give you 10% off. It'll let them know that AGE sent you, and also support Fab players like you selling singles.
Absolutely. Thanks to Fab Foundry for supporting us, for supporting you, and we got to move on to the next final round, I think, here.
Okay, because Michael said we've got to move on to the next final round here, we will go ahead and hit the break button and be back with one more round of Flesh and Blood after this. Two Oscilios stood in the way of a Marlynn that could, and two Oscilios fell. Victor Goldmane, high and mighty, finds himself in the highest honor of the land. The finals, of course, of the AGE Open Series. The loftiest still might evade him, though. The victory might go to him, might go to Marlynn. Bryce Platt's back with Michael Murray for the final round here at the April AGE Open Series in Los Angeles. And I cannot wait to get down to the floor and see one more game of Flesh and Blood. But before we do that, we do have to maybe tell a story of how we got to this point. Let's take a look at our metagame at the top of the day. It was some of the mainstays of the meta, Oscilio, Aracne-IO, and Victor Goldmane, but 3 Marlins showed up. One, of course, converted into the top 8, and now the finals. Vincent did make her way there as well. We did have one Teklo of Austin, which seems to just be the theme of Flesh and Blood tournaments nowadays, starting in Calling Memphis and continuing on in Pro Tour Yokohama. But we also had Maxx the Hype Nitro very narrowly missing the top 8 cut, and a brute off between Reviled and Revered Flavors.
Do we know where the Tuffnut ended up placing at the end of the day?
Ultimately, it was kind of close to the top 8. I want to say it was X and 3 ultimately, taking losses at favorable times. But this is how it all culminated, folks. 2 Oscilios, and the repetition stops there. Vincent, Arachne Marionette, Dorinthea Ironsong, Teklo of Austin, and Victor Goldmane round out this top 8. And what a storied top 8 it has been. I think Kai Sickler had multiple opportunities to get blasted out of the sky by Oscilio, but nevertheless, Harpoons carry the day.
Yeah, just really well piloted. We saw one of those games, and it just looked really rough for the Oscilio, honestly.
Now, folks, if you think that this final matchup is a foregone conclusion, well, I would have you talk to my co-caster who says that block cards are not enough to win this, I guess we'll say, dominate light matchup.
Yeah. We could even call it an overpower matchup.
We could, but it's fun to call it dominate light.
It's fun to say a lot of things, Bryce.
What, like slow roll?
I don't know what that means.
Okay,
we should get down there real quick.
Okay, we should
no
definitely
time
get
for
down
rolling.
there. But first, we got to thank our home on the West Coast one more time. That's Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California. It's where our butts are currently seated and where we come month after month to host these events. We are so thankful to them. Tyler Horspool, our consigliere, and one of the most renowned players at the AGE Open Series. Go ahead and use their socials on Facebook and Instagram at Top Deck Keep to see what they got cooking. It is home of the LA Open Series and therefore deserve our respect and yours.
We do love our online sponsors, but we also love our brick and mortar support.
100%. Any material, as long as you provide support to us, we are 100% in your debt. And folks, it is just about time to proceed down to the match area. I'm told the players are ready, so let's dispense words no longer, except for the ones that we will say, of course, over the match.
Yeah, we should keep talking a little bit.
Okay, fair enough. This one is Han V, Victor Goldmane High and Mighty, who is looking high and mighty indeed at the feature match table, versus Kai Sickler, who has been pulling off some sick harpoons over the course of this tournament.
I really like this matchup. I know I said that already, but I'm really excited for this to be the finals.
Say it again, Michael. I will let you say many things over and over again, just not the couple we've heard earlier.
You know, Victor Goldmane is going to be taking a defensive posture, a real brick wall in this matchup.
And it seems like Kai is prepared for that game plan. I encourage you to draw your eyes to the quiver slot. Quiver of Abyssal Depths is essentially remembrance on a stick. Now, you need to choose arrows with different names. It can't just be any old actions, but that's likely what a ranger would choose anyway. Could indicate that Kai Sickler has played this matchup before and knows that it can go to a fatigue state if he's not careful.
When you don't have a real weapon, 3 extra harpoons goes a long way.
Ooh, boy, and is this turn starting off hot? Gold the tip after generating a goldfin harpoon. 3 of a kind after, of course, cheating Scoundrel. And there it is. Kai Sickler has found one of those fabled red harpoons. Unfortunately, it's King Shark, and there aren't a whole lot of non-attack actions that Han is going to be running. If there's a copy of Visit Goldmane Estate, Kai is up trumbungus.
Does feel confident that this one will connect. Activates the gold-baited hook, and this is a little bit dangerous. Victor has a ton of armor block and has the potential
also
to
has the
stuff
block
this.
card in hand, which does circumvent Overpower. So right now I'm seeing at least 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, if Han wants to get the quick dodge flexors in the mix, but that still pales in comparison to the 16 Overpower that is represented on the board.
Kai feeling safe and looking like he got the right read.
Yeah, ultimately this is huge. This is Azalea in her heyday numbers when it comes down to turn 0 plays.
Yeah. And
Kai's got to be stoked.
Han has the Goldmane Estate in hand too, which is like now he's forced to block with it. Otherwise, he has to discard.
All things are coming up Kai, at least for the time being. I do wonder if Han wants to devote the equipment pieces here.
Yeah, I don't like this, and that's because I mentioned at the beginning of this, okay, it looks like Kai is pulling at least the crown back, but one of Kai's #1 game plans is the game gets so much easier when Victor runs out of armor. It's very important to chew through that as early as possible. So if Han decides not to block with the armor and save it for later, it prolongs their ability to block these overpowers when they show up.
Trounce won in both instances by Han V, who picks up a Macho Grande in the blue, generates a gold token, a Vigor token, and a Might token for winning 2 clashes in a row. Iron Fist Revelation also going to be active here on defense. Han flips over a Spinal Crush.
Yeah, really nice resolution to all of this. No go fish on hit, or rather no non-attack actions to gain the gold and the discard. Getting an extra draw as well as the Vigor and the Might. Still a pretty nice turnaround despite taking what looks to be, I can't do math, whatever 9 minus 6.
6, 7, 8, 8 damage.
That much damage.
8 on 16, so I take 8.
Is what I meant, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. I will steal a gold.
Oh, stealing a gold is pretty rough, though.
I'll go up 1. I'll win the wager to get another gold.
Marlynn is a pirate. She does like to plunder.
Cards for you.
So it's 2 gold tokens, ultimately kind of sort of generated for Kai Sickler, but also hampering the effectiveness of Visit Goldmane Estate for Han V.
Yeah, in this matchup, hitting a lot with the gold-baited hook can really, really make it difficult for Victor to do the things that Victor likes to do.
White pops as well.
Might token and a Vigor token pop for Han V, who is now going to very easily be able to deploy this Spinal Crush for 10, which is pretty huge against Kai Sickler. Even though Marlynn is wont to just send one attack per turn, she does like to do a lot of stuff to juice it up, and that requires Go Again, which, of course, Spinal Crush does like to strip away.
Kai Sickler has a very blue-rich hand, not really converting well here, and Marlynn is also quite capable of blocking when she needs to.
Throw Caution to the Wind does reveal a blue played in response to the attack, so already 3 damage short up here. It's important to mention that this attack does not have Dominate like it used to in the deck of Bravo Showstopper. Still requires a heck of a lot of cards to defend out that crush effect.
Yeah, and I actually don't hate just folding the hand here. It's you know, it's fine.
So that was 3. And I'll give you block 6 to prevent 3.
So a total of 9 prevention here on this Spinal Crush. 2 damage comes across the line. Leaves Kai with 1 card in hand. Does have 2 gold tokens.
Yeah.
And I believe it was a Goldfin Harpoon that he placed into the arsenal on
Okay,
that last
I
turn?
didn't catch that, but that seems like a pretty nice conversion here. Just 2 damage, no big deal.
But the punish
Yeah.
comes in the form of Trounce.
That's why I like folding the hand. When
Yeah.
Marlynn just folds the hand and Victor draws up block cards, it can be so clunky.
Wow, 2 Trounces in a row, 1 for Han V. And this time, it is not in an instance where Kai has activated gold-baited hook. So Han will at least be able to keep that gold for 1 turn cycle. Also draw up that Clash of Bravado, which is
Man,
not really going to be helping on this turn.
I love when all 3 of the tokens are out on the board at the same time. Very cool custom art there.
And I'm going to move to end.
The Might token is extremely metal when you see it close up. Very gory.
I'll have to take a look at that one later.
So don't forget like last time.
Vigor token pops here for Han V after ticking up the Fyendal Spring Tunic.
Might pops.
1 resource floating. Of course, 1 extra damage from that Might token. There is another block card in the hand, a little bit awkward for Han, but still has access to a very easy 2-card play with Golden Sun. I do wonder if you want to overpitch Clash of Bravado here. Keep 1 blue and the Test of Strength in hand.
I mean, if you're not sending Disruption, I like having block cards. I think it's very likely that the Marlynn will try to keep the full grip and just take 7 or whatever. So pretty good. I like this play here. It's just very, you know, you keep the block cards in hand. You save your meaningful stuff for when you can go a little bit taller with it.
I do wonder if Han is going to regret not deploying Golden Sun, though, especially when Kai can activate the hook every single turn, potentially, and strip away Han's gold.
I agree with you there. I think that this was maybe the window to do that. Of course, as a Victor player, sometimes you're just thinking about piling the gold up, and if you're playing to block this turn, it's likely that you can, in fact, stop.
I will play this Portside Exchange.
Goldfin Harpoon generated for Kai Sickler, first action of the turn. Portside Exchange from the arsenal, going to discard Goldfin Harpoon and refresh that gold token that was used to generate it. Now, oh my goodness, are those mutinies? No freaking way. Huh. High Seas Limited is coming back around again. Mutiny on the Battalion Bark, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, and there's a pop of a gold token to find King Kraken Harpoon. Can Kai find Han holding yet another copy of Visit Goldmane Estate? Not seeing it in the hand.
Is that Riches on the right?
Yeah, I want to say it's Riches. The Test of Strength is there as well.
I'll activate Hook.
And yeah, Mutiny on the Battalion Bark rips that gold token away without even utilizing gold-baited hook.
Wow, really prepared to face off against this Victor. This is not a card I have seen in this matchup, but I mentioned that Marlynn really likes to feast on Victors despite what you might think, and this card right here just helps with the game plan.
I wonder if it's a sideboard one specifically for Victor.
Oh,
just
for
ripping their
sure.
gold away straight away is pretty sweet.
Did he control more gold? Or do you have to control more to steal it?
You have to control less, I
For
thought.
each controls more gold than you steal. So
And then I'll
Oh,
use 2
actually,
to
should that have worked?
I
And
don't
then this will be
think
12 overpower, looking for non-attack action cards.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, Michael. Good shout out there. Mutiny on the battalion bark does require you to have less gold
A gold. Okay.
than the person that you steal from. Regardless, maybe we are correcting the number of gold here and that Kai was down to 0 and stole 1 back. Or did he pay? I can't remember if he paid an additional 1 to draw.
Yeah, it could just be us that doesn't know what's going on, but we might just go check in.
Yeah, that is a good shout. We are going to navigate over to Connor and make sure that all is above board and that he hasn't fallen asleep at the wheel.
This is the finals, and we don't want players to get an edge by misreading or misplaying their own cards.
And that is A-okay. So we're going to take a quick moment with our ugly mugs before we get back down to the action. And what the heck, might as well go ahead and talk about AGE Premium once more. This is a premium content, exclusive content service that we offer at www.age.events for a measly $10 a month. You can support what we do here, which is grassroots, flesh and blood, outside of the official channels. And ladies and gentlemen, we get to go back to the match already. And turns out that we were confused because Aura Magus is, of course, a gold, which means that it was a 2-to-1 split.
Well,
so
what
Kai
do you
Sickler
know?
in the driver's seat, all is above board. Test of Strength comes out of the hand for Han V, in addition to 2 pieces of equipment, Crown of Providence. 3 copies of equipment, including Quick Dodge Flexors, which is going to generate a gold and draw Han a card. But maybe Kai is just saying we're not in the reaction step yet.
Sure.
And also, it bears mentioning that Test of Strength, if it wins the clash, will create a redundant source of gold, which, as powerful as Victor is, you don't get to draw every time you create a gold. It's just the first time.
And doesn't have the gold to break. Could break the shield, but probably wants to keep it on the chain blocking.
And now has the opportunity. Han now has the opportunity to go ahead and pitch into Quick Dodge Flexors and draw that pummel if he so chooses.
It's a good time to tie the Test of Strength, gotta say. Probably doesn't care about that at all, given that he's playing the Quick Dodge in response here.
And Test of Strength does run a real risk of getting Marlynn a very useful gold token. Kai, just making sure blocks are all taken care of. I spy 8 in just
13.
in equipment. 8 plus 3 is 11, isn't it?
I think there was 3 pieces of
Oh, I'm sorry, plus Test of Strength. You're right.
So fully blocks that out, prevents the stealing of yet another gold. Both players left with 1, of course 2 if you count the shield. Han's left with 1 card in arsenal, 1 card in hand, 2 cards in hand.
Piano Spring Tunic ticks up to 3 for Han V. Miller's Grindstone is the play here. A 1-card 4, which is usually pretty darn good.
I would like to resend that before we go too much. I just remembered.
Oh, remembers that there's a pummel on the top of the deck and decides to rescind.
Just take an extra minute on each of your things that you're doing.
Yeah.
Shouldn't that pummel have been drawn after pitching Riches of Tropaldani?
I will.
Yeah, maybe you're right there.
Still great gold because
I do think pummel should be in the hand ultimately because Riches did trigger, generate a gold token, and even though Han lost the Test of Strength, should have then drawn up the top card of the deck.
Where is it?
So it's still on top of the deck. I think Han missed the trigger to draw.
Oh, whoops.
Yeah. But finally, Golden Sun gets to do its dirty work. Nepotism at its finest, coming in this time in the flavor of 10 overpower. And there's almost nothing but actions in the hand for Kai Sickler, but there's also a throw caution to the wind on the left side there. Could shore up another 3 damage.
Yeah, 2 blues, though. That's the magic number. I guess you could play it here.
Well, there's also a 3 of a kind.
Yeah, that's true. So you want to get some defensive value here if you can, but no, decides to keep the full grip and thinks he can convert all of it. If he can, this is going to be a really scary turn.
There is a pump and there is a 3 of a kind.
Yeah.
Activate Marlynn.
So that does account for
To make a Goldfin.
all of the cards in the hand. A Goldfin Harpoon.
Exchange.
There's a port side in the arsenal. So Kai gets to do a little bit of digging. And he finds a Codex of Frailty.
It's a great arsenal target.
Great arsenal target, especially when you have a 3 of a kind in the hand. Likely going to be able to find a Harpoon, but got to dig 3 cards deeper. And if he deploys the 3 of a kind here, would run the risk of not being able to utilize Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, not on this turn, that's for sure.
No, no Marlynn load. I will.
Kai really thinking hard, making sure not to make any mistakes. It's very important to stay focused, especially when you're in the finals of AGE.
Well, it is disastrous if Kai elects to deploy 3 of a kind and doesn't find a harpoon. Does have a rusty harpoon in the hand, which is a little bit of insulation there.
Is that the only harpoon? No bluefin, yellowfin, redfin?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
It's throw caution to the wind.
Rusty harpoon.
Codex of
3-oak,
Frailty.
and- yeah.
So it does have the blue to pitch into 3 of a kind.
Right.
It's not like he has to pitch away his 1 blue in rusty harpoon.
Yeah, I think it's...
I will activate gold baited hook since I've created a gold, so I don't forget for later. And then we will...
Oh, but
is there a risk there?
Well, technically, you want to deploy the gold tip first, because oh no, it's not a pirate action.
Yeah.
Never mind. So we're good. You don't want to run into the gravy issue where you know
Give it
activate
going,
rum and then utilize your hook and then waste that.
These 2 blues, so I'll have 2 floating.
Whoa.
And yes, there's gold the tip. Hammerhead already activated here.
I'm gonna grab.
And he just discards the 3 of a kind.
Action cards.
Ultimately, doesn't want to take any chances here.
Yeah. Goes for the known line here, which you can't fault a Marlynn. A very risky deck, always playing casino off the top to just take the safe line here. He's got the ponder.
Well, we'll have to take note of the top 3 cards of Kai's deck and see if he was sage or perhaps a little bit rash.
Yeah, I mean, I think no matter what, I like this line. Of course, you don't want to lose the 3 of a kind. You need all the gas that you can get to get over the defenses of Victor. But we're already seeing here, Kai has sort of checked the first box of his game plan. There's only 3 block left in the armor suite of Han, going down to 2.
It's 13 overpower. Card found for Han in the arsenal is Spinal Crush after Codex of Frailty does its dirty work. Han flips it over with Iron Fist Revelation. Seems to be taking 9 damage here.
And then I'll look at your hand with Go Fish.
No non-attack actions in the hand for Han V. It's just 2 blues, which he's going to use to deploy that Spinal Crush and see if he can rip some tempo away from his Ranger counterpart.
Ponder up. Arsenal.
Ponder token pops, and Kai Sickler refreshes the arsenal. Was not a brick there, as it can be. Sunken Treasure is a card that Marlynn runs. So we have a mystery card in the arsenal. There was indeed the shallow water harpoon that could have been the attack on that.
Yeah, but not very many resources. That's the thing about Marlynn. The 3 of a kind it's always
Yeah,
a
but
risk.
he had plenty in the hand. There were already 2 blues there.
Would he have been able to activate the hammerhead?
Yeah.
Okay.
He would have only been like 1 resource shorter than what we already saw.
Sure.
Right? And had a Codex of Frailty, had other reds.
I'm going to give you 6 like that, and I will take 3.
6 on 9, so 3 damage finds... Wait a minute. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was 10, then back down to 9.
Yeah, Frailty coming in clutch there. The difference, again, we talked about it last game, between 10 and 9 on that Spinal Crush is huge.
And that is the inherent strength and weakness, ultimately, between Guardian and Ranger. Ranger does have to jump through a lot of extra hoops to send their attacks, but usually they are more on rate in terms of damage, and in order to get their effects, only need to hit.
Yeah.
In the case of Guardian, a lot of times those crush numbers make things a little bit more difficult to leak through.
3 of a kind coming through now.
3rd copy, I believe, for Kai Sickler. Draws our Throw Caution to the Wind,
I will use Marlynn
Courageous Crossing,
to load
and a buff.
harpoon.
So
Look for attacks.
Kai does have the requisite resources to activate Hammerhead and send this King Shark Harpoon. We'll also be able to arsenal an all-important buff in Cheating Scoundrel down the line. And finally, a King Shark Harpoon has been established on the board, which means that Codexes of Frailty to come are all the more potent.
Han V only has 2 block remaining, and one of them is his Tunic.
Here's my hand, Kai.
All damage accepted right away by Han V, who sits now at 10 to Kai Sickler's 20. One of these attacks is going to be discarded. and a gold token will be generated for Kai. I tend to think you want to pick the Spinal Crush in this case, right?
Easy Spinal Crush choice. Of course, respect to Kai for deliberating about that. Chooses the blue instead. I don't like that as much because it gives Han an arsenal target that is not blue.
Whereas before, if you take the Spinal Crush, Han is forced to send the Boulder Drop and then deliberate about arsenaling a Cranial Crush, which, don't get me wrong, is probably not the worst blue to arsenal against Marlynn, who literally needs to draw cards for her engine to work.
That being said, Kai drawing up Arsenal Disruption.
Wouldn't you know it?
Oh, my first.
Big game trophy shot, Arsenal Disruption, Harpoon, and 2 blues.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's because I got pizza. Yeah, exactly.
Talking about pizza, as you should be doing during the final moments of
Kai
the finals.
Sickler is saying, well, Han's able to send a Boulder Drop at me because I got pizza. There were onions on it. So,
right.
You know what that means.
Boulder Drop. 100%.
You nailed it. I got another booze? That's 2. That's a record for us.
Wow, for you.
Oh, shut up.
I don't think I got any today, and that's an important point to note.
He's taking it easy on you.
Yeah, he likes my jokes.
Boulder Drop still on the combat chain. Kai Sickler forced to provide 2 cards,
The first round, right? Actually started doing this.
but no blocks are chosen here. Kai would rather cash in the value of a 3-card hand.
Arsenal discard pass to you.
Card goes to the top of the deck, and these players are done waiting. All this patient blocking stuff, no way. We're going to start drawing blood in big ways.
We've got the pump. We've got 2 blues in hand.
Go down to 2 gold and get a gold fin.
And we have the big game trophy shot,
yep.
which is going to get another card. And now Kai Sickler has put a blue on top thanks to Boulder Drop, so he knows what he's going to draw into.
Yeah, really nice to have that information, which actually explains the pulling of the blue.
And another blue on top. Exactly what Kai wanted to see after popping that gold token. Oh, show us the big game trophy shot, Kai. Let's see. Okay, so there are...
I'll float Tunic to
go
to
blue 2
float.
yellows.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's only 1...
Yeah.
There's only 1 blue in the hand.
Has a Tunic resource, though.
Draw a card.
Uses it here.
I will then...
Card found is Riches of Tropal Donny.
Not a blue.
Not a blue. So ultimately, Kai is forced to just send this Harpoon.
I will pop a gold, replacing itself and drawing a card.
Yeah, it does have another opportunity here. Finds
Another yellow.
It's not bad, though, at this point. This is 3 pumps on the...
It's a lot of damage. It's going to ask for the hand, no doubt.
Because Kai can still deploy gold to tip. That shallow water Harpoon, while looking kind of innocuous, is such a big upgrade for Marlynn.
Another gold.
Popping another gold, really just digging for that blue. I have seen Marlynn's in this position. If that's a red, it's a huge deal. It's a blue.
But the blue is found, and all of a sudden this hand is completely unlocked. Shallow Water Shark Harpoon makes its way into the arsenal face up from the Marlynn static text. Gold to tip doesn't get to be deployed here, but it's all good because Overpower is stapled onto this Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. Now, coming in for definitely more than 10.
Yeah.
That is a big, whopping 16 Overpower. Han says that hurts. Are there block cards to help?
I don't see any.
Ooh, that's not going to be it. All of a sudden, all of that equipment is gone. There's nothing Han can do except for block 4 on 16, which would leave us with a dead Victor Goldmane. Sorry, 5 on 16. It's still bad.
Is the Arsenal?
And that is it. Fist bump extended. Marlynn Treasure Hunter, for the first time in our history, is the winning champion at an AGE Open Series. And what a man to bring it down. It's Kai Sickler, who we haven't really even seen at the stream table until today.
What a great showing for him. Great showing for Marlynn. I am so excited to see Marlynn Treasure Hunter showing up and getting first place at AGE.
And you can see quarterfinalist Noah jumping into the frame to congratulate Kai Sickler. I believe they both hail from Crazy Nick's here in Southern California. A massive moment made for a local hometown hero. Gotta hand it to Kai Sickler and all of our competitors here at the AGE Open Series April edition in Los Angeles.
What a great game. That was so much fun to watch. This is why I like the Victor Marlyn matchup. It's surprisingly hard for Victor, and Kai shows you why.
And got to hand it to all of our competitors here in the top 8 bracket. A storied pass for Kai Sickler, coming in hot. He heard the killers were out in Yokohama, and he said, I'm going to take this one down. Going 5-1 in Swiss, and then not dropping a single game after that. 8-1, that is a pretty stellar record. That is calling day 2 in contention for top 8 kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah. And like usual, AGE has a lot of killers in the room, so no slouch to win it 8-1.
Got to hand it to Kai, making Marlyn and a couple really interesting spicy deck choices look really good. Mutiny on the Battalion Bark, man, that was a fun card to play in Limited, and it looked even sweeter against Victor.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice because you're already stealing so much gold with the gold-baited hook, but I do understand. I mean, obviously in that case, it took a gold, and keeping Victor off gold is so backbreaking.
Also an extra +2, not too bad.
Yeah, it's got a lot of, and it's a blue. I mean, yeah, it does everything.
Folks, if you want to get into an AGE Open, I've got good news for you. There are 3 total regions that we represent here in the United States: Los Angeles, New England, and St. Louis. And you can see the schedule before you. We are going to every single region, every single month. We might not stream them all, but in this case, I do want to draw your attention to April 25th. That's a Saturday at Fantasy Books and Games. You can either play if you're in the St. Louis area, or you can watch at home. There's going to be more classic constructed action coming your way. And then, of course, the LA series returns on May 23rd, and we will be streaming that one as well. There's one small matter to take care of, and that is, of course, the winner interview of Kai Sickler, which we will be back with in mere moments. No more flesh and blood, but a very happy man, a very happy treasure hunter. It's going to be on screen in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, folks. I am joined here with today's and this month's winner, AGE Open in April. Kai Sickler showing us that you can do it on Marlyn Treasure Hunter. Kai, how you feeling?
I feel great. You know what they say, 99% of gamblers quit right when they're about to hit it big. And you saw me rolling the dice on that last turn.
Oh, yeah, we did. I was calling it right there. If that's a red, you are in trouble, and it was the blue. I've seen that. I've been watching. I've watched Paul in that position lose it so many times.
Yeah.
But you didn't. You
Me
found
too.
it. You too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
When the deck hums, it feels very strong. It really does. You just disrupt constantly. Even if you don't end on an arsenal, as long as you got 1 gold, you got a dream. You know?
Yeah. I think, were you off gold for a bit at the beginning there? It looked a little rocky at the start.
Yeah. I popped my gold, had a really great turn 0, if I remember correctly. And then I had to play, like, I full blocked out 1 turn.
Yep.
But set up a port side. I think that was something I did good into this Victor matchup, was keeping the port side exchanges loaded up in Arsenal. Gets you a load and a risk-free hook. So you're keeping him off of his gold at the same time. Obviously, you guys saw the mutiny tech too. It was really fun to be able to pull that off. I did it against Zach earlier today too.
Okay.
It's a blue that gives you like, what, 2 to 3 points of value because it's a gold swing as well. It's only blocks 2, but when it resolves, I did bring it specifically for the victors today, expecting them.
Yeah, I mean, it gives +2 to an attack as well as a gold swing. I'd call that a 4 value play at least, if not more. I mean, once Victor's off of gold, you won a clash when they didn't have any gold. It's fantastic timing on that.
Yeah. Just trying to keep them off their money because, you know, we're pirates. That's kind of our thing. We steal from the rich, you know?
That's true.
So
Gold baited hook puts in work too.
Yeah, it does. I had so much fun today, and the top 4 being all locals from the store that I play at definitely took a big stress off of
That's awesome.
some of the gameplay stuff that I've dealt with in the past. Han, I faced him earlier and didn't see 20 arrows for the first half of my deck, or sorry, no arrows for the first 20 cards in my deck.
Okay.
And he blew me out. It was like 25-0. I'm like, damn, that was rough. But then we have the turn 0, 13.
Sure.
Take a visit the gold main. I'm like, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
It was good to come back, and it felt good playing next to and against. Kosei is one of my friends too from locals. Noah against Han in the final or the semifinals was a banger game. Had me on the edge of my seat. But I'm really proud of all our boys today.
Oh, yeah. Everybody played great.
And it definitely took a load off, you know, seeing everyone at the top tables. It definitely helped. I think it made me play better for sure.
That must be how Team Super Armory feels in the World Finals.
Honestly, yeah, probably. That's probably it's kind of OP, honestly.
You're like, hey, it's all good. We all made it. Hey, high fives all around.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool, man. Well, talk to me a little bit about your game plan, because I think that you would assume that Victor has the edge in this matchup. I talked a little bit about it. My knowledge of this matchup comes from being on the Victor side of it, playing into my friend Paul, who has been a Marlynn truther ever since she came out. And what we've kind of learned, and even I think some of the whisperings online, is that Marlynn's actually a little bit favored. It's not auto-win, but do you agree with that take? And if you do or don't, can you explain why?
I do agree with that take. I only started playing against, like, Victor's commonly recently when he became more meta. I think it's like 60-40 at best for Marlynn. Maybe I get like an extra 5% from the gold stealing tech, but yeah, I think it's very slightly favored. It's just your deck has more variance, I feel, like on what you can do on your turns, but because of that, you have a higher ceiling as well, as from the Marlynn point of view. So Victor, I heard that they have to run more of a mixed package into you. They have to run more block cards to block out your overpower, and if there's more block cards, that means there's more misses for their clashes, and if they don't have the gold to reroll those misses, that's when they get into trouble. So I think it really just comes down to the first few turns, and see if they get the gold rolling and you don't have a way to load turn after turn, they can hit you with disruption back to back, and Rangers, they do not do well getting disrupted.
Yeah, no, it can get really scary when the Guardian gets tempo. But one of the things that I found is that as the Victor player, if I am not on staunch response, I'm scared. And I don't think a lot of Victors are playing that in this current meta. Victor's kind of out there trying to do the mid-range game plan, and staunch response just doesn't quite fit with what you're trying to do, although it has uses into Assassin as well, but it's not like any Victors out here trying to target Marlynn, so you get to breathe easy as long as that card isn't in the list. I think it really helps with your matchup in particular.
Definitely, yeah. I got stuffed by a Staunch earlier today. It kind of just takes the whole turn away, and then you draw dead the next turn, and it's like, all right, that Staunch just took 2 turns from me.
Yep.
It's like, it's brutal. But
yeah, absolutely. So you've been playing AGE. You started today with 9 points. You ended the day with 39 points. You are now slotted probably somewhere to close to top 8 in terms of the Players' Championship run. How you feeling? And are you going to keep coming back and trying to stay in it?
This is like... The trip is in its own is fun. Seeing so many unique faces who I don't see every week at these events is worth it enough for me.
Cool.
But being able to win it definitely feels good. On Marlynn too, my favorite hero. She finally has picked up steam after Penn. I've been playing her since she came out. Been up and down about her. I doomed on her, but I think she's back. I really do think she's a sleeper pick right now. She's fine into Victor, kind of rough into some other matchups, but overall, I feel great. Last AGE, I started off 3-0. I was doing real hot, and I was primed to make top 8, and I just choked my last 3 games. So today, again, starting off 3-0, even taking the 4th game down before my first loss in the open bracket. We were able to take it all the way to top 8 and take it all the way home, which is crazy to me. Because I never really viewed myself as like that kind of like premium player.
No.
But
I've heard that story time and time again with the Marlynn just sort of starting out hot and then just falling flat. It can happen with the style of deck, but that actually brings me to a few play lines that I noticed you took. One of them was foregoing that 3 of a kind in order to play the Codex of Frailty.
Yeah.
That's the kind of play that I think differentiates, because Marlynn is already a gamble deck, so finding the lines that can guarantee you that consistency is something that it's hard to choose. You could have had it all. You could have played the 3 of a kind and then arsenaled the Codex of Frailty for next turn, and you didn't do that. Can you talk to me about the philosophy behind how you make these difficult choices? You called Marlynn a gambling deck, so how do you gamble responsibly?
Yeah, on that turn, I was in the tank for a while. I will say, if I had gone for the 3 oak, it would have been great.
Yeah, it turned out. We saw the King Shark afterwards.
I drew 2 harpoons and a blue. I was like, oh, I could have gone for it. But that's not what we're here for. If we have a solid arrow in the grave, we get a ponder. It's basically the same as just sending like 4 extra damage. That ponder for next turn. You get to choose what you're going in with the following turn, and give them a frailty. You know, Codex of Frailty is just such a high value card, and you know the value you're going to get when you play it. You don't know the value you're going to get from the next 3 top cards of your deck. You can have a pretty good guess because we run a lot of blues. But I've missed too much to be in that position and throw it out and not see nothing and pass like with a +7 pump on the stack already. So I decided to, give up a power card to play a power card, and I think that was the right move. And it is those kind of specific situations that I think brings the best out of Marlynn in these games, is finding those lines where you go deep into the gold and you have a bunch of options available and picking the one that won't screw you over. Because overall the deck's great, but it will screw you over if you let it. I think that's the main thing.
Yeah. You can't be too greedy even as a pirate.
Yeah, it's true. Unless you're on the last turn of the game and you need to.
Yeah, no, that was kind of the follow-up. Is like you ended up gambling for the entire game. There was a world where you draw a red there, and everything falls apart.
Actually, I actually disagree, because if I draw a red, I'm still on 1 floating. I just don't get to activate the cannon, and I shoot the thing for 4 less damage and no overpower.
Okay. So you strip the hand, don't win the game on the spot, and keep playing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably.
So that's how you decide whether to gamble or not. You're gambling for a pretty darn good turn or winning the game on the spot.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I couldn't have put it better. Like, I knew the fail state was just not activating cannon, and if I find a blue, I get the cannon and probably win, and if I don't, then I take the hand and I keep, like an arsenal and stuff, and it's great.
Well, you definitely won.
I did.
So very well played. It was really cool to see the way that you made decisions. I think that's the thing that makes Marlynn so interesting to me, is you are always gambling. but gambling in a way that can not screw you over if you lose, finding yourself in win or win more situations.
Yeah.
Arsenaling those cards that have the win-win. You know, I think, was it the Mutiny that you were saying can just be so... Was it
was
that
the port
card?
side.
The port
side, yeah. For the
you know,
guaranteed
knowing
hooks.
what your arsenal targets are, the things that keep the deck humming rather than
Yes.
trying to go, ooh, I can arsenal a 3 of a kind. Maybe that's a great target, but you know, it's always a gamble, and you don't know what you're going to draw next. So keeping things smooth is the name of the game, and you did great.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I had so much fun today. I think I also ran into a pretty nice field. I actually overcome a Dory in my first matchup, which is like really hard. It was a banger game.
Was that Richard Truong?
It was Elliot.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I play against him every time I come to one of these events. He's really cool. But it was a close game. It came down 5-2, and he had no reacts at the end of the game. So he actually died to the overpower.
Wow,
which
you
I wasn't
actually
expecting.
found it, yeah.
Yeah. I thought I was cooked on the following turn. Took that one down, and then I had Zach on Victor, and it was kind of like the stream game. It was pretty similar, just a consistent.
Zach is a really good player, man. So
He
being
is.
able to take him down on a deck like Victor is no small feat.
Yep. And then we had Teklo. That was a really lucky matchup for me. All the overpower gets around his armor.
No,
so.
the action printed on his armor is such a difficult thing for him to deal with when overpower comes out. Better than dominate in that specific matchup.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
Azalea had kind of a rough time with that guy, even when he wasn't that good. He would just run me out.
Yeah.
But what was the one loss was... I'm actually
was it
forgetting.
to Victor? I think.
Yes, it was Han. Sorry, yeah, it was Han
so
earlier. Thank you.
Getting the rematch and getting your just desserts.
Yep.
Finding the
revenge.
Yeah, finding
and
that
avenging my
revenge.
friends he took down on the way.
Exactly.
He is one of my friends. I'm just playing.
Everybody's friends. Everybody's team super armory here.
Yep.
But man, awesome stuff. I just want to ask you, do you have any shout outs or anything you want to say to the people at home before we wrap things up?
Definitely. Thanks to the friends and family watching. I see you guys out there. I feel my phone buzzing in my pocket. They're probably going crazy right now.
Awesome.
But I go on this little road trip an hour away. We're from what was it? Lakewood area, Long Beach area.
Sure.
Come out with 2 of my friends. We try to make it out to every AG. It's a little road trip for the boys, and it's so fun to see like everyone do well and have a great time.
Yeah.
Noah on the Aracne Marionette, who got 4th.
Yep.
3rd, 4th.
3rd and 4th.
Yeah,
it's
3rd
kind of
and
both
4th.
when you fall there.
That's my boy.
Yeah.
He helps me out with training
awesome.
and playing
Cool.
a lot of games, and just the whole Pitch It To Me crew. Really love listening to them. They're the locals that got me into this game, and
nice.
yeah, they got me into the game and keep me at the armories. They're like, yo, bro, where you been? I'm like, yo, what's up?
Good.
So always just love the community that we come from, and it's super fun to get to represent.
Awesome. Well, I think you're the first Marlynn to win it all here at AGE, which is a very awesome feather to stick in your cap. For those of you at home, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to wrap it up now, so no more flesh and blood after this.